Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of the Arena Cup Series. My name is Cracked Wisdom, back with the action. This time today, joined with Mr. Bepic, who is here to grace you all with the amazing action and insanity that happened on day 1. That's right, we're back on the Hunt Premier channel live on Twitch, partnered up with Battlestate Games for the Arena Cup Series 3. The third version of it, chat. Not the first, not the second. We're all the way down to our third Arena Cup series right now. And boy, oh boy, is the action representing that fact. Bepic, how good was yesterday? Welcome in. And what are you excited most about for today?
Well, if you're a fan of CIS region arena teams, yesterday was very good. EU squad only took one map. Sicario was forced into a draw, and that was the only W that EU got yesterday during ACS 3. Action was great, though. Despite the 2-0s, 0-2s, however you're looking at it, maps were extremely close, and I think everyone is preparing themselves for a long weekend of battle and potentially a next weekend of battle as well, if they should be so lucky to escape from the group stage into playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as somebody from the EU region, I was very proud to see Sicario swing the sword strong at the end of the day yesterday for one of 2 maps, and arguably so. One could say that it could have gone either way for the 2-0 across both teams, not just Sicario's way to a 2-0 on that second map. Arguably, with how close the first was, it could have gone flip-sided the other way so that the CIS saw a full sweep on day 1. Do I think that's the tail of the tide when it comes to the region versus region clash for the entire Arena Cup series story? I don't think so. And I think today's about to be the day where things start to get shaken up a little bit. And, well, if we're going to look at the first match of the day and the schedule we've got coming on behind it, that's going to be the first place I'm going to be starting to look at for where I'm going to see a change. The Pandas started yesterday with probably the roughest match they were going to have for the entirety of the group stages. Today, they've got a chance to fight back.
Certainly. I mean, this is the match that could define how Group B looks at the end of the group stage, because XP Academy looked very, very good against Ancestral, but now they're upgrading their competition here to Pandaric, who, I mean, we talked a lot about it yesterday, how in HPL EU, they were kind of hard done by a little bit by having to forfeit a couple of maps that could have put them in the number 2, potentially number 1 overall spot if they're able to leapfrog Sicario and 8 Sins. So they're coming into ACS with a lot to prove, and XP Academy yesterday, I think, proved a lot against Ancestral. They looked phenomenal. They were fun to watch. They had consistent stars. Moyanri was big time. Chords Disabler was big time. Madara Flow's confidence levels seemed through the roof. And taking on Pandaric Apex, where we would expect a lot of the same, this should be a very interesting pair of maps. Starting, of course, on Bowl again, which was XP Academy's map pick yesterday, where they looked extremely good.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the first of 4 amazing ties we're going to get to feature on screen again for you today, folks. The ACS, a little bit longer than your normal HPL broadcast, meaning you get amazing games. There's 8 maps worth of entertainment for you today. Following our first, Virtus Pro are going to see their second bout of the Arena Cup Series 3 against Ancestral. Here, probably considered one of the stronger CIS teams versus one of the lower seeded EU teams here. That's going to be a really tough match for Ancestral. And like we said, if we want to see people starting to swing that region versus region, EU has a bit more of a chance strength back, then this would be a great match for Ancestral to bring one of those upsets that they were so well known for in the EU HPL to earn them that 4th seed spot and a place inside of the Arena Cup Series. That match then is going to be backed up by 8 Sins and Tarkov Help later on, and Sicario going up against Asian Fighters. So we're going to get to talk about those 2 matchups a bit later on in the day, but let's have a quick look at the groups. Let's have a look at how everything sits right now. And Bepic, we've only had one day, but I mean, it tells a tale.
It does. It tells the tale of CIS domination so far, but I'm sure that is going to change today with Pandaric Apex starting off against XP Academy, because they are 0-1. Pandaric is. XP Academy sitting at the top of Group B, but I mean, you start off your campaign with Virtus Pro, and things are bound to go awry, as VP looked extremely clinical. I know they're one of the favorites to make a deep run here at ACS 3, and so for Pandaric, you got that out of your way. You can look towards your last 2 group matches to maybe climb back up the table. But Group A got weird yesterday, Crack. We talked about the one and only draw that we saw. Tarkov Help taking Fort over Sicario yesterday to end the stream as well. That's how we finished things off. And so Group A looks strange right now. Sicario's technically in second with that round differential, but that Tarkov Help 8 Sins match, that's the third series of the day that we get to watch, is going to make all of this extremely interesting here. A lot of questions posed of that one. Does 8 Sins get their first win on the board? Was Tarkov Help's one map win fraudulent, or did they really earn it? Could they have taken Skybridge over Sicario? Very interesting storylines, really developing in Group A, and Group B, we're taking a second to really develop those narratives.
Yeah, definitely, and something that, whilst going alongside the Arena Cup Series action, over in the OAL, the Oceanic Arena League that's happening right now, the grand finals of their monthly competition, the five fellas taking on Sicario, in that scene is happening. Here, we were having a conversation before that cast earlier on this morning about the Ancient Fighters. It's a team name which is not known. It's a team brand which people really haven't heard of coming into this, but once you reveal that team name on the Liquipedia page on the Arena Cup Series 3 section of that, and you look at the names underneath this brand, MSHK Gummy, Vivorn, Doshjet, Communica, Cication, and Ospiel, this is a demon team that absolutely is set fit for a top 2 placing in this Group A set. What's scary about all of this is that Sicario, Tarkov Help, and 8 Sins are arguably 3 of considered the top 5 teams in the seeding throughout this tournament, and 2 of them are going to be binned off from this group stage, Mr. Bepic. 2 of them are not going to make it out of this.
And so it comes down to the minuscule details. We talked about it yesterday, me and Blue, at length, how every round matters here. How Sicario right now claims second place in that group because of just a couple of rounds between them and Tarkov Help. So XP Academy and Pandaric Apex about to do battle in our first best of 2 of the day, starting on Bowl, heading over to Fort afterwards. And I mean, these two have electrifying lineups. Those familiar with HPL EU know the star power that Pandaric Apex bring to the table cracked, and XP Academy flexed that all of their best of 2 yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is, remember, the Pandaric Apex squad that the name was formerly known from the previous season underneath Oil Rig, which was previously, with a few players interchanged, the XPA Academy original roster. Let's not forget that for those at home that followed the history books. Ironically, back a year or maybe a year and a half to 2 years ago, that XPA Academy logo would be on the other half of this detail because it was actually where this team started. Fakizi, Cacao, Codex, 3 members that have been with this team for the longest time, then that ace as well. Now Rapid underneath this branding from when they swapped from being Oil Rig to Pandaric Apex, leaving 8 Sins, formerly EPA, to come to this Oil Rig squad. Things might have changed, but the core of this team is still the same, and that's why there's a lot of belief in the EU scene, Mr. Bepic, that this XPA Academy team doesn't necessarily have it all smooth sailing for them today. The first map pick being Bowl, the second being Fort, means we're going to see both dynamics of the arena scene, right? We've got that long-ranged conversation in the first, and then we've got the close quarters shouting match in the second.
And it's an interesting switch up as well for Pandaric Apex, because yesterday they picked Bay 5 against Virtus Pro, who are a pretty solid Bay 5 team in their own right. It's a bit of a confidence pick out of Pandaric. And they've switched now to Fort, which has become the most picked map in ACS 3, surprisingly. After yesterday was a lot of Bowl, a lot of Bay 5, and now Fort has taken over that conversation. We'll see it 3 times today. And so I'm curious your thoughts on that switch up from Pandaric, going from picking Bay 5, a map that they're strong on, to Fort, which I'm sure they're still strong on, but still, that's quite the switch up.
I will say one thing about Fort. All right, and it comes with a very, very specific motion, okay? It's that very long-ranged, very powerful weapon that takes people out with one shot, and that's the one thing that Fort brings to the table, is that weapon has to play exceptionally high in the skill cap to bring to bear the same kind of authority and pressure that it can on the wider and open maps like your Bowls and like your Skybridge. It's why I expect that the Fort pick is going to continue to be prevalent throughout the Arena Cup series, and it's why actually I think a lot of these teams at this moment in time are favoring that. If the team does not have a strong player on the TRG, the likes of a Furlex for your Sicarios and so on and so forth, that ace in the team potential here in our match we're going to feature, it becomes a different dynamic as to how you approach the map. That Balti right now is considered in amongst the community of one of two things. If you hit the high skill ceiling, it's better. It is better. There isn't an argument on the table that is a better choice over this weapon. In the bottom half of the skill bracket, there's a grumble. It's a one-tap weapon, and with all one-tap weapons comes a one-tap salty response. It is what it is. But what it does mean for gameplay's sakes is that bullet hits extremely hard. And that is the thing that people are really, really leaning into right now. It shows with the leg meta on Piranha on the full auto Saiga 12. It shows with the potential with the Ash 12 in the Enforcer tree, which we've not seen yet. There's a lot of spice in the background in the kitchen. People are cooking in the lab. All right, Arena Cup Series fans, beware, it's coming. Flesh damage is very strong right now. The PKP also sits in a good place, even though the changes came through. There's no LPS. However, the next bullet down, Mr. Bepic, is exceptionally good at doing just about the same thing, but you can't fully commit to that kit anymore. The Masker really is a big question mark for the cost on the table now, alongside the increase to the PKP. So kits are a big talking point. I'm curious, after your day one experience, talk to me about the kits you saw on day one. Was there anything that stood out for you? And do you think the Balti is going to dominate, or the Beefcakes are going to dominate today?
I mean, surprisingly, Blue and I discussed this on the broadcast. After all the talking that we as casters had about the patch notes that came out this past week and how players had time to adjust to that, the kits weren't too different. There were still a lot of just regular assault rifles that we're used to seeing in the previous HPL, and so maybe the metas haven't quite hit just yet. We have seen a little bit of Piranha rounds across the maps, but still not a huge shift, in the sense that we're only seeing one thing, or perhaps that's what you want in a balance changes. You want a variety instead of one specific gun, one specific type of round. So perhaps well done so far on the balance changes, but perhaps the metas are still being defined here. I mean, this is the first major tournament since those big changes, and perhaps teams aren't super comfortable shifting their strategies entirely with so much money on the line here.
One crucial weapon kit selection thing I want to highlight that really has enthused me, and I think has grabbed a lot of attention from players that have lost a bit of love for scope choices in the game, is the return of the Valde, the return of the Spectre, the return of this 1x4x optic on the Assault class that gives these players that extra bit of versatility, the likes of what we saw Kiyoshima using yesterday to exceptional extent. In the likes of the OAL, I've been exposed to the casting of this morning beforehand, a couple of players over there, the likes of Lifril and the likes of Hadago, that run either that 2x Monstrum scope that doesn't see so much familiarity in the EU scene, or these 1x4 combos that can now ride on the Assault class new to this patch too. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That's right, some of them come with paint, so some of them can look hella cool whilst they're doing it. And I'm not going to lie, honestly, the changes right now, you said it yourself, the patch feels real good for Arena. Things coming out from Battlestate Games right now, including that of the Tarkov TV we got to see before yesterday's broadcast as well. Things are cooking right now for Tarkov, and I am glad to be sat right here ready to receive it all.
Indeed, I mean, announcing the actual release 1.0 of the main game is extremely exciting, and yesterday was a great day for both the main game and for Arena. I mean, it's kicking off ACS in dramatic fashion alongside the Tarkov TV that was going on around the same time. There's a lot to be said about the growth of EFT and EFT Arena here, and I'm with you, Cracked. Happy to be sat here as we have a stacked lineup of day 2 matches to see how ACS is really going to shape out. And I know the EU versus CIS narratives are pretty dominant right now, considering CIS only dropped one map yesterday. But as well, the snipers also dominated the spotlight, and we kind of touched on that, as Furlex had a massive day yesterday for Sicaria to cap off the day, and then actually took the marksman rifle, gave it to Zaki on Fort, and we mentioned that on broadcast as well. A bit of drama. Communica was massive for their team earlier on in the stream. I mean, the snipers really took over the conversation when it came to influential kills in all best of twos yesterday.
Something I wanted to talk about actually on that there. the couple of points that we make about the Ancient Fighters squad, and it's
Hmm.
something that really is going to help the guys at home that maybe aren't so familiar with even the names or the team realize why they really are set at the moment as potential favorites to take the number one spot out of the Group A right now. MSHK Gome is known within the community of being one of those players that is the top tier of mechanical skill level, individual keyboard actuation, actions per minute, skill base. This guy's a demon, okay, and is known very well for being so by multiple high skilled players. And that's a level of respect you can only earn by being that good. In addition to that, Comunica is currently rated the highest seeded TPL player from the last season. TPL is currently the hottest non competitive scene for competitive players to test their skill level. And if you're ranked number one out of all of the players participating in that, it says quite a bit. Gonna be honest with you, that's a pretty good W to have next to your name. You add to that the likes of Doshjet, Circation, who are familiar with the scene and have been strong names for a long time, and then the likes of Vavorn as well, who is known for
Hmm.
knocking heads down. And Oshfield 1 is the only one for me who's actually the unknown factor. But if you've got that level of five players to base it off, I
Right.
mean, you got to expect the sixth is just as dangerous, right?
And they looked terrifying in their matchup yesterday. I mean, for Ancient Fighters to come out there and 208 Sins, who have legacy players in the scene on their own side, it's an impressive beginning to your tournament. And those first two matches, the 8 Sins Ancient Fighters, the XP Academy versus Ancestral, those were what we defined yesterday as must wins for both of those teams, because then you're upgrading your competition after that. I mean, today Ancient Fighters are going to get Sicario, and that's not an easy matchup. Today, 8 Sins get Tarkov Help, and we showed after they took a map off of Sicario yesterday, that's not an easy match in its own right. So the fact that we saw Ancient Fighters and XP Academy start off so strong bodes well for their ACS 3 runs. They came out swinging from the start.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you had the chance to look back to any of the Arena Cup Series 2 results, so this is from the last Arena Cup Series that happened, Tarkov Help and 8 Sins, formerly EPA, ran into each other in the third set of matches in the Swiss
Mm.
stage, okay? And it was a really close match. Tarkov Help actually took that one home 9-7 in an extremely close matchup there, where realistically, up until that point, 8 Sins as EPA had looked exceptionally strong. Bear in mind, back in that time from ACS2, when Tarkov Help took down the 8 Sins roster under EPA with a
Mm.
9-7 victory, that was off of the back of the day before, EPA beating Virtus Pro, the overall champions of ACS2, in their second day match 11-9 in overtime. For those of you that understand the relevance and the weight of that, it is a huge standing and showing from both teams throughout that section of the ACS. I mean, this is one of those matches today that could go either way. And it's actually my
Hmm.
highlight match in my mind, Bepic, if I'm looking at the four today, to go potentially to a double overtime,
Yeah.
blockbuster cinema scenario. I really do think that's going to be the hot topic today.
I wouldn't mind it. We were robbed of an overtime yesterday, and that final fort appearance of the day, that Sicario Tarkov help match that ended 9-7 there, and that was the closest that we actually had yesterday, the closest map. And so, previewing this matchup a little more, I mean, XP Academy and Pandaric Apex set to deliver an absolute banger. And a reminder, if you are just joining us a little bit late, we are starting off on Bull, the map pick of XP Academy. Yesterday, they dismantled Ancestral. I believe it was a 9-1, where Ancestral came out and nabbed that first round, and then XP Academy put together 9 consecutive wins. So, not a bad map for XP Academy. Pandaric Apex are going to have to be prepared for Bowl, which, considering its long-standing history in Arena, I'm sure they are.
Yeah, I mean, being one of the first maps that you ever got to play on Arena, you'd like to hope that the
Yeah.
majority of the professional player base at this point in time have got some grips with that map there. Although something that, and this I think you'll smile at as well, that always makes me chuckle in the background is, although one of the longest maps, and therefore given the most time to get familiar with it, there are a lot of teams that still don't like Bowl, that would more than happily go to the chaos of Bay 5 or of Fort than go into the controlled environment of Bowl and all those long sniper lanes. I mean, I myself, as somebody as a lover of the TRG, am an absolute avid hater of A-Plat. because there are so many different little gross angles that somebody can pop their head over
Yep.
like a cheeky little boy and pick your head off from generator, from tower lane, from deep headshot if you're trying to play safe out of spawn. And there's a couple of little nasty counter boxes as well towards spawn on both sides that you can stand deep on in a reserve position and play information from. Something we might see lent into today here. If we do get to that point, I'll try and point them out for you folks because they're very, very crucial positions to keep an eye on for the Balties because these players are playing to counter each other. Not only are the information gathering from each team's side, but they're the one that's looking for that first initial pick. And if you got to watch enough of the ranged maps from yesterday, then you'll notice the tempo is very much pick based. You'll see one or two people getting knocked down by a Balti or a good swing on a corner, and the rest of the team starts to mobilize, whether it's towards the pick or away from it, and all the action comes off of the boom of the Balti.
And I enjoyed as well, not just talking about the long range angles for the snipers, the aggressive plays through A main that we saw. One sticks to mind, the Madara flow play, where he was kind of playing tucked into that first corner on A side, not playing pillar, but playing that first wall as you move into the site, smoked deep past Medplat, kind of the access point from ambulance to A main, and then moved in, pushed a smoke, and the Ancestral was not ready for it. It got 3 free kills there because of that aggressive play, not resting on your laurels, not playing more passive angles and waiting for the action to come to you on A, but pushing that instead. And typically we see more aggressive plays come out of the B site on Bull, but XP Academy were ready to play more dynamic positions with their A holds, and so they're starting off on the attacking side on Bull today, so we won't get to see that immediately, but still they were innovating a little bit and eager to push up on Ancestral, and it showed you the confidence that they had in their map pick.
Looking forward to seeing what Pandemic Apex have done to be able to evolve from their day 1 performance to their day 2 performance. This is the one thing we spoke to the effect of the difference between the time from having the most recent HPL EU where they played in to the Arena Cup series. There's a bit of downtime between those two activities. The Pandemic squad, alongside the coaching in the background and the way that the brand has been growing, you'd like to think would be representative again in the team growth in their progress as well in development. So this is another test today for the Pandas. I know full well that they haven't come in with a naive mentality thinking that they're going to place first in the ACS, but I am thoroughly aware that that Panda has its cut stripes over the top of that eye because they have weathered many a battle. They have been tested in the environment and they have come out on top before, and it would not be a surprise to us to see them do it again. So here we go. First game of the day, ACS 3, day 2, XPA taking on Pandemic. XPA have your Moyanri, Top Aim Sabiri, Zarul, Cords Disabler, and Madara Flow going up against Pandemic Apex's Kakao, Rapid, That Ace, Bakizi, and Codex.
And off we do go with the first map of the 8 we get to be treated to today. And already, Madara Flow chunked out a little bit, still pushing up his A main position. And we'll get past that first smoke, pushing through it and looking for any kind of engagement here. Mostly an info play, see what kind of damage they can inflict. And I mean, look at this position from Pandemic. They're playing so far back right now. They're basically conceding sight and playing for retake as XP Academy get the information. And with these smokes, they should have a free plan.
I was really confused for a second looking at the minimap where the 5th member of Pandemic was, but they were just double stacked in the back of that tower lane, and they have given plant off without any concern. And what is really holding me right now is how aggressively the tower lane push is coming with the good positioning from Myanri. He's going to get absolutely torn apart. 2 piece down the lane as Safiri defends the site from over the top of headshot, and it's wow. I mean, you want to talk about flawless. There you go.
That's a strange beginning for Pandemic to be holding so passively, conceding the site with no bullets thrown, and then to fall flat on the retake. That's a curious one for me, but XP Academy will take it. They move in, get the bomb down, no problem, and completely dominate the fight around Generator. That was 3 big engagements as Pandemic tried to move in with 3 players strong through Gen, take site that way, but didn't pan out. Weren't prepared for the player playing through Suicide, and that's 1-0. XP Academy, a strong beginning.
It's well played from Moyanri on Gen. Held just tucked into the right-hand side instead of over-aggressively shoving into tower, which he would have paid his life for if he'd ran into the 3. So actually, probably good decision-making as well. Oh, speaking of good, Rapid's going to delete the dome of Moyanri this time before he gets the space. Good space taken from Rapid, and now also kites away from an aggressive re-swing, so he doesn't give his life.
Codex is tucked away here. Now, certainly more of a front foot position around A that XP Academy will have to clear if they want to plant again. And well, you get another engagement. Madara Flow has moved in, found the first, but Codex activates. Does answer back with a pair of kills. Pandaric, a much better second round here, as they have a 3v2 to work with now instead of losing many players early on. And XP Academy are with 2 players left standing that didn't register a frag in that first round. Zeril and Kord's Disabler. Now's a good time for it. Kord's Disabler, big time yesterday. Hit double digits, I believe, in both maps played, but we'll need to come up with a couple of here if they're going to stay on the front lines for XPA. Zeril running around, watches Kord's Disabler fall, and they will plummet to a 1v3 themselves. Codex playing around pillar, Cacao playing headshot, and this seems like an impenetrable defense of Pandaric, and Zeril will try their hand, but Cacao will make them fall short. 1-1.
Good positioning from that ace, deep in the tower lane, plays his patience again. Both teams now finding the boon out of, instead of aggressive presence, just playing slightly smart into the pace of it. There you go, look at the replay here. Beautiful positioning from Codex as he gets a great 2-piece on that MCX. The tuck in from the curtain. And it's down to some good positional play, right, Mr. Bepic? The position from Generator. Rapid gets a pick, doesn't get re-swung. Then he retakes that aggressive position so he can hold that aggressive push from Curtain. And Headshot still having the life as well. Really well executed from Pandaric and much better than what we saw in the first round.
Drew so much attention to Generator as well, and dissuaded XPA from finding Codex out a little bit earlier, as they had to watch several more angles. And that's the benefit of the more aggressive positioning from Pandaric. But we'll sit back a little bit more here. Codex is pushed up around med, but not going to get much further than that. Just tucked away, waiting to see what XPA do, and it's a bit more spread out of a setup for them. One player shifting towards B is to push into cargo and see what they can find, but XPA waiting to see if any picks are given their way before really activating their action play towards whichever side they decide to move towards.
Yeah, we saw that little early engagement, which happens very commonly on Bold. The tower lane, mid-halfway push, just watches A flat, and a little duel comes out. Rapid aware of the angle, keeps himself safe. Neither goes down to it. Madara, only person damaged so far in round 3, 50% of the health gone. But does XPA have a relatively strong hold over an A-site push? They've not made entrance yet. And the bomb and this A-flat lurker are starting to give me a few questions as to whether the mentality might be A or whether it's picked towards B. That work from Kord's Disabler in tower, though, is going to help elevate. Hop-up still dangerous. He gets the one as well. He's tucked in. Hop-up is actually caught. Matt. Oh, and he goes down as well. What shots from Pikizi from split the third and Hop-up. Everything falls apart. The one member on top med is not ready to push with the squad. And caught by the cheese. He gets caught by the pandas.
Ooh. And that's a quick finish as well. That ace down range will end that round for XP Academy without so much as a whimper on their side. It's 2 consecutive now for Pandaric. They have shaped up this A hold. They're winning every engagement given to them, even when losing players early on. They just have the rest of the reinforcements to move in and take space, and those subsequent duels so far have fallen their direction. XPA now with that first round, but since then have yet to really even get access to A.
It was a good push from XPA. They had strength in the ambulance section and A plat. They had good pressure towards Gen, but just a slight bit of miscommunication had them slightly out of timing, and Madara Flow got caught not being able to help. Darrell is going to find a big early pick, but Keezy's going to pay the price for that. Oh, man. Zarod's going to try and find an extra here. Normally, you'd only expect 2 floating towards the B site, and Zarod's trying to play off this information. What he doesn't realize is there's 3 here because the Battle Buddy system is stuck together. Cord. Oh, okay, he's going to run straight past it. Oh, my word.
no regard for his own life, just takes B site and now has flipped the map on Panderic. Zerald will get one, but can't quite find the second heaven player. Kakao trades his teammate out for Zerald, and that's just the one player towards B. It's an A hit. It was all along for XP Academy. That Zerald misdirection perhaps tosses a spanner in the works for Panderic, and now Moyonri prone alongside Madara Flow. And this is going to be a difficult entry for Panderic as Core Disabler. This makes it a quick 2 to end the round. No harm done. 2-2.
So glad you said it. As much as great as the work was, as we called it out play by play as it goes on underneath apps, Zerald did his job. Even getting the 1-for-1, technically he did more than his job. Held 2 to 3 players hostage, kept the extra one busy for the time, and well, the second the call comes in, XPA say, okay, execute A site, and on the go. Well played.
I love the movement as well. Look, it felt like in a movie when you've got the main characters that just hear something in the background, a shadow on the wall, and they don't know quite what it is yet, just scampering around, and there in the apartment, it was Zerald scampering about before turning around and claiming the life of one Panderic member. It's well done. Now we move to round 5 here. All even standing, but Rapid has taken an aggressive position through a smoke on Generator, gets his pick and gets out. That ace down range, won't see any heads to take just yet, and the smoke falls in, blocking his sight line, so XPA are quick to answer with utility, but again, Panderic pushed through these smokes. No regard for what's on the other side as they're playing with pure confidence.
Going to happen. You're going to take some small risks to be able to gain the advantage inside of this gameplay. If you play slow and you wait, especially with how the meta's at right now, you can get yourself caught. Bakizi is playing with fire here, though. This is not just dirty. This is dangerous. Smokes are in such a place that his model could flash at any millisecond here for one of the members staring at him. Madara is directly in front of him, and Bakizi knows it, but Cords is actually distracted to the left-hand side. Is this the time to go? The smoke's going to drop. Bakizi has to hit these shots. He does get the first. That's a great play out of Bakizi, but it's still only a 1-for-1 as Cords finds one in the background.
He's in such a dangerous spot here, but the Academy are in a position to kill him. Cords Disabler will find Rapid, so it's a 2v2. Quite spread out as well as Panderic just had Bakizi on sight, but no one was prepared for that position. The plant wasn't covered, and so Bakizi stops it. 10 seconds now, and it's a 1v1. Kakao and Cords Disabler, and Kakao from headshot. All he has to do is pop back up. New Cords Disabler had to push there with time expiring, and Panderic win a weird one.
And you could be forgiven for thinking that that last man's model had a magnet in his head, for Kakao was not missing that one, sir. Like you said, up he pops and down he goes. Panderic claimed the lead. 3-2, they move into that there. With the stripes on top of the head, maybe it's 4 slices over the eye for the 4 rounds of advantage they're going to need to take to be able to put away the first CIS team across 2 maps. This is only the first, and it's only a 1-round lead, but forgive me for being a hopeful, Mr. Bepic, for I am EU through and through.
I can forgive you for that, I suppose, after how rough day 1 was for the EU region. They could use a get-back day, and XP Academy certainly not the easiest of get-back matches for Panderic, as going back and forth so far, though this is a far cry from the bold performance that XPA had yesterday against Ancestral. A 9-1 there, as I mentioned earlier, and Panderic are quite the force to be reckoned with as Codex claims first blood. Kakao adds to the growing pile of bodies. Moyonring, this is a spray there, connects a couple of bullets, but that's it. And Sabiri gets 1 on the board, and that 2 actually. Kakao and Bakizi are down and out, and Panderic will have to start off what was a 3v2 with that bomb going down. Now it's a much more manageable 3v1, but manageable has an asterisk as Sabiri can claim a couple of lives, but are unable to, as that round comes to a screeching halt. Panderic not your 4th.
I'm going to put something out here on the table that I didn't think I was going to say for the Panderic squad, and I'm extremely impressed. Not to slight the Pandas, but this has been the quickest adaptation to a CIS team that we've seen from an EU team, bar the performance map 1 out of Sicario day 1 at all. It took them 2 rounds. They played really defensive 1 round, so much so that we had ourselves questioning what was going on. Was it a read, Bepic? Because it feels very much like it now. 2 rounds in and 4 back-to-back, the Pandas are starting to look like they really have found the footing here.
Good question. I'm not sure what the call was on that first round, if it was a read or not. But so far, when they get aggressive, when they take those early engagements, typically it's been good. But Chord's Disabler, perhaps a bit of a rebuttal now, with 2 players pushing up towards Ambulance and Chord's Disabler downing them both. And that'll make a 2v5 for Panderic to work their way out of. No guaranteed half win just yet, but if that ace is playing like that, hitting shots like that, then I'm sure a first half win isn't too far behind. That ace finds another Chord's Disabler, the lone player left standing generator, and that ace is quickly aware that there was one more XPA player there, and XPA get their 3rd round on the board, perhaps searching for an even first half.
I cannot believe what I just witnessed was almost about to be an absolutely wild turnaround. Oh my word. The first shot from that ace was absolutely crispy. Let me take a breather. Reset back into it. 4-3. The Pandas have been scratched and struck against again. The XPA squad find themselves another 1 to add to the scoreboard. 3-4. The gap closes to 1. And the Pandas, well, although their assessment and adjustment may have worked out well, it looks like XPA have read a little bit of that aggression and have found a response of their own.
That ace will be smoked off as well. Can't find quick impact, although smokes have not stopped him before. Chord's Disabler, half health at the moment, has stemmed the bleeding, so XPA with that will stem their progression towards A. 4-3 the scoreline at the moment. First half win for Panderic on their defensive side would be pretty big for them. XP Academy, I think the same for an even first half on their attacking side. But at the moment, it is a slow progression towards A, but it is another A hit it's looking like for XPA. They've only gone B really once, if you don't count that Zerold's 1v2 attempt around the B site. So XPA certainly knowing which site they favor so far, and it'll be an opener for Madara Flow, but quickly, Panderic claimed the lives of 2 more XPA members, though Chord's Disabler is on a rampage. 2v1. Chord's Disabler has been a star this first half, and will give XPA a good spot to claim a 4th.
I think you're absolutely right. A rampage is almost an understatement at this point. It's almost not appreciating the amount of devastation this guy is putting out. And Chord's Disabler might as well call him Chord's Cutter at this point. He's not just disabling them, he's taking a set of shears and he's slicing straight through the cabling. Connection not allowed, 404 not found, because Chord's Disabler's out for the crown.
That's another aggressive position up on A, tucked away, and Codex got a couple of kills off the back of it, but Chord's Disabler was so big that round, and has been a top fragging by a significant margin on the attacking side for XP Academy, and has certainly emerged as the biggest supplier of firepower for this XPA team, at least in ACS 3 so far. About a series and a quarter of a series into their ACS 3 run, but Chord's Disabler with 13 kills already is popping a bit off.
I mean, this is the time. It's Arena Cup Series, number 3.
Mm-hmm.
And in the group stage, where 2 people from each of the groups, 2 full teams of 4, half of the competition is getting axed after the group stages. You can't drop the ball once. Nade out to Generator does not find a home. Madara Flow goes down first as Chord's Disabler backs up, but Keezy is the second one down for the Pandas. And Nade onto sight from top aim Superior. Moyanri following up with a 4th is going to fold all of the Pandas down. The final from Moyanri finished it off. 5-4 we go.
An emphatic start for XPA here, as Panderic had no luck getting onto A sites, and there was no recovering once the kills started falling in. XPA were swift, and they just won their duels right there. It's nothing special, nothing too aggressive that caught Panderic off guard. It's just simple positioning, simple gunplay that XPA will outdo their European counterparts with. 5-4, an early lead claimed, and it's a quick one. Panderic hustling towards A before pumping the brakes, and now we'll see if they can capitalize on a bit of a short-staffed hold. Siberia is the second player over towards B for XPM. Panderic have a numbers advantage if they want to push it on that A site, as XPA push 2 towards B, and we'll see if they try to get any space off of it or if it just is a simple crossfire hold.
And just to make sure that everybody is thoroughly aware of what's going on, Cracked is cooked as always, messing up crucial information. So apologies from myself here on the casting desk chat. Only one of the teams from the groups is being knocked out. Just to clarify, not two here. So bear that one in mind. But still, nonetheless, very crucial to make sure that you are not the team that is leaving the Arena Cup series from the group stage. There's lots of pressure on the deep angles here from Panderic. On the attacking side, they're just not giving them anything to play with. Look at how well reserved XPA are playing right now, Bepic. There's two so deep in the tower lane. The one-site player is almost the only member exposed, but he has deep cover from spawn. The B member on the yellow van is now starting to activate. But Med Short from Panderic is going to match him. The chess table right now is literally lined, all right? You've got like a Swedish opening versus a Swiss defense with all the pawns stacked up ready to play.
Now it's looking like we will start to move in. Darkflow will take some damage there from a good nade, but it's a couple of kills falling XP Academy's way. Madara Flow at the hands of two of them, and just like that, the attack is called, and just like that, the attack falls flat. XPA again dismantle Panderic Apex around the A site, no matter the hesitation moving in, no matter the pacing of the play, and as it ramps up, it just as quickly falls.
You've got to feel rough for them there. You've got to feel a little bit sorry for them, actually. It's that grenade that lands on top of Madara Flow removes more than 60% of his health, but it doesn't kill him. And that's the crucial point in that there. Two members have to put guns to bear on the member on site instead of being able to challenge hop up, generator, headshot, split, and maybe have a better gunfight. Moyanri and Madara Flow, in either sense, on the generator and on site, go down on that entrance. It's a whole different story. Aggressive push from Madara Flow through the curtain, though. He's going to run into the bomb with his back turned. 1-for-1 to 2 trades, actually, as Rapid and Kakao double down into Madara Flow and Zarold.
It's the first time that XP has taken space like that through A as well, and it's the first time it's been punished, obviously, by Panderic, as they were ready for it. First engagement leads to Darflow overextending and being caught out, but Siberi has a free pick as Rapid runs heaven and was not expecting Siberi to be there. Now, Kakao is next up. Siberi's crosshairs and still gets the better of him. 2v1, Kakao and Bakizi. Against Chord's Disabler, certainly not a free round win whatsoever. As Chord's Disabler have 16 kills to their name in just 10 rounds of play. But that bomb, well, it should go down here as Chord's Disabler is playing a little bit off, but peeking around a corner, they might find a freebie if Kakao decides to push this, but they're just holding, making sure Bakizi has cover in case Chord's Disabler gets aggressive. And they creep back there into open space and wait for this first fight.
I love to see Bakizi just tuck the head back down again. He's like, nope, got to make sure it's tucked. Got to make sure it's tucked. We're just going to sneak on out of there. So they do the difficult part, and now it's all on Chord's Disabler. Like you said, this is dangerous, though. This is the one guy that absolutely could just jump straight off the top rope and claim both lives if he plays it right. Left and right, Kakao's going to juggle audio. Very smart play. Tapfire does not find a home. Chords knows where both are now. Can try and put pressure down low. Switches to the deep angle. Bakizi's taken out. Short push. Good fake off the ramp to kill the time. And I think he might have just done enough. Down on the bomb. Kakao can just swing whenever he wants to. 3, 2. Kakao closes the round out and Panderic claim it. Well played from the captain and Kakao to close it for the Pandas.
It's almost like Panderic's been there before. In 2v1s and important high-stress rounds to keep your hopes on Vol alive. That was well played. Despite the great initial kill out of Chord's Disabler, an impressive flick right to the head there. One of the Panderic members left standing, but Kakao gets the better of him there at the very end. Played the time nicely, and that will be 5 for Panderic. Their first attacking round win. 2 hits called, both fall flats, and it's the first B attack that gets them their round win, so that's where Panderic will head next up, see if they can do the same thing again.
It's a good round from both sides. Just goes to show the talent and the quality the game's going to get to see in the Arena Cup Series. This is the best of the best, the top 4 teams from the CIS and the EU region, as either one of the 2 members from those squads take a piece out. Now the kill feed floods red. XPA 2 extras. We're going to leave that ace and Codex as the last two alive.
Nothing happening now, as still just 2 defenders here for XPA. The other 2 have stayed on A site. A lot of confidence in Moyanri and Siberi, and they're not giving anything up. Not peeking aggressively. They're waiting for Panderic to continue this attack, saying, you made your bed, now you have to lay in it, says it's just Codex laying in this bed alongside a whole lot of dead bodies. XP Academy close out their 7th round win in pretty convincing fashion. That was a sturdy behold.
What's crazy for me is that when Panderic have slowed the pace down a little bit, and they've played 2 versus 1 gunfights, or they've played individual gunfights well, smartly, where they're not over-aggressing into the fights. Panderic have come out on top. Kakao, Codex, that ace, Rapid, Bakizi, all 5 of them, known for being able to handle their ones exceptionally well. The XPA, when that pace is coming, seem to be able to hold it better together as a team, and the likes of Cords Disabler and Moyanri that play a little cheeky, a little bit of aggressiveness every once in a while, which catches you off guard. It plays very well into this Panderic sort of composed aggression, where space is not given for free, but it's not exactly being pressured off either. You see here, for example, there's lots of space and gen that really Moyanri just gets to play with for free, whilst the rest of the squad are holding tight. Bomber's sat A, just off of the plat. There is a member at ambulance for Panderic. 3 members holding over towards the B site. On this call, Panderic have managed to move 2 members from the defensive site on A. Cover B. Overstack execute. Okay, here we go. Oh, they're full committing. All 5's gone. Here's the flank as well. This is going to have to be This is going to have to be huge quick. 1 defender adjustments here.
That's a sight. That's all theirs. I mean, smoked off Moyanri. Can't get in. Bakizi's holding generator. What a play. That initial pick, taking out Zerold around the apartments van, I mean, that's what swings the round here for Panderic, which in a 5v2, they should be able to close this out, no problem. Cords Disabler and Siberi have been a good source of fragging power for XPA, but this seems like a near impossible situation. Far too many crossfires to hold. To dispatch Codex from this position would be so difficult initially, and then you've got 4 other members to deal with, including Bakizi, who has essentially closed this round out. Siberian is running for the hills. If this was any other game, I'd say he's saving his weapon, but I think he's just tucking away, not giving Panderic any more stat padding ability here as time expires, and that was a huge win from Panderic. Just that 1 kill on B site is the linchpin for that entire round.
That's impressive from the Panderic squad. And what's even more impressive is how they hid the bomb doing it. It's one thing that I love to see from teams in this level of competitive gameplay, where 3 of the members push a site to fake it, but they make the crucial error of taking the bomb with them. They show the bomb and telegraph the gameplay. This time the bomb tucks A plat behind curtain and creep walks the whole way there. Gives absolutely 0 audio whatsoever, short of an aggressive defensive curtain push, that he's there. The action happens on the B, and it plays like a perfectionist tune in an orchestra. Front symphony of honestly one of Beethoven's best. It was absolutely glorious. All 5 pandas came together, linked arms, and pushed that tight.
Oh! Well, Kakao had put himself in a position there to maybe find a pick with a player running on site, but the timing was just off. The spray just a bit missed, and now that ace, seeing 2 players move aggressively from B back in a flanking position, he dispatches both of them. The flank fails, and Panderic have another strong man advantage. The tie us up. That ace misses a shot rare sight there, and that will give Zerold just a little bit of hope in winning this 1v4, and I stress a little bit. Panderic are well on their way to a 7th round win, and this is 2 consecutive, beautiful executes consecutively.
This is a phenomenal round from Panderic, 7-7, and I pray we get to see that Bolty shot again, the second. Oh, yeah. Please. Look at this. This is good. This is disgusting. You don't deserve to win that. There's no world he has any right to win that. That was out of this world insane. What a shot on A-Plat for the second. And guys, those of you out there that want to call it a one-tap crutch, go check that kill feed. That's a headshot, baby. Oh boy, that was good.
I mean, the first one, you have the advantage of having just seen the forehead, so you know the player is there. That's just raw aiming and knowing your gun. Unbelievable. And that's the kind of skill you would expect in ACS 3, top 4 in both regions. Like you mentioned, 7-7. What an opener on Bowl here. Hopefully a sign of things to come today, but XPA still need to get their map pick over the line to hold up hope going into Fort. And Siberia has an opening kill here. Playing around B, they'll get their kill, back off. Zero gets some revenge as they were the first blood a couple of rounds ago. That swung a big one for Pandaric, and now they will hold that same position but find the kill, though that ace is still alive, and that is a big threat to XP Academy's chances.
Feels like the bullet point and the full stop for the sentence, doesn't it? Oh, but that ace is still alive, and we'll hold our thoughts until that changes, because this is what happens. Oh my word! Curtain catastrophe! Unbelievable power in the shot. Oh, come on, Ace. Come on, brother. Not like this. This is Arena Cup Series. You can't do him like this. Second time Madaraflow is going to survive a grenade on site with half of his health, and he's going to step to take the kill too. That man needs to go buy lottery tickets. That is twice today he has lost half his health to a grenade.
Perhaps playing with a little bit of extra Kevlar or something. They found a way to bypass the point limits here. But regardless, Madaraflow surviving nades left and right, but using that extra lease on life to find important impact kills for XPA. That one, a closeout frag, and it will put XP Academy 1 round away from winning a hotly contested bowl. But Pandaric could force us to our first overtime of ACS 3. We'll see what the call is. Playing it a bit slower this time around. Nothing cheeky. They won't pull XPA away from A this time around. Still 2 play in B, but everyone's holding sort of back. It's more of a passive call for XPA outside of this Madaraflow position, right up in the faces of any A site pushers.
The bomb has crept its way towards A-Plat. They do look like they're cooking something like this again, but no, Moyanri playing really close to a Cooler or Shark. Call out just in front of Jen on the left-hand side, the bottom of your map. Playing a little bit further up for information, so audio cues that are trying to be masked right now by the Pandas. If they are indecisive about the movement, we'll telegraph where everybody is. You see that ace looking for a pick. Oh, here we go. There's nobody in this tower lane, we know. They don't. Jen's not there. Where's this one going? Double nading it to try and make sure. Still nobody there, though. Oh, you're joking.
Cacav's got an opening pick. It's a good start for Pandaric, but they're still running face first into a strong XPA Academy hold that just got a touch weaker. There's a player flanking from B. Is pushing through cargo now, and we'll see if Pandaric is prepared for this, but are they ready for the frontline defense? Cords Disabler. Suppose they were prepared for him. Got 1 kill, but that is it. And Cords Disabler has to fall back and watch their teammates fall. We'll see if they can do anything about this ace clutch. No, Rapid's prone, and will send us to our first overtime of the Arena Cup Series 3.
First match of the day, and we're already in overtime. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's gonna cook today. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I put predictions down for today's matches actually, the idea of talking about them before coming on to watch this with the guys in Discord. As I wasn't necessarily meant to be sat with you today, but that's another story. So I actually have this game tied at 1 apiece. Although realistically, I do see XPA as the stronger of the 2 sides. No disrespect meant to my EU Pandas, but this is a very strong team in XPA. I'm exceptionally impressed to see that they are at overtime here. And if they can continue this, there is a potential where the Pandas can go 1-1 or even 2-0 on the day here.
Best of 4 to escape with a map win here. I think for both teams, escape with a map win, regardless of who you think might be favored. I mean, Pandaric could steal away the map pick of XP Academy, or XPA survive in a scary Pandaric side here. But we switched sides heading into OT, and now XPA will have to dig a little bit deeper into their attacking side playbook. And I'm watching Zerald right now, seeing what they might be able to find. The general direction of being towards cargo, but no one will give up any free kills. Bakizi's holding this. If Zerald gets too deep into this cargo position, Bakizi could have found something, but he will abandon his post and join the rest, well, most of the rest of Pandaric over towards an A defense.
Look at the boost on the back for the Pandas. The two members are back in this tower position. One stood on top of the other with the multi. They're trying to find a pick. Instead, it's going to be Zerald with that pick. Now they've moved up. That Ace and Rapid have pushed into this tower lane position. Call out given that Generator's about to get pressured. Doubling up. That Ace swaps to the SKS, so they've both got some semi-auto, full auto capability. Jump on Gen telegraphs. Shots come round, both go in the way of XPA. Two initial entrance frags, and the third for Moyanri as he swings to the right-hand side of that Generator from his perspective. Codex does have the better feed plat, but he's the last alive.
That's a face full of bullets. Members.
Yep.
Good start for XPA here as they win all their duels. That Zerald play over towards B is enough and catches the one rotating member of Pandaric, and all around a clean execution from XP Academy. The overtime hasn't phased them whatsoever, it seems. They're eager to get back on that attacking front and execute well.
It's like we're both sat here rolling the dice in our heads as to which one of the two teams we seem to be favored, because I'm going to be honest with you, Bepic, if you're in a similar line of thinking to me, I'm re-rolling those dice every round because it's going back and forth immediately. I feel one team is strong for a second, and then I see the other one absolutely flatten that thought in an instant. Now, this man right here, yeah. 20-8 at this point in time, by the way, sir.
Oh, that's an insane stat line to drop in your first map of the day. First on stream, and dropping 20 kills, and that likely won't be the end of it either. Quartz Disabler playing around Ambulance right now, and won't have any kills donated here as Pandaric aren't getting aggressive. And on site, it was Bakizi last round that decided to push through that med short position, moving through main, and was punished for it, donating one of the kills over off the back of aggression. But Pandaric playing a bit more passive at the moment. Kakao could get aggressive here, and actually it's not even aggression. It's Madara Flow that Kakao pushes straight into and falls flat.
One apiece in the early opener, though. One thing that's currently missing from this round is the time. 40 seconds left on the clock. It's slowly draining. XPA are running out of options to be able to enter one of these two sites. The numbers are dead even as well, and that Balti is still sitting in the background like the heartbeat of the Panda's defense. There come two. Oh my god, okay, goodbye. There go two. Never mind. They came in, and they came out. The bomb jumps off the top of... Okay, never mind. It's happening quicker than we can keep up with it as Balti punishes the immediate member that drops. Zerald last left on site, bomb on the ground, Rapid and Bakizi holding.
Oh, fakes the plant, actually. And Bakizi, I'm sure was surprised about that, was certainly hunting down the player that was putting the bomb down to extend that round, but won the engagement regardless. Pandaric with a chaotic one. I'm with you, Cracked. I mean, you blink and you miss all of the action in that one. It went from 0 to 100, and that ace notches a 3K to get Pandaric Apex level again here in overtime. 9-9. These two just cannot separate themselves.
It feels like the crossfire angles are being executed by both teams exceptionally well. You saw the two-man battle buddy system step up to Gen, and where in the regional tournaments where that battle buddy system is normally the defining factor as to overwhelming a spot, these teams at the ACS level are just that higher level of skill that stops being an advantage because the angles are held exceptionally well. You see two kills separately coming in one apiece that immediately denies that generator push. 9 each. 2 more rounds left on the first overtime. This time the Pandas are on attack. Either team needs to put 2 in a row home to be successful, or we go to another overtime.
XP is debating right now whether they should send more reinforcements towards B, as Pandaric was making a lot of noise up in apartments, and XP do elect against it. Keep the third defender over towards the A site, where, once again, Daraflow will be the first point of contact here should Rapid push through, and that's the bomb. Rapid goes prone in the smoke, and Daraflow doesn't know where they are. Vakizi sent in. Daraflow still puts them to rest here in our third round of overtime, eventually finding Rapid as well. Tucked into the smoke, yes, but Daraflow has that sixth sense, knew that they were there from the start, and that ace from behind takes bullets in the back, and XPA find themselves a 10th.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replay, actually, because this is going to be a better description than what I can ever say. So this happened, which I don't have words for, because this is a wild play, and then Madaraflow decides to just sixth sense sickeningly slam Rapid, even though he's already prone on the ground. Says, no, you can stay there, sir. I'll take you off of the one tap. The Piranha punishes with pain. And XPA move to having themselves a match point. Only in map 1, though.
Still, I wouldn't be surprised. This one has a second overtime written all over it, with how back and forth it has been. This is how Pandaric's attacking side went earlier, splitting rounds with good ideas, and here they've sent 3 in the direction of B. They'll find Zerald, and no bullets land as Zerald sends some warning shots in the direction of the Pandaric attack, but does get away unscathed. And with that, XPA will keep a player towards A. They've seen this one before. The noise made on B sites, and when they shift their resources, that's when Pandaric strike on that A site. But Zerald is re-peeking heaven, seeing if anyone really does want to get aggressive for Pandaric. And with this intel, I mean, it's obviously, I'm sure in XPA's eyes, a little bit of a bait play. They're not willing to commit too aggressively. Going to wait for these fights to kick off around Generator, more than likely, with how Bakizi is inching up, making a little bit of noise, spotting a shoulder, and not taking first blood as Zerald found it himself. But XPA, with 2 opening frags, have broken this round wide open, and that ace is trying to seal it back up, though Cord's Disabler, ever the distractor, will put 2 to rest, and Kakao is left on his lonesome to try and take ball back for Pandaric.
Needs to get this bomb down to try and put some pressure down, but the second this happens, the smoke's going to be pushed if XPA have the ability to do so. The bomb does go down, smoke does not get pushed. Kakao has the option to be able to take on one of these 3 members in isolation if he's going to find anything here. The first is disgusting as he deletes the dome. The second one comes out as he swings left, right, challenge, and that's not going to be enough. XPA are going to complete the success. 11-9.
What a round win. I thought for sure with that intuition, with the Pandaric player turning around there, that the pre-fire would land. But now XPA 11-9, big time overtime stand to take their map pick. Cord's Disabler dropped 22 kills there, and that was as close a start to the day that we could ask for, correct? I mean, that was XPA's map pick that they 9-1'd on yesterday, that they have to bring to overtime to get over the line here. So Fort's up next, and Pandaric, I mean, certainly feeling disappointed that didn't go their way, but that's a pretty darn good performance in a loss that Pandaric just put up.
This is a similar performance as to what we saw from the Sicario squad in the last match of yesterday, where it looked like it was possible for both teams to take that at any point throughout the game, where the rounds went back and forth between the CIS region team and the EU region team. A similar perspective here again today, as Pandaric Apex put out a very phenomenal performance into the XPA squad in the first map here on Bowl, but it wasn't quite enough to take it home. Push them to overtime, it did, but push them over the line, it did not. Now they're going to look to Fort in their second map in this tie on the day to be able to capitalize further on their progress they've made already and try and put it 1-1 in the overall head-to-head.
That is now 3 maps, 1 for XPA. A strong start to their ACS 3 campaign. I mean, against Ancestrum, I think it's one thing to nab 3 points there, but it's a whole other thing to at least guarantee yourself a 4th point against Pandaric Apex, who, like we talk about, it's the story surrounding this team. They have a lot to prove in this Arena Cup Series tournament, where HPL EU didn't necessarily go their way, whether it's circumstances within or out of their control, and now they move into ACS, and sure, you go 0-2 against Virtus Pro, but to now lose a 3rd consecutive map against a feisty XP Academy roster, yes, but still a team that I know Pandaric are thinking they can beat. That's a rough way to begin the Arena Cup Series for Pandaric.
The one thing I wouldn't want too many teams to do is to count XPA out, though. This is a very strong lineup. I mean, Moyanri, Zarold, Top Aim, Sibiri, Cause Disabler, Madara Flow. This is a combination of players from different teams from the Arena Cup Series too. The likes of Chimera and so on that have formed together to make this XPA squad. And as we're going to get to look at the highlights, you're going to get to see some of the reason why this XPA squad is so dominant. This was the first of a 3-piece that was absolutely flawlessly played by Moyanri earlier on in the round. Madara showing us how damaging this Piranha shotgun can be. A great grenade, which we saw multiple times, by the way, as you'll see throughout the highlights. Top Aim Sibiri, when lots of these gunfights came to bear, there's normally a grenade filling that kill feed as well, also taking out a teammate. And again, I'm going to say it before it happens on the highlights, because it was something that was king consistent for the XPA squad, underlying tones and ball.
I mean, when you look at how many times Madara Flow took that exact same spot, I mean, Pandaric have to be thinking, what's he doing that we're not? There, losing a player behind Pillar. But, hey, you know, I'm sure XP is thinking the same thing when that ace lands shots like he was on that map. Certainly activated. And that will have to continue to fort. Speaking about the marksman on these teams that you were earlier, Crack, saying that you need to have a class sniper on a map like that. And that ace certainly looked good here, but it wasn't enough to push past XPA, who had Moyanri and Cord Disabler seriously popping off at times. But this was nasty. Oh.
I mean, we didn't get to see that one a second time, but it's both nasty, isn't it? I heard you side the same as I did, because oh boy, that A-flat shot, we're not going to forget that one for a while, are we? Oof, boy.
No, we are not. I would like to see more of that from that ace, moving to fort for sure. Fun one to start, though. Bull delivered at the start of the day, but that is just one of 8 maps we are getting in ACS 3, delivering an overtime finally. There were a couple of maps yesterday that I felt could have gone the distance like that, but OT is finally delivered, courtesy of Pandaric right there, but XP Academy signed off on the map themselves, and we'll get over the line, guarantee a single point at least up the table here, but to snatch a 3-piece and move really to the top of the table, it'd be huge for this XPA team.
Yeah, at this moment in time in their group, I mean, they're already 1-0 off of yesterday's result. They got themselves to being 2-0 on the day. It's going to feel like a 2-0, 2-0 performance, which pretty much guarantees you one of those top 2 spots in the top half of the table, which, when I'm looking at how the teams are going to progress through the brackets and so on, seeding is going to be a thing here. Okay, with one team dropping out from each of these groups, where the top 3 teams place is also going to be very relevant as to how strong their tournament run could be for Arena Cup Series, because when you get into elimination stages, you don't get second chances.
Right, that does matter who you are playing in round 1, or if you can get that potential bye as well, topping your group. So, I mean, if you do get a win here, if you're XP Academy, then Virtus Pro is your lone competition more than likely for the top of Group B. And that's a pretty good situation to be in when you're battling with Virtus Pro for a spot in your group. But VP, it's by no means free, as Ancestral could have a step-up performance later in their best of 2. I know they're heavy underdogs there, but you still have to earn every little bit in ACS 3.
Yeah, and earning it, I think, more than clawing and scratching it away from your adversary is the point at this moment in time, because nobody's letting go of that trophy very, very easily this time around. I mean, you've got your previous ACS 2 champions, Virtus Pro. They're in the mix here today, okay? Alongside 7 other insane teams. Yes, previously, Virtus Pro did have a loss to the Ancient Fighters that have been showing up with strength in a previous tournament, very recent to this one today, but Virtus Pro are still As far as Arena Cup seeding goes, consider the Titans and the top tier seed in this tournament potentially as favourites, like you said, are one of the favourites for sure to reclaim that title. But the ones up there, your Ancient Fighters, one of the hot favourites that might be looking to upset the entire scene as a new name but not new faces for that top spot. The argument given from the HPL EU scene is that Sicario sword is looking really sharp right now. Like, really sharp. It tested its blade yesterday in the back end of the day and came out with a 1-to-1. But there's lots of time for growth.
And Sicario does have a battle later on against the Ancient Fighters. That will be some way to cap off the stream, and I'm excited about that one, but it's a ways off. I mean, we still have to wrap up our first best of 2 of the day here on Fort. Pandaric Apex starting off on the attacking side here, as this was their map pick, so we're sticking with the standard teams who prefer to defend first, which is where XPA will begin on Fort, and I'm interested to see how they look. I mean, so clean, consistently with their engagement, so many impact multi-frags, especially from Cord's Disabler. If he can keep up that form on Fort, this could be a 2-0.
The one thing I would want to say, and we did see a couple of glimpses of it in the highlights, slight, not mechanical misplays, but awareness misplays, which come from unforced errors from the pressure of this environment. We're showing a little bit from the side of XPA, which was where the Pandaric squad were able to leverage some of their round successes. We saw one of those mistakes with Codex on site, tucked up by Curtain, and both of the 2 members that were swinging sight of 3 that came through were looking to headshot together. We saw it clean on screen. Both of the sides of their heads were exposed from that short Curtain player. That's one of those mistakes you can't make. One of those 2 players swinging together has to be checking that angle, and that was what was missed. That gave Pandaric a round. It's very good to see that all teams out here in the ACS, when an unforced error is laid in front of them as an opportunity, have been able to capitalize. Nothing so far I have seen has gone unpunished.
And that's the critical thing. If you're going to take advantage of every opportunity, as every round matters, every map matters, then you have to punish those mistakes, have to be prepared to, if you miss one, adjust to it in the future and make sure that you can fix that on the fly. And it says a lot about the chemistry that these teams have to be at the top of their respective games in order to fix things on the fly, call out mistakes, and adjust to that, which is where we look to the second map of this series for both of these rosters to clean things up. And for XP Academy now, look at potentially nabbing 3 points out of this matchup, or for Pandaric getting themselves a draw back, which is the unfortunate part, I think, about losing map 1 at a best of 2. It's like, the best we can do now is just 1 point. There's no way back to a full out win here, but that's the sort of strong mental you need to keep. A single point in this matchup now is the best you can get, and you need to be striving for the best.
Hold up, Mr. Bepic. The bomb's in spawn.
Well?
The bomb is currently sitting in spawn. The Pandas have gone on the offensive without the key piece of utility they need. I'm wondering how long it's going to take them to realize this, or whether it's intentional. Codex has top aim Sabiri in the cannons. We're getting information that it was dropped intentionally to pull play. Interesting.
Well, that ace did have a peak mid, and he was the one that went back for the bomb. So perhaps that ace was looking for a solo pick mid, and if he dies, the bomb's in a much more retrievable spot just by leaving it there in the courtyard. But didn't find anything. In fact, it's all XP Academy, regardless, focusing on the bomb or not. And that ace is certainly the player that could change where the spotlight is headed, but misses a couple of shots, and Pandaric find themselves in a rough round 1 once again, but that ace, 3rd time's the charm here, will need the 4th and the 5th times to be the charm as well if he wants to claw this round back, and has the bomb on his back, so sprints back towards A, and there are 2 defenders that had pivoted towards the B site to try and take that ace out, so it's a free plant with 15 seconds left on the timer, and that ace should have time to reposition here.
Oh, he's gone, Mr. Bepic. He is full gone. Bomb is planted, and he's granted himself 45 seconds worth of pain to have to hold off for. It is a 1 versus 2, and it's the best play he could have made, as both XPA members were buddied up back-to-back in a very tight corner, and the multi, Doesn't do well with tight corners when you have to deal with 2 people. Now, he's got himself in the best position for the first early pick and to give himself a rotation. Now, oh my word, almost.
Well, doesn't pan out for that ace there. Saw the forehead, was alerted that there was a player stepping up on the boxes, but he's unable to land the shots. And XPA start off the Fort campaign with a successful round win.
It's a good start on XPA. I like the pickup and the rotation from that ace, and we are going to continually, for the majority of the ACS, say that when Panderic are on the screen, that ace is consistently pulling his weight. This is something that the Pandas have been known for time and time again, is how consistently that ace is able to pull not just himself through a game, but his team through a game from his consistency of performance, both on kills and in his decision-making in the gameplay. This time, I expect the Pandas to pounce, and this is exactly what we're seeing. 3 cannons, B rush strong, 1 coming up to dark, and the XPA squad is going to retreat.
Ooh, potential nade in. Might be. No, that is a nade that sends Panderic scattering. And Sabiri, off the back of that toss in, backs off, but Rapid finds first blood, despite the bullets sent at Codex's head. Moving up through cannon, Sabiri is a must-kill for Panderic here, and they will take that space back of sight. Codex moves in and downs the man in spiral, picks up the bomb, or at least should pick up the bomb here, as it's just Core's Disabler left alive, but I say that as though Core's Disabler can't 1v2 clutch here and put XPA up 2 rounds, but we'll see how this goes with 2 players standing tall for Panderic on B.
Shots from Code's Disabler as the bomb is currently sat on site, fully planted. The second's going to push him in for the refrag, and Codex is going to close it out.
All right, Code's Disabler had to go at it, but still, 2v1 connected by Panderic, and that's an important one to convert. The aggressive play down long through cannons to the back of sight. I mean, they had everything there. They had the kills, they had the possession of space, and XP Academy had to go at the 1v2 clutch, but fortunately for him, wasn't enough. Panderic continued to go back and forth with XPA. We've changed maps, but we've not changed the flow of this best of 2, and now we see what the change-up is as Zerald pushes up towards cannons, but no play there. It's arches for Makizi, but death found as well in succession, and it's a 2 for 2, trading frags back and forth. Panderic have some access to A now, but in comes Moyanri to try and take it all away.
Yeah, that 2 for 2 became a 3 for 2 as back-to-back domino effect comes through. This time, Moyanri, more than enough bullets inside of that 45-rounder. Let's swap over to the 30. Interesting choice of weapon here. The Scout on Mutant with the BP. That ace is going to deny Zerald any space. Good shot from the Balti holding that ground. Only 30 seconds left on the clock, and Moyanri is left in a 1v2.
A consecutive 1v2 clutch required out of an XPA player, as these rushes have been connecting for Panderic, but Moyanri is more than capable. They'll run straight into the sniper of that ace, and that's the story for both XPA players trying to close that round out. Well done. That ace again, impact multi-fragging for Panderic, and that's a lead early on, but these leads are never safe.
I'm going to say, I did. You took the words right out of my mouth, and I promise you, chat, it wasn't whilst he was kissing me. You can't do that from over the pond. It might be a 1-round lead, but it needs to be extended further if the Pandas are going to be building on it with enough strength to be able to call it stability. 1 gap for now. Then we close. The good search out of Bakizi doesn't find the shots. It seems somehow Zerald is able to... Okay, it's a massacre. Oh, he finally gets closed out, but wow. Shut down Central.
Took a piece of Codex with him to the grave as well. Half health for one of the 2 remaining members of Panderic. This round will have to be mostly Rapid here. 2v4, and that's a pretty good start. Rapid is going to steal the superstar position, Panderic, for just a moment, and move up B ramp, but that bomb needs to be retrieved at some point. There is time for Panderic to work with here. They can reconvene, and Codex is reconvening with a bit of health here. Seeing if anyone wants to get aggressive cannons, but no one's pushing, so Codex will grab that bomb.
Yeah, I think Codex is out here praying a little bit, trying to commune with the spirits of cannons for some help and safety in his passage through. At the moment right now, crossing this mere concrete path is going to seem like an absolute nightmare situation. He is out here on his own with support from the battle buddy now dropping down. Rapid is going to take the lead. If they're going to do this, they have to do this together. It's a potential option to go full flank, take it all the way to the A site. There is going to be a member can. Oh, challenging the cannons push. Cause disable. Wow, great. Never mind. I was going to say great trigger discipline, but his head is melted and Codex takes advantage.
Tried to plant as well, but ran back, and Madara Flow will close things out. No big deal. That's 2 for XP Academy, as Panderic had pace, and they certainly tried that 2v4 clutch, but it falls short as XPA move in and lock that site down.
That was really well played from Codex there. Cause Disabler holds the trigger discipline to try and get more info than the one, and Codex says, no, sir. You aren't allowed to do that. You don't get the space to wait to shoot me the second time I peek. If I'm going to re-peek you, I'm killing you, and he does it with authority. Problem happens following it is Madara Flow is in good position from Beacon, and he picks out the bomb whilst that action goes down.
All right, first blood already found by Panderic, flipping the narrative from the last round and taking space in mid. It's a full team push in the middle of Fort at the moment. XPA have sent some reinforcements to secure that side of the map, but Madara Flow catches some reinforced bullets to the face, and Bakizi takes that upper space. Now, mid has fallen full under the control of Panderic, and XPA send 3 members to the grave as well. 2v3, still a manageable spot, especially with Zerold, who's top fragging so far for XPA, and Chords Disabler, who top fragged last map, still alive, though they don't know, they don't have any clue where Panderic is headed with this bomb.
Smoke and Mirrors has worked twice for the Pandas. We saw it on Bowl, where they played a great aggressive push towards the B site and swung back to A. Chords Disabler from Cave is going to find that ace, and Bakizi Chords reproducing the same level of skill as he did in the map 1. He's now trying to be the ghost of anything thought of bomb past, and that's going to be the third. XPA absolutely asserting their authority over this A site.
I'm not sure Chords Disabler knew that was a 2v3, not a 1v3, as he did it all himself there. Huge 3k hold. Was the lone defender, as XPA had split up their 2 defenders left alive, and apparently Chords Disabler is in pursuit of that top fragging spot once again. Not keen on letting Zerold extend his lead whatsoever. That's 5 now for Chords Disabler, and Panderic, before they can even blink, the 3v2 they had's been lost.
But the grenade sound gets masked by the sound of the Balti. The 2K at a top aim Sibiri, matched by a bolt kill. Now followed up with 2 weapons as Plaid colours in the kill feed. Smoke in the door frame. The flash goes out. Balti goes off from the outside as the grenade doesn't take anything off of the face of Sibiri. Zerold knocks the bomb holder down, and it's all on that ace in a 1v2. We've gone back to teamfight mode, Mr. Bepic. 120 on the clock. Bomb now irrelevant. It's on that ace to just knock 2 people over.
Well, I've heard that ace was pretty good at team fight as well, and pretty good start. Downs 1 brings this to a 1v1 for even standing, or an XP Academy 2-round lead. Siberi's playing A, but that ace is booking it out of there. Plenty of time on the clock, but runs towards the vacant side. Is actually checking mid as well, and has picked up a rifle. Not keen on taking this 1v1 with the long-range scope that he's typically known for. Still, no movement from Siberi as they stay A. Wait for that ace, or wait for intel. The bomb has gone down elsewhere.
I am surprised the movement is so late. I mean, in a 1v1, he has no other option. He's got to make a decision as to whether he holds this site or he goes towards middle, gives the guy a plan either way, and then plays to the retake. This way, at least, he gives himself a 50-50 chance he chooses the right site and can challenge before the bomb goes down. Now the bomb is down. 10 seconds with the rotation is the loss for that risk of trying to challenge early. Safe routing is exceptional from Siberia here. Doesn't over-challenge cannons. Oh, gosh. Is this going to be an insane... There's no way. It's just better. Siberia is absolutely on form today. You are absolutely right. There is a way, Mr. Bepic. It's the wonderful way. Yellow brick road and everything else included. This man is a wizard.
Just ran that ace down. Simple as that. And that ace, I mean, was in position for that fight. Had his gun aimed the correct direction, but didn't account for pace there. Siberia runs in and runs down a fourth for XPA. Guaranteed an even first half here on their defensive side. And Panderic have, I mean, had winnable situations here in these post plants, but XPA are still on point after their exceptional ball performance.
One thing you've got to do to a Balti.
What?
Don't give it space, give it pressure. 2 quick kills come out as XPA open up the next round with an absolute flood of fury.
Missed shot as well from that ace. You don't see that too often. Panderic will get theirs, though. 2 players lost for XP Academy. We find ourselves a 3v3. The initial salvo is profitable for the Grim Reaper, but no one else even standing still. And A site is open for business. Panderic recognize it, and they're keen to get that cash flow started. But in come the defenses. One long, one short, but it will be smoked off by Panderic. And it's just that one access point watched by the crosshairs of Rapid, and even that is blocked by the smoke. That's well placed, and XPA will move in, tossing some utility to try and pry Panderic off these angles, but nothing is given away. It's a strong hold, though. Court Sabler moves in and catches Rapid off guard, but off guard enough. He quickly raises his shield back, and Codex finds a kill in tandem. Zerald left alone, 1v3, and he'll get nowhere. Panderic will claim their 3rd round in pursuit of an even half.
Apparently, Codex missing the crucial 60% additional accuracy to teammate buff there on the final shot as he taps Rapid with a little bit of a bullet of encouragement after the end of the round. But we roll on into the replay and some great handling of that MCX there. Currently now changed, remember chat, given the patch, no more AP 300 blackout for the MCX. It's all CBJ now. They are just as good at doing damage now, I'll be honest with you. Still a good penetration value, still a good high flesh damage. And the fire rate is up there with one of the best guns in the meta right now.
Now, peek around this corner is almost certain death. Moyanri unable to deliver it. Kakal's feet, and Kakao wants more. Isn't satisfied with that first meal of bullets for a second helping, but has Codex to try and help him finish the meal. Kakao will trade his teammate at the very least for the life of Moyanri. 4v4 with Kakao chewed up just a little bit, though he's quick to heal up.
70 seconds left on the clock. Rotation coming in from the XPA defensive member that's deep on the A site to try and reinforce. With the bomb being held deep mid, though, this does make me wonder if there's a rotation on the cards for Panderic too. Notice how the 2A players are starting to put some pressure towards that cult area. The B players are not pushing up out of Donut. Actually, the one from Donut, that ace, now is starting to move.
Position. Harold has been deadly from cannons. An extra cannon himself, but Kakao will take him out. This is great team play out of Panderic. There's an engagement that's going unaided, as there are typically 2 players to help each other out, as McKeezy is taken out by Siberia, but that ace and Rapid are still threats on the map for Panderic. A 3v1 to convert, scratch that, 1v1, but that ace is more than capable. Madara Flow had to go, but 4-4 is where we stand again at the conclusion of our second first half of the day.
Had me on the edge of my seat again, 4-4, a dead even tie going into the half. Now it's on XPA to attack and Panderic to defend to close out the game. I was just as nervous as I think you were there, Mr. Bepic. That Balti needed to hit the one tap, or that 12k, the full automatic Saiga, was going to turn and collapse the 3rd problem left alive, the only problem left alive at that point, after getting a beautiful 2-piece in Beacon.
with this even footing, so we were at the end of Bowl. Got overtime there, sure. All neutral spectators are hoping the same here, but XP Academy will have to steal away the map pick attacking side of Pandaric. And 4-4 Codex now watching cannons. Won't find any action here, at least not for a little while if they stick around, as everything's happening towards A. A fight in Kitchen will claim the lives of 2, 1 on either side, but that's 2 down for Pandaric as Codex rotates over, but it's far too late. The site has been conceded, and Rapid's position found out short. The bomb goes down, and XP Academy are already in a grand position to start off their attacking side with a round win.
2 sets of shots spray over towards short as the battle buddy from Pandas come through, not able to claim a kill on the way out. Oh, never mind! Talk about a 2-piece to end that one off. You want a full stop? How about a slightly larger than normal one as it gets doubled down on? Somebody used a big old Sharpie instead of a biro to finish that sentence, and that's top aim Sabiri dropping a bomb.
I would love to know if Siberi knows that there is one player there. I mean, Rapid had just sent a bullet or two at a dead body, I think thinking it was a prone player there, just the quick reaction time that Rapid has. But Siberi, with that perhaps sound cue, knows there's at least one player short and just doubles his money there with a cheeky gamble. But it pans out for XP Academy. They can close out that round without any real fights. And now once again, going back towards Kitchen as Zaraflow takes space so quickly. And this is what they do. They are that spear tip for XP Academy, but it doesn't find any skin piercing here. Bakizi closes down that push, and that ace adds another frag to the fray. 2 for Pandaric, and a changing of the pace here for XP Academy.
This doesn't surprise me. That ace playing that exceptionally deep position from headshot through Kitchen to Garden to get that pick is a good start, and Rapid now is ready for this rotation. This will be something that falls right into their hands as that ace is going to match that rotation out of Rapid as well as the adjustment comes in. And look at the team play. Back-to-back kills. That ace Rapid, that ace and Rapid. As the Pandas bounce their enemy between the defending members and get them caught in the net.
I'm going to talk flawless. I mean, no members lost, no hit points lost for any of the Pandaric members. And it helps that ace is connecting from deep angles, but still no bullets land there for XP Academy as their attack falls flat. And we are all tied up on Fort as overtime continues to look increasingly likely. But as XP Academy look towards the next round, let's see what the plan is. As Ramp has been smoked off here, and Zerald is moving up, but so is Madaraflow in tandem. Both sites are leading to extra space gain for XP Academy. Cacao's been found out. First box, and around a corner, Cacao claims the first life of an XPA player. Moyanre tries to trade their teammate, but Cacao's able to reposition and call for reinforcement, but Moyanre is expecting that. Will take out Bakizi as well and sets their sights back on the initial target of Cacao, who is still as deadly as ever.
Look at the difference in the discipline for the two teams right now. The first push from Madaraflow, slightly over-aggressive, looking a little bit lost for how to keep gameplay inconsistent and unpredictable. Goes slightly over-aggressive and gets picked for it. Moyanre approaches at a different perspective, cuts his angles properly, finds a kill and gets traded. Rapid now on the site as the smoke goes down, aggressive push for the plant. Gets picked off too. Cords, however, has the match of him in the beacon.
So much smoke fire going on right now. No one is quite certain where their enemies lay, although Quartz Disabler has a good idea now. Spots the forehead of Rapid as Cacao kills Codex. That's a poor time for a team kill. Drops us into a 2v2, and now Rapid will salvage the position here. Quartz Disabler with a big kill, takes out Cacao, and then turns right around and displaces Rapid's life as well. That's 6 for XPA, and an astounding turn for Quartz Disabler.
What a flick. He challenges the guy off site, swings hard into his left, wins the left-hand swing, which is kind of crazy in itself, but then immediately whips to the guy in mini and just sprays 2 bullets to finish off what's left of Rapid's life.
Unbelievable. XP Academy came to play today. The CIS region are showing their skills throughout days 1 and 2. And starting to take a step above the European region. Pandaric, the first EU representatives up today. They've shown class themselves, but still down around on their map pick. I'm sure after losing Bull, they had set their hopes towards Fort. That's a decent start to get us back level. Bakizi takes first blood. That Ace finds second, but Siberia with those nades will clap back quickly.
Yeah, 90 angle out on this A site, one that's very easily nadeable from inside from good cover. Codex picks up the Balti, knowing how strong this weapon can be. Now has an MCX to back it up with as well. The Codex going to be a player that you don't want to challenge too inconsistently without many people to volley up with, because this guy is built to kill right now. There's 7 more of those 338 AP rounds to be able to fire, and then the MCX on the back. And 55 on the clock with the bomb down.
Silence falls over Fort. Rapid will look to make some noise mid, and he doesn't know it yet, but he will be soon, as he takes a fight with 2 XPA players. Moyanri is taken out in the meanwhile. I think that's a Pandaric player arriving just in time to trade out his teammate, so Siberian gonna place the bomb down. They're successful in that, but seems like Pandaric are waiting for Bakizi to really take this fight. They want numbers. They want to completely exercise this player advantage that they have, and to find out the positions of these XPA players in the meantime.
It's really smart, actually. Pandaric are giving themselves a chance to maybe retake this. Good challenge inside of Secret, and Dark is going to have to count for one. The second swing out of Mini gets one as well. Zarold does trade back, but that is more than enough for the Pandas to claim the site back. The activation is going to come through with 17 left on the clock. A great effort from the Pandaric squad. I'm going to be honest with you, Bepic. I caught myself a little bit in that there. It's like they're holding with no bomb down, and that was the crucial point. The no bomb down suddenly dawned in my mind as to how little actually had happened for that A site approach other than kills. And this is what unfolds. XPA take that bomb through mid, try to swing towards the B, but teams in the ACS are too good to be fully pulled off the site without visual on that bomb. And that was the crucial moment there. Rapid did not leave his post. It meant that the site was not free to rotate too. XPA get caught, pulled back to a close tie now, 6-6.
Fantastic finish from Kakao as well, as there was time for XPA to set up, but it wasn't enough to reach the defenses of Pandaric, and Daraflow with an opening frag, and XPA find 2 big ones early. Last round it's Pandaric finding 2 lives of their enemies early on in a round. This time XPA flip the script, get the bomb down quickly, and are in a good position for a round advantage. 3v2, Kakao smoked off, and this will be a difficult retake for Pandaric, 2 members strong.
Kakao looked like he was almost going to get taken out like that there. He does end up getting his teammate removed, though. Kakao for the trade and the refrag. As both members left alive from XPA, took behind the box. The first does the job, but the second was there to finish it off just in case. That's a good, confident round from XPA. Look at the adjustment immediately, Mr. Vepic. Rapid plays the same position in 2 out of the rounds we've seen on the defending side so far. He holds his ground. XPA say, okay, we will play to that. They run at that spot like a full force, full bull in a China shop mentality. Rapid gets overwhelmed, and the B site is free for the taking. Now, what response do the Pandas have an adjustment? And are XPA going to double down, or are they going to try and keep the ankle break going?
He's downrange watching mid and is given a free one to open things up. There is no stagnation on either side. Different positions to start off every round, and sprinting into any open space is surely to find you on your back. 7-6. XP Academy hold a lead, but are playing a player down, and just like that, everything comes to a crashing halt.
Don't know about momentum broken, mental broken, but that's a Vulcan broken in the mid lane. The first frag comes out from that ace again, doing what the Balti does best and breaking through some of that high-tier armor protection. XPL, though, in the lead on the scoreline, down a member in round number 14. 3 members swing strong. Zarold somehow manages to transfer and claim 1 kill to counter out as a 1-for-1 goes down on the cannons.
Crazy that Codex falls after it was Rapid that was being watched. But either way, it is a player down for XPA. Just a 1-for-1. When you're starting with a man disadvantage, that will keep you in a man disadvantage. It's Codex watching A at the moment. Sorry, Bakizi had rotated over. Sorry, that's Kakao as well. C-name's getting me, but Kakao will fill the kill feed and confirm it is him holding a site. Just Core Disabler now, who has been him at times in this best of two, but will really have to come up clutch in a 1v3 to give XPA a 2-round lead and match point. Collects the bomb, will run back through lobby, fakes it, goes back to Arches, and from the skies falls right back down to earth as Rapid grounds his opponents, and Panderic notch a 7th.
Feeling a sense of deja vu? I feel like we're back in game 1 all over again.
It's just as even. I mean, it doesn't matter the map between these two. XPA and Panderic are right there in skill level with one another, and I mean, dude, advantages are being traded. Like we talked about, the first bloods are rotating back and forth, and both sides, I mean, may rotate 1v2 clutches, 2v1 clutches, whatever it takes to win rounds. Both sides are doing it well.
Yeah, absolutely. So this, for those of you just joining us, welcome into the Arena Cup Series 3. This is day 2. This is the top 4 teams from the CIS and the EU regions facing off for the title of Arena Cup Series champions. Right now, we're witnessing XPA and Panderic as Cause Disabler is going to catch Kakao on an unfortunate timing, not watching the deep angle, approaching out onto Garden. Now, though, Panderic have a read that there is at least some pressure to the A site and are trying to adjust accordingly. The nade comes out towards that A location, which is going to call both members from that B site from Panderic to rotate. A smart decision from the third, holds top mid just in case. An insane nade from top aim Sabiri that we are so familiar with seeing now. Removes headshot.
One by one. They're all falling, Cracked. Panderic come crumbling to the ground, and all they have to show for their efforts is a little bit of HP lost from Madaraflow, who will now play long, and this is just an impossible spot. Zerald comes from mid just to secure the round win, and XPA once again hold Panderic at arm's length.
I'm going to be genuine. I feel like that got to the point there where it was XPA taking a step away from Arena for a round and playing a very, very sick game of dominoes.
Yeah, one by one, I can see the visualization there as Panderic just kept falling. Different engagements. There was no real refrag potential there, and XP Academy, I mean, they were covering each other's backs just in case either way. So a round win required out of Panderic just to get us to overtime, and they are already starting a player down as Rapid falls, but that ace counters. We'll take out Madaraflow. And it's a 4v4 as Core Disabler once again presses the issue, but Panderic quickly shift to a 3v2 position.
Yeah, good response from Panderic, actually, as the initial counter from Rapid's read gets them over onto the site in time. Both Codex and Kakao, the King Seas, are here to combat, ready to claim that site control back for their favor. It's 3 versus 2 right now with the bomb planted and 30 seconds left on the defuse. Codex is going to get ready for the pressure defuse. Steps on with a good swing from the site from Kakao. Actually claims the life of top aim Siberia, and that's going to be all said and done for. The Pandas, again, push us to overtime.
We're getting our money's worth already today. First best of 2. And we have filled the 16 rounds of regulation on both maps. And it was the last overtime, won by XP Academy, that gave them a guaranteed draw in this series. But a draw is not what they're searching for. It's another win over a European team that XP Academy are hunting down at the moment, and Panderic have now gotten us to 2 overtimes. They won that 16th round in both situations, but they're the ones that are trying to claw this one back despite advantages in seemingly every round for XP Academy. It's either a 1-round advantage or even map states for XPA that Panderic have had to fight against this entire time. A lead here, I'm sure, would do them wonders.
They're on the attacking side to start out. For overtime, I actually prefer to be on the attacking side. You've 4 rounds, 3 of which you need to win to get out of overtime successfully. Prefer to get the more difficult of the 2 out of the way. When you play it on the opening start of the game, standard time, attacking side, I think, is definitely the more difficult of the 2. But when it comes to overtime, if you're able to go even on the attacking half, 7-7 or 9-9 for the tournament games, you move on to 2 defending rounds for back-to-back success, being a lot easier to actually achieve than 2 attacking rounds. Completely depending, obviously, on whether you favor the mat and your attacking side and defending side, respectively. This time, no surprise to see, Mr. Beffick, both teams have taken the measured approach.
wanting to make that first mistake after we've seen so many Rapid engagements, and we'll get another one here as Rapid moves up long. Will find Zerold if he keeps pressing up, but Bakizi has elsewhere found a kill, and Rapid does confirm that Zerold frag, that ace, confirms the life of Cord's Disabler. That'll allow a bomb plant for Pandaric, as the rest of the team will join the two standing A, and XP Academy will rotate their last remaining lives over, one through mid, one through short, both lacking teammates.
I mean, this is all but said and done for. This is 5v2 at this point in time. It would take a miracle from Top Aim Siberia and Moyanri to be able to nail this. Oh, there's one of them gone. That is Volti, and that is exactly what...
Oh.
Okay. Come on, that ace. There's a little bit of respect for some of the top teams in the CIS region, please. Nope, never mind. See you later, nerd.
3 kills for that ace that round. So impressive, as he once again steals the spotlight and a lead for Pandaric. I can't remember the last time that they held an actual lead against XP Academy, as it felt like that entire back half, it was XPA winning a round, then Pandaric tie us up, then XPA come back, win the next round, Pandaric tie us up, etc. But here it's 9-8. Pandaric need 2 more round wins, and they will claim Fort, but it will be a labored effort, no doubt.
I feel like the headline for the newspaper after this match today, which we'll come back to in a second as the action is already kicking off. Rapid has the head of Moyanri early on. Top Aim Siberi claims off Codex. 1-2 apiece as Top Aim Siberi is again good for 2. Codex is the third, shuts him down. Zerold has the trade back. 2 versus 3 with the bomb pushing into sight, and no side control from XPA, but numbers advantage to hold them off for the retake.
Matara Flow will leave Bakizi all alone in a 1v3 to hold a 2-round lead in overtime. Looking like XP Academy will have their round back. It's it. Whoa, Zerold backed off as Bakizi began his spray and used that off timing to turn around and confirm the kill, confirm the 3v1 for XPA. And now overtime stays even through 2.
No shock to us at all that we are evenly tied after 2 rounds in the first half of the overtime. This is where the Pandaric squad have been very good and have seen themselves shaken. First part of it has been where Rapid has been tested through a lot of aggression on the defending side on that B site. The second one is where that ace has been given space to get long angles through towards garden and jungle on the A push. So I'm very interested as to whether XPA are going to push B first and try and target Rapid again, or whether they're going to go into the Balti on that A site. Oh, Zerold's popping off again. He's cooking on 16 and 13. Cause Disabler, again, a strong performance, 12 and 12. Madara, 10 and 14. Although a negative KD, he's still pulling weight for his team in many a fights on that shotgun.
Has locked down cannons as well. For the most part, Rapid did get the better of him in that last engagement, but it's been a spot on the defensive side that he's held well. And they're switching to the other side, and it's Bakizi acting like he's still attacking, but is punished for the aggression. Only gets 1 kill. And leaves the pressure now on that ace, Codex, and Rapid to get a lead back. That ace will get a frag back, but nothing else. Matara Flow is being eyed here. If they press up through Kitchen, they will move into the crosshairs of that ace. But XP Academy are taking their time, making sure they have proper space to take. But that ace is locking everything down. We need an impressive kill from anyone on XPA that decides to peek into that ace's marksman rifle, and that ace will claim the life of 1.
I don't want to go into the depth and detail of the complexity of how much value Bakizi got for that 1-for-1 without explaining the gift and the curse, because we don't have time. The action's about to pop off right now, so we're going to discuss that in the in-between games gameplay section once we go back to the casting couch. For now, we're on board with that ace, looking to try and pilot his team to success by doming another person through this pixel peak angle. The barrel is spotted. He's going to go for the quick one, but Codex has got the refrag.
I forgot for a moment, because that ace was doing all the heavy lifting there, that he actually had a teammate to help him out should he actually miss a shot. And that's nicely done by Codex, as that ace had the intel and called in for the help once the shot was missed. 10-9 Panderic a round advantage that I have my doubts about sticking around. Overtime 2 seems so likely with how XPA is stuck like glue to their opponents here. I just will not let them get multiple rounds out in front, but just one between us and a potential conclusion to this best of 2 that certainly is no sprint, but a marathon.
You're absolutely right, but the one thing that's in my mind right now is the Panderic squad, the longer this game goes on, the more the XPA squad is going to figure them out, and I'm really scared. But what I am excited as a Panda fan to see is a blue-on-blue kill in the kill feed. The team kill is going to slightly upset the tempo in this one. Rapid then takes out Madara, who put down his teammate. Moyanri gets one back, but slowly but steadily the XPA squad wrenches their way back to some stability on the attacking round, and this is their last chance saloon on full points on the day. This is for the Pandas to steal them into a tie in the best of 2 in the head-to-head.
Disabler is pushing up mid here, but has reinforcements. Moyanri reaching an angle and support. Rapid is tucked around this corner. We'll see if Core Disabler gets that far so as to find out about Rapid, or if Codex will move in, play a more proactive stance on this defensive side, but it's just waiting to see what XP Academy does. There are 45 seconds left, and that ace will break the silence with a bullet ripping through the air into the body of XPA. Siberi moves in, is taken out. It's just Core Disabler now. Panderic have secured overtime on Fort. Like I said, a labored effort here, but they bring us level in the best of 2. A draw to get them a point on the table.
What a phenomenal showing from the Pandas, and what a way to build on the performance in map 1 to gain points on the day and take XPA to a 1-1 draw across the maps. A phenomenal showing out of Bakizi, Codex, Kakao, Rapid, and that ace. But honestly, MVP for the Pandas in this one is going to again go to that ace for that performance on the Balti. 5 MVPs and a 20 kills to 13 death ratio is a phenomenal showing on Fort with that DMR marksman style gameplay that we spoke so much about struggling with if you are not at that high skill cap with that type of a weapon. The other thing we wanted to talk about was, and I've got to give this to the Pandas for taking home the points, that position from Bakizi that we spoke about, Mr. Bepic, was so tough. Yeah. He was sat, he swung in, and the gift and the curse, the man sees 4 people inside of that box. He gets a 1-for-1 kill, but he's almost lost with too many Christmas presents on Christmas Day as to what to do next. In addition to that, he gets information that he sees the bomb, he sees a smoke being thrown from the archway, he sees a deep person playing to Colt, and he knows there's audio of a guy out in garden. So he has every other player's location other than the member that he's killed. And although he gets a 1-for-1 and he doesn't get more, where realistically he probably should have done, what he did do was he gave the entirety of the round to the rest of his team by that one specific play.
A full 40 rounds across 2 maps. I mean, these teams are lucky that the ACS schedule only has them playing one best of 2 today, as that would be another marathon, I'm sure, if they had to play again. But my word, what resilience from both sides. XP Academy on Bold, just clutching it out in overtime. And then Panderic doing the exact same thing as the first half of both overtimes. We're even as well. It took the back cap, full 4 rounds to separate these 2. What a treat, Cracked, we got in that first matchup. I'm sure our highlight reel is going to be filled.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry, chat, but I'm going to yap at you for a second for just a conversation on the context for what's happened so far in the day. First of all, welcome in if you're just joining us. This is the Arena Cup Series 3 broadcast for day 2. This is our first featured match of the day, which has just concluded after 2 epic, entertaining battles that both saw us going all the way into overtime. The first on Bol, ending up falling to the XPA strength. The Pandas were not able to capitalize on 2 times worth of saving themselves being at match point to convert. Instead, XPA Academy in overtime squeezed them out to the mark on that one. In our second match where we've just been now, we were on Fort, and it was another extremely close match that ended up seeing the Pandas being able to take that extra step further and being able to claim themselves their first map of the Arena Cup Series. And that's right, ladies and gentlemen, as they did so, the EU support in the chat went absolutely wild. The Pandas flooded. I've got to say, on the whole for the game, out of context of just the one map individually, both teams played exceptionally well and have shown us that the CIS teams and the EU teams can be considered to be evenly tied teams on the day when both teams show up in full force. Honorable mentions from many members of both sides: Moyanri, Madaraflow, Top Aim, Sabiri, Cords, Disabler, and Zarold in multiple different opportunities at different parts and times throughout each of the games, showed up with the biggest honorable mention from my mind as a utility lover for XPA has to go to Top Aim Sabiri. All right. The amount of grenades that were dropped from miracle places today on different members of the Panderic side was what made this such a tough ask for the Panderic squad to be able to come over on the day and to be able to beat out for a tie on the match. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado of yapping about the game context, though, let's take a moment to look back at some of those amazing plays throughout that series.
So many great moments on Forts. I mean, delivered, of course, courtesy of 40 rounds played in a star-studded lineup on both sides, but that ace, that marksman rifle, so influential. I think the biggest reason why Panderic were able to get their map pick over the line. But I mean, XP Academy, full highlight reel themselves. Cords Disabler was a star in their own rights. I didn't feel like there was any certain round, even if it was just one XPA player against 3 or 4 of Panderic. We were always thinking that 1vx could be clutched up by XPA.
It's something that we see throughout these highlights as well, as you're going to see multiple different names in every round being the person that's making highlight plays. Even in the same round here, back-to-back Madaraflow. Folds 2, finishes with 1. There's those grenades we were talking about. A beautiful 2-piece. And then Cords Disabler with confidence, crushing skulls, honestly.
That turn still gets me. And I mean, Kakao then responds with a 1vx of his own. It's unbelievable the control that these players have over their weapons and that they can implement in the highest of stress situations. Look at Kakao go right there. And then we get the overtime highlight package. I mean, hopefully we don't show the team kill of XPA, but that was an influential kill in its own right. The final round being the first time we saw XPA really succumb to the pressure, and Panderic from there closed things out.
Yeah, it was a great match from both teams inside of our first game of the day. And that's only 2 of 8 of the maps that we're going to get to feature. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been to overtime twice already. 100% success rate. That's us in the casting booth, ladies and gentlemen. Our headshot ratio is never missing the mark. We try our very best to deliver you entertainment in those crosshairs so that you can spend all of your time, the best of the time, and the rest of the time right here where the action is kicking off, and that's Arena Cup Series 3 alongside myself, Cracked Wisdom, and Mr. Bepic. Thanks to Battlestate Games and the Hunt Premier and all the hard work from the people that works on in the background, going into the scenes, the slides, the graphics, and all of the organizations of the teams, because trust me, you've seen how crazy they are on the field. Imagine trying to organize them. And speaking of organization, let's have a quick look at what organization we've got to come, because we've 3 more matches in store today, Mr. Bepping, 6 more maps, and 6 more teams to feature.
Virtus Pro and Ancestral are up next on the broadcast. A chance for Ancestral to take down one of the best in the ACS here after a lackluster performance against XPA, who we just saw are quite the force to be reckoned with. So Ancestral will need to recover there against VP. We'll see if they can do it, but that'll be a tough one for sure. Of course, 8 Sins and Tarkov help. Taking each other on later on in the broadcast. That will be a fantastic one as well, Cracked. And I mean, the stacked schedule all day long. Sakara and Ancient Fighters closing out the day too. We're in for a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go reload yourselves. Go collect those consumables in your shooting range. Go get yourself your snacks, your drinks, and everything else filled up for a 5-minute interval. Okay, but when we come back, we're going to be joining the Virtus Pro Bears to see if they can blow out the flame on that ancestral campfire. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Look at that. What a insane little promo you've got there for one of the amazing features that has most recently been introduced into Escape from Tarkov Arena. We'll have a little talk about that in a second, but we'd like to welcome you back and introduce you in if you've just joined us. This is the Arena Cup Series 3. This is day 2. I'm Cracked Wisdom and joined on the booth today by the wonderful, majestic Mr. Bepic, sat in some beautiful Fort scenery. How are we enjoying the day, Mr. Bepic? And by gosh, oh by gosh, does that battle pass look good?
I mean, when the video started with the camera walking up in the crowd on Bull, I mean, I knew we were in for a good cinematic action piece, let alone the battle pass. I mean, weapon camouflages, we're in for a treat here with what's to come for Arena this year, and not just on the competitive side, but within the actual game as well. That was quite the video. Way to get us set for this next matchup as well.
And look at what's been teased in the future. The roadmap has foretold many a glorious things.
Mm-hmm.
New potential clothing, camouflage, weaponry, even the thought of a new map. And if the progress and the quality of stuff that we are having produced from Battlestate Games is anything to foreshadow us for, then new maps might just be the cherry on the cake that this arena scene in 2025 is building into. And I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Bepic. When we envisioned this process, it was like a 2-3 layer cake. Right now, we're looking at a masterpiece mountain fit only for a wedding to celebrate the success of this insane scene growing.
And speaking of the newest maps, I suppose we're starting on the newest map here in Arena, starting on Fort again. We just left it, but not for very long, as Virtus Pro and Ancestral taking each other on here. And this is, I think, a heavily favored Virtus Pro roster in this matchup against a big-time underdog in Ancestral, a David versus Goliath of ACS3. And Ancestral, we were talking about it in the green room, need to step up big time if they are going to play to the levels of Virtus Pro to give themselves a shot in this best of 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Virtus Pro have been a mainstay in the scene for as long as the scene's been a thing, known full well not just for individual prowess, the likes of VP's Hard, FMX, Rask, Magic, and Andreezy, names that really haven't moved. I mean, this Virtus Pro lineup hasn't looked to change the roster because everybody has always seemed to perform on top level in the top tiers of competition, inclusive of their coach Valder in the background that's also helping support and strengthen that roster. These guys run a hard training regime where no task is too tall to have to climb when it's in search for perfection, and the team they're going up against today is going to witness that with their own 2 eyes, and that is going to be those out of the Ancestral squad: Selfish, Kafenas, Geistras, J4, otherwise known as Yohave in the long terms, Svedas and Yezmas. They're coming today to the table hoping that they've brought themselves, I think, something a little stronger than a campfire, but maybe like even a full forest fire, if they're going to be able to take on the bear that's there living in its natural territory.
I mean, yesterday against XP Academy, it was not good for Ancestral. Started off losing 9-1, 9 consecutive rounds to XPA, who we saw looked good on Bull, taking it from Pandaric Apex in that last match, but still, Ancestral got rocked on Bull and Bay 5. So to only upgrade competition here, it's going to be a rude awakening for Ancestral if they're not prepared for it. And they could use a win because right now they sit at the bottom of their respective group. But VP picking Fort, Ancestral picking Bay 5. So it is back to Bay 5 for Ancestral, but their first trip to Fort, which Virtus Pro picking Fort yesterday looked good on that map. And if they can replicate that performance, it should be smooth sailing in the waters surrounding Fort the rest of the day.
This is an interesting concept, though. Both teams feeling like with the map pick, their dynamic is willing to bathe themselves in the fire rather than play that more ranged pick-based gameplay that we've come familiar to terms with on the ball side of things and the Skybridge scenario. Right now, Fort, full force forward, looking for aggression, close quarters combat, and good space taking from the attacking side, as well as good discipline from the defending side should a rotation come through. Going to be the decisive point maker when it comes to our first map. The second one as well is going to feel very similar for Bay 5 too. Bay 5 and Fort both have one very keen thing in basic gameplay that lays the foundation for which team succeeds, Mr. Bepic, and that is all about middle control.
And that's where we saw yesterday Virtus.pro take a lot of advantages in their match against Pandaric Apex on Bay 5. And I forget their exact performance on Fort, but I'm sure it happened there too, as they looked solid. If we can show the group standings as well, I would love to see where the round differential stands heading into this, just as a reminder, as we are still in Group B. And it isn't updated from XP Academy and Pandaric Apex just yet, but you just watched it. You know how that one ended, even when it comes to round differential. But with both sides drawing, oh, it is updated. Never mind. I saw all the ones and forgot that we had just drawn that last series. Silly me, but XP Academy sitting at the top of Group B at the moment. And Ancestral there at the bottom, minus 15, can jump over Pandaric Apex with a strong showing against Virtus.pro, but it's not looking great.
Yeah, absolutely, chat. And although us casters might just be at the tip-top tier of skill level, when it comes to our yappage and commentary, he's called Mr. Bepic, not Mr. Mathematics. I'm sure we can forgive him for his flaws on this one here, but we wouldn't swap him out in the casting booth for anyone else, not even given the choice. Absolutely love to join Bepic on the couch for our casting for the day. And I'm going to be honest with you, Bepic, I'm really curious as to your opinion on these two groups, given what we've got on screen now. Is this what you expected? Did you see anybody potentially providing an upset? And do you think that upset is still to come because we've not seen it given the schedule yet?
I mean, as a caster that's only relatively recently joined the arena scene, I was less familiar with the game of the CIS region teams. And so I came into this thinking that the 4 European rosters would hold up well, but they've only won 2 maps out of the now 10 that we've played against the CIS teams. And so I'm pretty impressed with XP Academy and Ancient Fighters, especially Virtus.pro. I knew coming in, that's the one team that I knew for certain was going to be at the very top of ACS when all was said and done, and so far they've backed that up. But for the European teams, I mean, Sicario being forced into a draw, Pandaric Apex forced into a draw just now, these aren't the results that I was expecting out of EU, considering that we just wrapped up HPL, where Sicario looks so dominant.
You've hit the nail on the head. And the reason I asked that question is actually because of your fresh mind to the scene. It actually emanates and empathizes extremely well with maybe some of those in the chat that are just sort of getting involved with that arena competitive mindset, where they have just recently been exposed, like you said, to that HPL EU Season 3. But the CIS region, I mean, it's a different time zone. That's a thing. We all have lives and work to do and sleep maybe once in a while. You know, forbid we actually live healthily. So time schedules don't always match, and people don't get exposed to the matches that happen in the Epic Win line, the CIS, HPL, and so on. So a lot of people will maybe have been unfamiliar coming into this tournament with how strong that Russian region is. But let me just put it into context for you as an EU caster that talks to a lot of the EU pros in the community a lot. The Russian scene is known for being one of the top, if not the top reasons. Even the EU scene almost takes a knee to the Russian region at their skill level at times and just says, look, they are exceptionally good at the game. Doesn't mean that they can't compete with them, as we've seen from both Sicario and Pandaric now across 2 days. But it does lend a tail to the paper logic that says, seeding-wise, realistically, it's hard to put some of these European teams above some of the Russian teams in our minds.
All right, they have to change that narrative themselves with victories, and as we just saw, Pandaric Apex did a decent job of that. But XP Academy isn't exactly the top CIS team. Pandaric Apex have had now a shot at multiple strong CIS rosters in Virtus.pro, in XPA, and they have fallen short, I think, of expectations there as one of the top EU teams themselves, at least on my end. I know you have a lot of respect for the CIS rosters, Cracked, and I'm quickly learning that these teams are the real deal.
Yeah, once in a while when you play slightly later on, or slightly earlier on, actually, for the UK hours in the daytime, if you get up between sort of like 10 a.m. and 12 a.m. in the morning, you play some public ranked games, and you run the misfortune of maybe running into the likes of, you know, Solyara, Emi, some of the guys in here that do play across both the Russian and the EU servers for where they are in that CIS region regards to the European servers. So I'm going to be honest with you, it's a scary thing, and you learn to respect it very quickly, especially after you've had the majority of your stuff pushed in multiple rounds in a row, I'll be honest. Even as defensively and respectively as you try and play, they don't take no for an answer. we had an interview at the back end of Arena Cup Series 2. I don't know if you had the fortune of being able to actually bump into Bepic, where we spoke to VP's Hard and the conversation of how their team approaches the mentality of what if this happens? What if this happens? It's a no-nonsense mentality. Like, there is no failure clause. It's a, we do this or it was wrong. Like, we're not accepting it was wrong as a result. So I have to play at the top of my game all the time. And with that comes decisive discipline training. Virtus Pro were spending 4 or 5 days a week at that time committing their efforts to improving.
And that, I mean, if you're signed by Virtus Pro, which in a burgeoning scene, you're not going to see a ton of big-name esports organizations jump in just yet. But if Virtus Pro has the faith in you as a roster, you had best be grinding like that and getting the results like they have been. And it shows. I mean, favorites coming into ACS 3 here, and so far, so good. They, I think, took a pair of 9-4s against Pandaric Apex yesterday, and now they get to continue rolling over the EU region against Ancestral coming up. And, I mean, Ancestral, I know, are big underdogs in this pair of maps, but I mean, do you see any world cracked where they can keep it close?
Ooh, now you've asked me the question that I love to tease on as a Devil's advocate. No. In the realistic paperwork, on paper, nah. That Ancestral campfire at this moment in time is missing the flint to ignite the flame, let alone being put out, unfortunately, on the paper. However, that campfire seems to be lit by some mythical, magical force rather than just a fossil fuel or some other alternative, because it was the reason in HPL that they got that 4th place was we all not necessarily counted them out, but considered them the underdog. And some teams were made to pay for that mistake. So it's Arena Cup Series now, and this is where I don't think that counts, because no team is going to make the mistake of not taking you seriously.
Yeah.
It's Arena Cup Series. I mean, you're here for a reason. However, Ancestral have shown time and time again, when the odds were stacked against them in EU, that they were able to find a way. Their adaptation in-game at such quick speed was to their success. Problem they've got is the best adapting team in the world up to this point in time is sat on the other side of the pitch to them.
Yeah, that's a pretty significant problem they're going to have to overcome after just taking 3 rounds yesterday in their matchup. I mean, it's not going to be easy against Virtus Pro, but taking Fort first. We'll see how Ancestral looks there. It is Virtus Pro's map pick, of course, and VP will start on the attacking side. And I think we're both in agreement that Ancestral do require a good start on Fort if they are going to have any hopes of taking this map, or at least even making it a competitive one, upping that round differential just a little bit. But VP can control a lot of pace here, and I wonder if they go back to the style we saw yesterday against Pandaric Apex, where they're not ego challenging every single peak. They're not giving. It was against Pandaric back then. A ton of just easy swings to maybe pick up some good kills on. Instead, they played with pace. And they hit the brakes when they needed to, played for picks when they needed to, and rushed B when they needed to. It was a really good mixed bag of strategies.
That's something that we've seen a lot of in the Arena Cup Series so far. Actually, it's a good tip of the hat to. The changing up of which point has been attacked by the majority of teams so far has been a delight to watch, and it's allowed us to see some really complex team gameplay where rotations have had to be matched, where myself and Mr. Bepic, I think, could quite happily gentleman's handshake that we've probably spent more time with one eye glued to that mini-map than we have the concentration of the action, because the majority of these teams are playing so well in the front-facing chessboard that it's these flanking pieces, your rooks and your knights that are sliding in and out, that you're just waiting for somebody to call that they have chance to start that pincer with the flank as well. And that stalemate from the 2v2 pawn versus pawn matchup becomes favored in one side, and that's the go button for all the action to start exploding with. And that really has been what's tested some of these lower seeded teams versus the competent teams that are very experienced in this gameplay. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow us to take you into match number 2. That's right, it's Fort Deja Vu Electric Boogaloo. Let's go.
Let's see what Ancestral can do here. Already an aggressive stance up mid, and Magic will be calling that out, so the rest of VP can move through long and into the B site. No one falls just yet. Actually, Rask has been taken out by a team nade. And Dreezy will start off the killing with felling a teammate. Not a great start for VP, but they still can recover as they've got B site and a lot of space around it.
40 seconds off the clock already. First from the Ancestral side goes down. FMX starts to show some presence as well. Device is planted after that pick, allows them access to that B site. Magic's going to find J4 coming through that connector position. The two-man battle buddy system from Selfish is going to leave one split out, but Hard is not going to give you space for that. You can't swing together and then separate on point of contact. Virtus Pro showing no gaps will be left uncovered. Retake not allowed.
Do we call it a flawless when the one member loss was a team kill for Virtus Pro?
I don't know, actually. That's an interesting concept.
All right, we'll shelve that one then. It didn't look flawless at the start, but they cleaned it up there at the very end. 4 kills without Ancestral registering a single one of their own. Already, Virtus Pro, with the dominant start, are showing what they are made of, and you know, if they can take away the team kills and get back to completely flawless thing, then maybe they'll be all right. But Geistress has a big pair of frags to begin the hit back out of Ancestral. Can't find a third, though. So Virtus Pro make this an even 3v3.
That's a good retake nade. It's going to go out on towards Headshot. There's nobody there to hold it, though. Selfish looking to come back in from this K position as pressure is put down from Kafenas from Cult. Bomb currently being planted on site. A pick attempted from Selfish gets repelled by Rask in that Enforcer kit. Big bully bullets out of the PKP going to punish for one as Magic puts another one down, and Andrezi finishes the round off with Kafenas as the final kill.
It's so rapid. The retake falls flat and in quick succession on different fronts. Ancestral trying to fight and penetrate into sight, but Virtus Pro won't let them. That was great by Geistress at the start, getting 2 big kills. You can see Ancestral trying to use forward footing, forward position, try and catch early frags and plunge Virtus Pro into an awkward mid-round, but once that's cleaned up, there's not a plan B for Ancestral, it seems like, as Virtus Pro are still dominating the mid and late round situations, if we even get to a late round situation. Another opener from Geistress, but it's immediately answered back with a kill from FMX, one for Magic, who will double up, and Virtus Pro once again have full access to A.
Yeah, the bomb is being planted with much better site control this time from Virtus Pro, and what seemed to be a slightly stickier situation last time turned out in their favor. Now seems to be all but a foregone conclusion in round number 3. Pushing up his Magic as he's going to try and punish Selfish for playing defensively. Jumps out and into the peak, tries to get that headshot, and instead swings quickly and claims the life of Selfish, the last alive on the Ancestral squad. You asked me a question, Mr. Bepic. Was round 1 flawless considering the one person that fell over from Virtus Pro was a team kill? I've decided my answer. I'm going to say it's no, but I'm going to spell flawless differently. Floorless. And it's not flawless because one of the team members was laying on the floor.
All right. I like that answer. That was worth cooking it up after a couple of rounds. Well done, Cracked. So, not flawless, unfortunately, for VP, but close enough. It counts as a round win, and that's what matters at this stage. 3 consecutive to open up their map pick. And this is not the start you're hoping for out of Ancestral, and Magic will move in aggressively again. Geistress is a first blood king right now, but that doesn't get you round wins. You need bloods 2 through 5, and that's what Virtus Pro will supply. Magic runs into Kofenas, but doesn't quite recognize immediately that's an enemy, and so jumps over towards their teammate, but doesn't matter. VP has numbers, and a 4th now with a player on 10 kills. Did I read that right?
Yep, you absolutely did. And as this replay comes on through, we're going to get to see why. Geistress has been doing great work in this corner, has been good for 2 the majority of the rounds here, but just the pressure from Virtus Pro comes through and floods out the rest of that aggression, including the grenade to deflate that 2-piece that was all about to deny the Virtus Pro access to that site. It's crazy to say, but honestly, I've officially already won my Arena Cup Series 3. We've received the seal of approval from Mr. Bepic chat. Officially Cracked Wisdom Cup Series champion in the casting booth. That claimed and said set aside. Now we just need to decide which of those 2 teams is going to be separated on the day. Geistress claims another 2-piece. Brother, this man is just too good for 2.
It's about once Geistress falls, though. That's where it gets messy for Ancestral, but Geistrus might not be doing any falling here, as he's picked up 4 kills and is on for an ace round win for Ancestral. It'll be some way to announce their presence on Fort, as it has been lacking thus far, but Andreezy will by no means go down without a fight. Still walking into a bit of a crossfire. It's just playing arches, has to watch a couple of angles, but tucks away behind cover and never even gets given a fight. Andreezy is out of there. He's headed towards B, and Selfish will follow in tow.
Just look at the mentality from the 4 players, the 3 players left on the pitch right now. Sorry, the 4s and the kills feeds are confusing me. Selfish, 0 and 4. Geistress, 9 and 4. More importantly, Andreezy has not died yet. Little nugget of information for you about the Virtus Pro lineup. Andreezy is known as the solid backbone anchor. Reason being, this scenario in a 1v2 is his familiar territory and it's where he excels. As this push comes round, Andreezy's going to catch tempo of 1, watches his back, the spray in the fire allows him to go back for cover. Andreezy plays it smart, waits in and goes for another off-angle peek, and this is Andreezy, textbook professional player. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you the backbone of this Virtus Pro lineup in full 4K definition.
I don't know where to start here. The Geistrus failed ace clutch, the 4 kills that he notched that round, and is the only player to register a kill for Ancestral. 9 total. The rest of the team is on 0. Or should we just start with the obvious, and that Virtus Pro, doesn't matter the situation, they are superior to their competition in the server right now. Great clutch out of Andreezy. 1v2, it doesn't matter. Just as comfortable as when we're in the middle of rounds and Virtus Pro have a 5v3, 5v4, whatever advantage you might have, as now it's a 4v4 with Magic picking up another frag. It's their 11th as they're dominating in the server, and Hard pushes up, but is countered by Ancestral. They were trading well before Magic and FMX really tossed a wrench in the plans of Ancestral and leave J4 on his lonesome on Fort in a 1v3.
Yeah, this is something that Ancestral have shown strength in. Reduced numbers clutches from members like J4 is something we're commonly knowing him to succeed in, but this is a whole other animal that he's going to do it against. And Magic is going to be the member that's standing up for the MVP inside of this round, matching that 3-piece from the previous round of their adversaries with a 3-piece of his own. Virtus Pro moved to an untouched 6-0 lead so far on the attacking side. 2 more for one thing that I will talk as flawless Mr. Bepic, and that's an 8-0 first half if they manage to claim it.
I haven't seen that yet this weekend. Ancestral were close. It was 7-1 on Bowl yesterday against XP Academy, that they were on the wrong side of, mind you. But Virtus Pro are in a good position here, though Ancestral have shown an ability to gain advantages early in rounds, and this will be another one. Geistrus with a first blood. Hopefully you're keeping count. We've got to be hitting the 4 or 5 mark at this point, but once again, it's a first blood in vain, as Virtus Pro get the subsequent kills and have a 3v2.
It really does feel like somebody that was recording that initial opening tune to the Lord of the Rings, just kind of cuts halfway and the record just kind of breaks and stops, doesn't it? It's like almost that familiar storyline of a miracle scenario is about to come through and the Ancestral squad is going to show some form of a resurgence. But the Virtus Pro lineup does not like the sound of the music, apparently. We're singing Bye Bye Miss American Pie. No songs allowed. No, there's no way he's going to... He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Oh!
Not a moment to spare, cracked. Apparently, he didn't know at the start, but he quickly found out. And Andreezy wins another clutch for Virtus Pro. And we don't have exact milliseconds told to us as to how much time was between Ancestral and that defuse, but it couldn't have been many.
0.3 of a second as my eyes were glued to that clock as it nearly hit the zeros. Oh, brother, you're so right as well. He didn't know. But then the second he doesn't get challenged twice over, 2 seconds tick off the bomb defusal timer, and, well, that's the cue to go. Not allowing anything to uncertainty. The swing is necessary, and that also is going to encourage an early aggressive opener from Virtus Pro in round number 8. Magic picks up the first.
This could very well be a 20-minute map. We are really looking at the possibility of Virtus Pro flawlessing their map pick of Fort against Ancestral, who have had good moments. They've had good openings. Geistrus has been certainly a bright spot for the team, but The only bright spot, I think, for the team. 7-0 Virtus Pro, and in this 4v2, they can close it out. Well, there's a flank coming that, well, FMX is prepared for. I won't even dive down that rabbit hole, as Virtus Pro don't give me the time to. 8-0. They dominate their attacking half of Fort.
The metaphor of not having the flame started on the campfire feels very real. I'm going to be honest. Magic, 14 kills after the first half. It is a flawless first half from Virtus Pro. And this is the reason they are known as the Arena Cup Series Season 2 champions. This is what you expect from a top seed team coming into this tournament today. And unfortunately, Ancestral are really struggling to be able to match this kind of dominance.
What a beautiful map. I mean, Virtus Pro, I think they're well on their way to winning this cracked, so I was just taking in the beauty. Not even listening to the analysis. I know you've got it covered as, okay, well, actually, Ancestral could change things, but you can't be killing one another. Now's not the time for it. You're gonna be frustrated. But Virtus Pro don't need donations. They just take wins. Magic closes it out, and that'll be 16 frags in 9 rounds. Almost 2 kills per round. VP dominates Fort.
And what's absolutely crazy is that Geistras, without having his team have a single round to their favor, almost matches that good for 2 per round ratio as well the entire way down. A struggling Ancestral side sees multiple members lost, swimming down in the deep end, but a one shining light in Geistras standing up in map number 1. That being said, that is the only highlight in the headlights as the Virtus Pro Battle Wagon blunders its way through game 1 with a flawless performance, 9-0, without a single caution, it seems, being dusted off the shoulders as the champions carry themselves on to their tournament chances.
Do we have anyone that was officially timing that? Because I'm fairly certain that was less than a 15-minute game that we just played on Fort, because the rounds were fairly quick. I mean, we saw a lot of early engages, and so they ended quite quickly. 9-0 VP speed run on Fort, and that might be the fastest map of Arena I have ever watched.
I think that you would be absolutely able to go out on a limb and stake a bet against that being the fastest game in history of the arena scene so far when it comes to competitive matches. That being said, it could be about to be matched again in a similar pace, in a similar environment, and this was the foreshadowing I didn't want to talk about before map 1 here, and is what I am going to talk about here in map number 2. Bay 5 and Fort fall under the category of more of the same. And if that pace is kept by this Virtus Pro lineup, I really hope that Ancestral did not come to the table with high hopes of their expectations today so that they can keep a good mental going through for the rest of the group stages, because this could be an absolute shutout.
Certainly. I mean, that's a rough way to begin. You got Bay 5 next. I think the best bit of copium I can give to Ancestral fans is that is their map pick. And on Bay 5 yesterday, they got more rounds than they did on Bowl. And that's where the copium stops for now. It was a fast one, and we're going to bring up some highlights here. And there aren't many on the Ancestral side. I think VP are going to have a claim to the majority of them. And right there at the start, we were showing Ancestral highlights, and now it's back to the VP ones.
Honestly, just the all ones for threes, and as the spectators flying round over, giving us a beautiful aerial view, you get to see the authority and the dominance that the Virtus Pro lineup was putting out. Confidence in gunplay. It's almost like they've got that pre-mental mindset, isn't it, Mr. Bepic, that they just have that 1 versus 1 skill, that ability to outplay with the guns. And it was something that a lot of teams fell prey to in HPL, but this Virtus Pro lineup, they have the right to have that kind of confidence, because again and again, they've proven that it's well-founded.
Even right there, when Magic does screw up, when he doesn't notice that there's a player right there attacking his teammate planting the bomb, he still gets the kill, still lands, and has time to set his feet for the frag. And I think that sums up that map for Virtus Pro. And here, Andreezy, that 1v2 was something special. That was the best chance that Ancestral had to take a round on this map. And it was a 4K for Geistras, and a 1v1 at the end that Andreezy takes all away. And right there, actually, that might have been actually the best chance that Ancestral had to win a round. But still, when we're talking about the ifs, they could have won rounds there. It's not a good map.
It's one of those maps that does tend to snowball one way or the other, especially when you've got two teams that are maybe not as balanced in skill level coming into the map. If you two evenly sided teams on a map like 4 and one gets the better of the other early on, there's enough time for that other team to adjust. This time around, it's different, and Virtus Pro don't give you time to adjust. You said it yourself. We didn't have time for any form of color other than about a sentence worth of analysis between the gameplay for two reasons. One, there wasn't time to because the next round we were into so quick that the action had started before we'd finished. And two, because there wasn't enough gameplay for us to analyze because it was over so quick. What are we meant to say? And Virtus Pro, other than Geistras being exceptionally good at holding his own in 90, just killed everyone. Respectfully, that's how it was. Virtus Pro did not have to put down anything too complex other than basic foundations, fundamentals, and playing the pace.
Well, there isn't much to say. Virtus Pro dominated the conversation both in the map and with the words coming out of our mouths, and that is more than likely going to continue on Bay 5 unless Ancestral can do something differently, because it feels like just the eye test, the raw fragging power of VP is so much more potent than it is on the Ancestral side. So many engages outside of Geistras. That was the one player that could keep up with VP players on Forts. But for Ancestral, they need more players to step up. They need to win more mid-round duels. The openers were great. Defensively, they were getting a lot of first bloods, getting a lot of multi-frags to put themselves in early advantages. But after that, Virtus Pro would move in, the reinforcements would arrive, and then the round was over. The map was over just as quick, it felt like.
You've hit the nail on the head, and I think going into this next map that Ancestral have got to look at this from a different perspective. Like, essentially, this is a ranked game now. They have to forget that they're playing the Virtus Pro lineup. They have to completely remove themselves from the immersion of this being an Arena Cup Series match and just find some comfort from something in the gameplay that allows them to put together a couple of jigsaw puzzle pieces that might just find a secret chink in the armor that Virtus Pro haven't shown just yet. If it exists, I'm going to be honest with you, after looking back at a couple of highlights and match clips on my right-hand screen, whilst we're talking about this analysis and breakdown from yesterday's action and even the earlier game from today, other teams in this tournament have had some unforced errors made of them. Virtus Pro in that game did not show a slight section of an unforced error other than overconfidence, which is what we exposed from Magic at the end, like you said there, where it wasn't capitalized on. Even that one overconfident play could be a little notch in the mental back for Ancestral where, well, I killed him. He made a mistake and I did kill him. They're not infallible. It feels like, oh, he made a mistake and I still died, and that's going to suck. So those of you in the chat, if you're an Ancestral fan, you've got to rise up in support right now. The Flame needs some extra support from the community to stoke that fire if they're going to be able to step back up again. We were proud to be an EU member last night as Sicario swung strong to steal a map. We were even more proud this morning as the Pandas claimed themselves a point on the board too. The tale is EU are looking to make upsets happen. It would be the upset of the century if Virtus Pro were to go 1-1 on the day after a 9-0 flawless fort performance.
And that's what we're hoping for. Even a close Bay 5 is what we're hoping for. Because, you say Virtus Pro was flawless. It had the team kill at the very start of Fort. I saw that and I was like, okay, maybe they're not coming in to this map locked in. But that quickly changed as they didn't drop anybody else that round. And it felt like the same from there on out. But I agree with you, would be the upset of the century, would toss Group B into utter chaos, joining Group A in that regard. But still, Group B has kind of gone, I think, the way we might have expected, considering the CIS success, if you were expecting that right out of the gate. But Ancestral, here on Bay 5, will need to step up and show us something we did not see any of on Fort. And VP on their defensive half, already in a good spot to potentially get this one over the line for 3 points.
I'm looking for anything to separate Ancestral here from the standard method of play. Something crazy, something out of the book, just something different that might throw the Virtus.pro lineup out of sync. A couple of spears on board. We saw that crucially damaging TRG down the mid lane there in the hands of Selfish again. Geistras is good for the first blood. It's the one underlying tone. Time and time again. And Dreezy responds. The Balti is destructive, but the trade is there.
Little teammate bait right there. The guys just sacrificing their teammate for the kill, and it's all for naught. And Dreezy picks up a pair of big frags, and Rask signs off on the round. Virtus.pro keep their streak going.
It's a better start. The Ancestral players started playing off each other's shoulders there. We saw some more coordination. We saw a bit of cohesion, and we saw them working to their advantage. Geistras is on a tear. Good. Okay. Send a teammate in before them. If you have to bait a teammate one after the other to kill them all, then so long as Geistras is the last left standing in the 1v1 at the end of it, it'll work. It might not be clean. It might not be great gameplay for the case of it being constructive in the case of objective play, like bomb being planted, bomb being retaken, but Ancestral need to find something a little bit dirty, a little bit messy here to be able to upset these kind of strength from Virtus.pro.
Okay, bit of action now. Kofenas mid will find a pair of kills, but jumps into the gun of Andreezy, who just finds the one. J4 trades Kofenas out, and this is a 3v2 for Ancestral. Perhaps now is the time for them to strike back, get around on the board, and with the device going down, J4 still playing outside, and it is time to come home for dinner. FMX will send him there early. It's a 2v2, even standing, moving into this retake for VP.
This would be the biggest start to a second map and a fresh start to the matchup overall in the head-to-head. You can forget about a 9-0. If you start off 1-1, oh, go on. Do it to him. Oh, he didn't commit. Okay, pros don't fake, but it doesn't matter because covers. Oh, my word, Ancestral win them both!
They got them! I thought for sure that fake would catch them out, and it's perfect. It baits in the two Ancestral players, but Svedas and Geistras together will get around on the board for Ancestral. Perhaps Bay 5 is the start of something special here.
The target acquisition was perfect. They actually traded the battles even player for player. So the Virtus.pro A-Plat member was to take site, who covered Rat, who covered door, who covered opposite door. And what happens was the Ancestral members actually crossfire trade better than Virtus.pro do on the site for the first time all day. One apiece.
One apiece, but Virtus.pro have only been forced to a little bit of their armor off. And 1-1, Ancestral need to take more opportunities to strike the frame around VP. At the moment, we are slowing way down. Virtus.pro are playing with that pace again. Not taking any aggressive picks. It was Ancestral last round that played through mid. Kofenas got a big couple of kills down the center of Bay 5, and now it's Selfish watching this lane, and FMX will swing shortly. And note one Ancestral player before backing off and re-peeking.
What's crazy about this is the immediate adjustment. Never mind, hold up a second. Selfish does find the frag top mid, and now mid control goes in the favor of the Ancestral squad. Attacking side has the bomb and Battle Buddy over towards the A site, though. Here's the rotation I was hoping for. If you're an Ancestral fan, this is good. Top mid strength, two moving towards con boxes and hell. Bomb is through green. Magic does find a pick on the rotation, but with enough members, that's okay to take. Still only one in spawn to contest. The Harbor member goes down, and Kofenas hits good shots. 4v3 is...
Player advantage for Ancestral here. 4v3, yep. And they will take B site full control. Take a player as well with them. One moving through fuel, one through connector. Hard misses everything right there, but still connects eventually to Kofenas. Svedas as well. That's two down and out for Ancestral, and Hard alone fakes the defuse, looking to bait players in, but no one was ready to jump on that, so they don't bite. hard. Now chasing J4 has 30 seconds to play, but time doesn't matter. Ancestral close out the round and will get themselves a lead.
Ancestral must have heard us in the interval, I'm not going to lie to you as we jump into this highlight replay here, but my words just got shoved straight down my throat. Shots from Hard out of the connector from this SKS only find one of two after both of them are not quite watching. He does manage to clean up the second one eventually from a good little two-piece, but it's not enough to save the round. So Ancestral have had good aggressive picks on the opener. Kofenas and Geistras have now shown competence and been able to take these gunfights on an equal level. VP adjust in round 3 and play defensively. They don't give opening early aggressive picks, and they try to play off of that. Ancestral show composure in that decisive gameplay and instead leverage an open pick from the Balti, which is exactly where this meta gameplay seems to lie if a quiet first beginning of the round opens up. This shows them forming some strength of their own and shows that they have adjusted to this meta. Well played, round 3 to Ancestral, 2-1.
More mid-control now. Grenade, though, will land close to Selfish. Bit of a jump scare, but not a kill for VP. Still, the bomb is leaning towards the A site where 3 Virtus Pro members are standing around. Svedas can drop a bit of utility here around A main as the play appears to be going towards A, and that smoke takes a glance off of a wall there. I'm not quite sure if that was intentional. But Crack, maybe they know something we don't.
Hey, I never question these sometimes, honestly. Some of the cooks on this is kind of crazy. If you're going to think about it from a really loose angle, let's talk about the boost from the other side of A plat or a jump shot. Maybe they're smoking that off. Who knows? Anything could be possible inside of this. It's like the FA Cup of football, but instead it's going to be bullets and blasting down the mid lane. FMX is going to deny Selfish that mid control from a more defensive position this time. Shows Virtus Pro have adjusted even further. They just do not want to get into these gunfights if they have a chance to lose them. Instead, kiting in, Hard finds one with the Baltic. Kofenas trades one back as Magic goes down. FMX finds J4. Ooh. That guy's very dead. Oh, and so's that one as well. Oh my word. Okay, Hard decides it's time to step up. Pedal hits the metal and the accelerator hits the floor.
Missed several shots last round playing around B and has shown that he's locked in just that little bit extra. Sitting up a bit more as those are a pair of accurate hits. Svedas and Kofenas go down, and Virtus Pro will answer back. You didn't feel like Ancestral were going to run away with this thing. They're going to have to scrap out every possible round win and route to a potential 9 if they do pull off an upset. As you said, the upset of the century if it does end up happening. But at the moment, just 2 now as Virtus Pro get back level, though. Geistras has help on Bay 5, and that's already a nice sight for Ancestral. Improvement from Fort.
Selfish is sneaking his way through this alley. He's going to be able to find the pick if he gets timing right. He's not quite quick enough on the shot there. The cross right to left from Virtus Pro will stabilize up that back alley control. What's really good about this from the Ancestral side is the Smoke and Mirrors gameplay, though, is covering up this slow push up mid from the bomb and their battle buddy. Just 2 members of shots ring out. Green has moved to cover.
Good start. Ancestral again. Selfish's sniper rifle taking control of mid. Take a lot of space down Bay 5 now, but Virtus Pro prepared for them to take even more than afforded as Rask does find a pick there. Still, the fight continues around Forklift. Rask continue to take names, but Geistras will put an end to their reign of terror. 2v3. Ancestral grab the bomb, and I'm curious to see where they go with it. Selfish finds a pick mid, and with that, they've got some options. It looks like it's moving back towards A, but they'll have to take the CT A main route, and that is being watched by Andreezy, watched like a hawk, but Geistras takes them out of the sky, and alongside a wounded Magic, will begin a 1v1.
This is doable. This is 100% doable. Both of them have a similar level of health left, and both of them have both the same weapon to fight this. This is about down to player. Skill versus skill is about as close as it gets. There's lots of differing variables inside of Tarkov, but this is about as close as you're going to see to an even match. Shots are going to count. Magic doesn't make it. Geistras dips left, right. Baits out the swing. Magic, great movement to try and pressure Geistras. Pushes out the reload, and he's going to catch him on the run down to the alley. Geistras doesn't make it in time. 25 left on the clock, and Magic might be bleeding out, but he's going to have enough health left to defuse that bomb.
Stresses the importance of cardio as well. Catching up to Geistras, trying to reposition back alley, and Sends some bullets through his back. That's well done. In another clutch situation, Virtus Pro were put in awkward spots. I mean, Magic has less health and was bleeding out, the upper body full of red and black, but VP closed things out regardless of the situation, and that's what happened on Fort. When rounds got close, Virtus Pro still found ways to win.
I honestly had a lot of faith that was going to be an ancestral round. I mean, you've got to give props to Selfish in that one. 2 phenomenal picks in that mid lane. Give control for rotation across to the B side and then back across to A. Without that opening, Geistras isn't given a chance to be able to do anything with the bomb positioning and the numbers disadvantage. Then Geistras gets the refrag and puts his own 2 pence into the pot. And it's more than worth his weight in gold. It just doesn't quite come out of the clutch as VP's Magic shows us why Virtus Pro are considered, even in the toughest situations, to be kings of the competition. That's the kind of shot we're looking for from Geistras to elevate, though.
Prepared for the second peek. Saw the initial one, I'm sure, as 2 ships exchanging glances in the night, but Geistras will find another down as Virtus Pro are in once more a poor spot when it comes to the man advantage. Ancestral in a 4v3 will now pivot towards B, but there are a couple players strong. Rask won't quite connect with the first. Actually, they will secure the kill eventually and adds to the feed as well, just like that. Virtus Pro go from a 3v4 to a 2v none. It's dominance at the end of round 6.
Ancestral forgot one crucial thing. They've been putting a lot of pressure to the A site, and the Enforcer has been caught in rotation by that Balti a couple of times over now, but they did forget that Enforcer still has a PKP and is still wearing a masker, and therefore, when trying to get onto the B site, it is oppressive to try and get through, at the very least, devastating to run into at the most.
Rough one to lose once more. Ancestral need to be converting when they have player advantages, the 5v4s, the 4v3s, whatever it is. These are advantages you don't get often against the best teams in Arena. And Virtus Pro, once again, find a way to make an awkward round into a win. Geistras, 7 kills to their name so far, top of the leaderboard for their team, and tied with Hard at the top of the general leaderboard. Still not able to find a pick there, but Magic has lost a bit of health. So, slight advantage towards Ancestral as they move in towards A, looking to chunk out any more health bars. Magic, low on health, yes, but still more than capable of a strong double. Mark that triple to open up round 7.
Oh, word. And Kofenas and J4 almost confused about where each other are as shots into the back of the teammate remove a little bit of health. But Magic's set on for being able to finish this one off all on his own. Hard gets removed from the equation. Andreezy on the aggressive angle on the door is going to be in a different position, and that's what they've done. They've sent Magic on the flank to go hunt down the 4th and out for the 5th. Andreezy does not give him the chance, though. Denied the ace only by the fact that the teammate's not left alive to kill.
And they get another round win. It started so favorably towards Ancestral. They move into A site. They note Magic, but Magic keeps taking heads from that one position. The gunplay from VP is clinical. And then it's closed out well by Magic and the ace stealer in Andreezy. But I don't think Magic's going to care too much as VP claim another round win. And if you look at the kill distribution, it's been fairly even. 3 players at 7, 1 at 6, and poor FMX down a couple at just 4. But Virtus Pro still in a commanding position on Bay 5. See if they can get that 6-2 first half advantage. Not quite an 8-0, but still a strong beginning to Bay 5.
Yeah, Magic grabs that early pick from the jump peak over the bus towards the A site after the Balti lays down its damage. 2 members of Ancestral already removed from round number 8. Andreezy only paying with about 25% of his life for it. Still nice and healthy. Just an arm and a slightly damaged head for now.
Silence across Bay 5. As quick as some of these rounds have gone, Virtus Pro have slowed it down defensively, but Magic is creeping forward. Notes the gap in the smoke and is waiting, tempting anyone for Ancestral to peek it. Smoke fades. Magic will keep advancing. We'll see if they can hear any footsteps as no one's really moving around. Ancestral have 50 seconds to make a move. The bomb is towards A. And Magic creeping up, finds a little corner to stare at, and they'll start counting how many bricks are in that wall as Hard misses an opening shot. Magic finds first blood and second as they continue to make their presence known across the map, and they finally swing around, and Ancestral note their position, but it's far too late. 6-2 VP.
A much better first half from Ancestral than what we saw in the first map. It is still a very strong first half from Virtus.pro and a dominant performance so far on Bay 5 at a 6-2 scoreline, but it is much more of what we saw from Ancestral's success in the EU HPL than it is from their lack of it in the first map here in the Arena Cup series. So it was always going to be a tough match for Ancestral today. The one thing we asked them to come into today with was positive mindset and approach to be able to try and take down one of the top teams in the CIS region. 2 rounds in the bag after the first half. They've taken a good step towards trying to do that, but it's definitely not going to be the result they were looking for on the day. That being said, Virtus.pro will be walking away from this one, I think, very confident and happy with the performance so far, with very little left to do to close out a great 2-0.
Oh, okay. Selfish was ready for that, but Magic still got one, and FMX cleans up. A poor omen for Ancestral's defensive half, as that nade kill was just the first warning sign for round 9, as VP take an aggressive middle stance and will put 7 on the board as they start off their attacking half with a bomb down in round 1.
Virtus.pro moved to 7, 2 rounds away, from securing the game and securing the head-to-head with a 2-0 victory. Ancestral have got anything to swing back with. Now's the time. If we're going to see a miracle resurgence or some strength and solidarity, it's going to have to be in this defending round right now. I want to move Virtus.pro to match point, because if they get there, I guarantee you the 9th's going to follow very quickly afterwards. So let's have a look and see how Ancestral adjust. 2 defensive deep towards the B site, a third playing mid control. FMX is in already for the first A site player, immediately removed. Officers down as Magic is way too quick on the rotation, and that is going to be site access for Virtus.pro. Oh, never mind. I don't even think they're fussed about the bomb at this point in time. It's just an absolute devastation.
Did the attackers' side spawn move closer to the middle of the map once we changed side? Because that's how Virtus.pro are playing it right now. Sprinting through mid, sprinting through A main, and they're cutting off rotations before the rotations have even been called for. And that is so difficult to play against if you're Ancestral, because the map has shrunk on you.
Yeah, look at how quickly they're in onto the site. By the time the other 4 members of the Virtus.pro lineup are going into their office, Magic's already out of the other office, ready to re-swing to catch the team member that's holding it from the good position in the alleyway. Speed, decisiveness, and execution. Virtus.pro, 3 key points for when going into any other team is to catch them unprepared by just being decisive. And it works. Rask for 1, Andreezy for the second. Oh my word, it's more of the same. Kofenas up for 2. That's a big response.
3. Kofenas is on a tear at the moment. Guy stress rotating in, has to expect the player there, and still loses the duel. Hard claps back as well, and Magic jumps around a box into an instant selfish kill. 9-2 the final. Ancestral put up a fight, but Virtus.pro are the best in ACS for a reason.
I don't have words for what just happened. I don't have words. You cannot be serious. Magic with the jump 360 into a little bit of Dirty Dancing. Boy's got moves like Jagger and all the swagger to go with it. Oh my word, Virtus.pro. Dancing on the graves of their enemies as they smoothly sail on through to a 2-0 victory. 9-2 in Bay 5. A much better performance from Ancestral all around, but it's just not enough. It's Virtus.pro. They're dominant, and they have been dominant for so long for this exact reason. What a performance. Magic MVP. 4 rounds worth of MVPs individually and a 15-6 scoreline. Well played.
It did never feel like the first picks of Virtus.pro went alone. There were always multi-frags to open things up in rounds, and not just necessarily from the player that got first blood either. There were always teammates there to back it up, especially on the defensive half. I mean, VP, strong all around. Ancestral did well to get a couple of rounds there, but that is all they can take away from their Bay 5 exhibition against the reigning champs of the Arena Cup Series. So, we'll get to watch a highlight reel, mostly dominated by Virtus Pro, but there were some bright spots. Kofanos and Geistras, I think, had a combined 17 kills between the two of them, and were looking good for Ancestral, but the team did need more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we do get to roll on into that action and take a look at those highlights, before we get to check that out, I want to shout out to the chat. We will be taking a short intermission momentarily, and we'll give you a prompt before we go on into that. But during that, there will be a giveaway active. However, this giveaway is active on the Hunt Premier channel, and the command to be able to enter it will only work here. So if you're on the BSG channel, take a moment to jump over. All right, come and get your free stuff from the Hunt channel. Make sure you pop your !ACS. It will be in the Hunt channel Twitch chat to be able to enter in the giveaway. We don't mind where your viewership is, folks. We just want to make sure you don't miss out on the prizes, all right? So to make sure that your entry is counted, get yourself with that !ACS in the Hunt Premier Twitch channel during the break. But like we said, it's highlights after highlights, Mr. Vepic, and we're going to get to see a whole load of them.
And giving away 2 keys as well. Philbo was feeling generous today. He's in a giving mood in this fine day 2 of ACS action. And fair enough, it's been a good day so far. I mean, Virtus Pro kind of negated the storyline that maybe we're playing every single round possible today with the combined 40 that we got across the first 2 maps of the day. But since then, it's been all Virtus Pro, just giving up 2 round losses in their 2 maps played. They are looking like the best team at the moment with their pair of 9-4s yesterday against Pandaric Apex, which are certainly a step above Ancestral. Even them, Virtus Pro, were dispatching of well.
Yep. Well, we can consider the fire of Ancestral in Game 2 of our day today completely and utterly extinguished. Yeah. The bear's bark is probably less scary than the bite, it seems. Virtus Pro considered Virtus Pro for a reason, and they delivered that and displayed that expertly today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a quick smooth look at some of those highlights right there from that most recent matchup.
Starting off with a VP highlight, of course. Hard was so clinical with their shooting, and this sums it up for Ancestral, I think. Always being watched. Mid was constantly under siege, and sometimes they did win that middle battle on their attacking half. It was a successful point of their strategy, but still couldn't convert much off the back of that. And for Ancestral, I kind of forgot their first 2 round wins came at the start of the map, and Virtus Pro went on a run after that.
This was delicious as well, the first on the point. He gets the second on the plat afterwards, but good shots from Rask as we saw him defending out on Forklift. Plays his way extremely well, picks up a second. He eventually gets the third on the back of that there. Magic with the good swing after we saw the ring around the roses on the point, and you just can't walk into a site with an Enforcer still holding the 90 like that. It's just too much strength. Magic making magic happen in front of our eyes as he knocks over multiple members of the Ancestral attack, including some beautiful pixel peeking off of the early parts of the round.
It's cracking heads. It's impressive. And there, even though Magic goes down immediately, still gets 1. Impressively so. And that leads to so much forward positioning out of VP. And once that started happening, I knew the defensive half for Ancestral was over. Virtus Pro played that so well and will take 3 points in their 2nd consecutive series of ACS 3.
Yeah, it's another dominant performance out of Virtus Pro, and it's, I think, what we would have expected, given the groups and the group that they're sat in, for where they're going to sit on the table after today's performance. And I think they're rightfully so going to be confident in their ability to be able to take themselves through to the knockout stages. I think that was something that they would have come in as a bottom line. Virtus Pro, seeded so highly in their region and in the Arena Cup series on the whole, I'm expecting they're looking for a top 4 placement minimum. I mean, we've got to give the respect that it could be top 4, not top 1 or 2, because the teams that have turned up to the Arena Cup series are a lot tougher this time around, and it's something that has continuously proven to be the case and trend. First Arena Cup series was won by Paravision, which was touted by a squad that finished off with a full 5-piece flawless ace from Romza to close out that for the prize money at the time there, which was an amazing scene to see. But That became individual gameplay. Arena Cup Series 2 told a different story. Virtus Pro had to overcome their demons, even through some of the group stages losses that they had to turn around in matches in, knockouts to get to their championship title spot that was based off of a team effort. Now it's gone even further. It can't just be an individual performance or a team effort. You've got to have every factor. You've got to be good with the meta. You've got to be good at most of the map choices, if not all of them. You've got to be able to take maps off of teams that are arguably probably better skilled than you are in a tough setting. And that's the kind of demanding level of competition that the Arena Cup series asks of these people, and that's why we love to commentate it.
There's an exciting amount of parity at the top of the ACS and arena scene at the moment, and we're going to get to see some more of that here after a quick break. 10 minutes on the clock between now and the start of our coverage of 8 Sins and Tarkov Help. Eager to get that one underway, as that will define certainly how Group A falls. But short break in the meantime. ACS 3 will return in just a little bit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series Day 2, Season 3. That's right, you're here with Cracked Wisdom and Mr. Bepic, sat on the casting couch, ready to cast and commentate on all of the amazing, kooky, and chaotic plays that are about to come crushing down on adversaries not ready to meet their maker today, as we've seen already one European team bathed in their own fire by the dominance from the CIS region, and a counter to that argument from the first match of the day, which saw Europe splitting a matchup one apiece from the two ties that we've had on the table. Epic, it's been hot, as has the topic of which of the next two teams taking to the table is going to take the W in that head-to-head, as we look forward to 8sins trying to represent the EU region this time, taking on against Tarkov Help.
8sins yesterday, a little flat against Ancient Fighters, but Tarkov Help certainly the opposite against Sicario. I mean, 1-1 there to close out the day. A tight win for them on Fort, I do believe, and still Tarkov Help coming in here, I think, as favorites over 8sins, but this should be a good one here. Long-time players on both sides, a lot of experience on both ends, and when things get stressful at this portion of the group stage, these are the players you expect to step up.
Absolutely, and let's just remind those folks at home from the last Arena Cup series where these two teams bumped heads quite a few times, potentially even considered very close rivals in the competitive ACS scene across regions. This matchup went 9-7 to Tarkov Help the last time they met, and that one was only across the one map. So interesting perspective from that one, as that was part of not an elimination stage, but a Swiss stage to move forward to eliminations. And Team EPA overall in that tournament standings ended up third in the Swiss stage in the table, with Tarkov Help finishing first, both with 3 points, but Tarkov Help with a 16-round difference, whilst EPA carried a 13-round difference. For those of you at home, a little confused, EPA is the former version of this 8sins roster, now picked up by the 8sins org throughout the HPL Season 3 for the EU scene. They are looking to try and assert their dominance and show the reason why they were one of the first teams to be picked up by an org when it comes to competitive arena.
Certainly synonymous with the top of the competitive arena scene, and to Tarkov Help, I mean, yesterday, Natrig was massive for them in the match against Sicario. It was a great showcase of CIS skill to conclude the day one of ACS that didn't deliver a ton of close maps, but their wins, even their loss against Sicario on Skybridge, was close. And if we can look at the map picks as well for both these sides, the change up for 8sins. Not too huge a change, but they did pick Bowl first yesterday when given first choice against Ancient Fighters, and now they've pivoted to Bay 5, whereas Tarkov Help are sticking with Fort. The third time we'll get to watch Fort today. But interesting. What do you make anything special of these map picks, Cracked, or is this pretty standard?
It's an interesting one when it comes to the Chaos again. We're going back to the two close quarters maps, but
yeah,
it's 8sins and it is Tarkov Help. Neither of these two teams were seen as like dominant featured forms when it comes to just overrunning these very close quarters maps. Not the likes of your Sicarios, your Virtus Pros, even your Pandemic Apex, formerly known as Oil Rig at the time, where they were known for just running people down in the close quarters confines of Bay 5. 8sins, when they were EPA, were known as being bowl experts. But then we went to Arena Cup Series where they went through a transformation, and as one of the newer teams that adapted to Fort the quickest, they found themselves very familiar with the Fort environment. So I think that 8sins will be very happy given the map selection today. They take themselves Bay 5, and Tarkov Help have potentially played into their hands and giving them a Fort pick as well. The one thing I will say, that matchup that went 9-7 to Tarkov Help ACS2, we have to remember, was on Fort.
Okay, noted. Tarkov Help so far very strong on Fort. Yesterday winning a 9-7 over Sicario to even that series out. And so 8sins maybe solid on it as well. But we will start on Bay 5, keeping it steady from that last series where we just concluded on Bay 5. And that was a 2-0 dominant victory for Virtus Pro. They speed ran the first map of Fort. Did we ever decide how long that was? I know it was less than 15 minutes, I'm fairly certain, but that had to have some kind of record for the fastest map we've seen in an ACS at least.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. I think the confirmation that was we were between an 11 and a 13-minute match time. That's right, a sub 15-minute record time for one of the quickest matches, probably the quickest match we have ever seen in any competitive arena history, is going to go down to that phenomenal performance from Virtus Pro. That was only 2 of the 4 matches we're going to get to see today, alongside that amazing graphic that displays that for those of you on screen that are watching but maybe muted because you're busy doing other lively things. We still appreciate you being here. So 8sin's going to be taking on Tarkov Help in match 3 of the day, and our final one that's going to be following that at about 19:30, give or take, British Standard Time, is going to be Sicario taking on Ancient Fighters. And we've already highlighted this one as maybe our featured matchup of the day for the 8sins versus Tarkov Help being the closest. But if you want a real tone setter for the tournament overall for the Arena Cup Series 3, you're going to want to stay hanging tight all the way to the end, because that Sicario Ancient Fighters game is also set to be an absolute blockbuster.
And if you missed it as well, that XP Academy Pandaric Apex match to start off the stream, I would highly recommend going back and watching that if you've got 2 to 3 days to kill, as that one took forever, 40 rounds across 2 maps between those two, and they split it evenly as well. So round differential not changing for those two. XP Academy with a win and a draw now find themselves in second place behind Virtus Pro, who are nearly flawless. Only, let me do some quick math real fast, 10 rounds lost in their campaign of 2 best of 2s. An impressive beginning to the tournament favorites. And Tor Ancestral down there at the bottom, joined by their European brethren at Pandaric Apex with just 1 point, but in Group A, Ancient Fighters at the top there, but Tarkov Help has a chance to leapfrog them with a win over 8sins.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, and I think, chat, for those of you not so familiar, Mr. Bepic, an amazing caster in his scene, but not necessarily the super experienced veteran inside playing the game of Arena. Well, XPA and Pandaric Apex shook hands in a gentleman's agreement to teach Bepic how to play the game for as long as physically possible. That's right, we went to overtime both times, and Bepic's comments of go to watch that match, I'm going to double down on, not one for normally being one of a broken record, but you should go watch that match. Like, that was an exceptional 2 maps worth of gameplay that went down to the wire both sides, and deservedly so. If you missed it, guess you're grateful that the VOD's going to be available straight after the stream goes down for you to watch live whenever you like, whether it be with your coffee over breakfast whilst you're waiting for the next day's worth of action, or just before you tuck down for the night to go and get some rest ready back for the next day's worth of action. Because that's right, you know full well, if you're not here, then you're going to be square, because you don't want to miss the action going on in the Arena Cup Series 3. It has been explosive. And speaking of explosive, the 8sins, well, I don't think they're going to be looking for Tarkov Help. I think they're going to be looking for Sins 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 to be able to break down the 5 lines of help sought from Tarkov.
And what's impressive as well is that first match wasn't even the one we expected to be the closest of the day. I think 8sins and Tarkov Help has the potential to take that. Sicario, Ancient Fighters as well, could be an extremely tight one, maybe multiple overtimes there. It's the only way to eclipse the XP Academy and Pandaric match we watched earlier. But for Tarkov Help and 8sins, I am eager to see who the difference makers are in this series, because this is a lobby full of star power. And for Tarkov Help, I talked about it, was Natrig yesterday, definitely taking a lot of the spotlight on both Skybridge and on Fort against Sicario. Eevee as well had big moments, and so for Tarkov Help, I mean, we know who the stars might be, but it takes all 5 to step up and win these big maps.
Yeah, and Tarkov Help, another team that's got some extra support behind them in the background there. The coach listed the Blind Shogun. Tarkov Help members, Natrig, Unknown Resist, Solyara, Eevee. And then additionals from the other side, okay? They're adversaries. And the lineup which those in the European scene have been so familiar with seeing under EPA, now newly fashioned under the 8sins, as words are folding inside of my mouth. Blitzer Girl, Fox, Nemonas, Pablo, 5, and Walker. These guys have just recently finished exceptionally well in the EU HPL 2 and are another one of the shining lights of that EU scene. However, Tarkov Help have stood strong for a very long time too, arguably so longer than 8sins. It's not necessarily a question of an old guard versus a new guard, but more a question of whose guard is older, wider, wiser, and stronger at this point in time.
I mean, 8sins, number 2 HPL, that's quite the feat, as you know, Sicario did end up taking the full league, but 8sins put up a pretty decent fight against Sicario there, and in a stacked European region, which is succumbing a little bit to the skills of the CIS here in ACS 3. That's still a resume builder for certain. That's that HPL standing, and 8sins can hopefully take that experience into today and win a pretty big best of two, get themselves back up on the table. But Ancient Fighters Sicario as well, that has pretty big implications. And our first trip to Skybridge as well today. Sicario are doubling down on that map pick. They picked it yesterday, and were able to win it against Tarkov Hell, but we're going to see it again later, Cracked.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, actually. Those two matches are going to be very decisive to the standings in a lot of different ways. 8sins takes a 2-0 here. They move to 3 points on the table and actually skyrocket themselves up to second place until after the result from the Sicario matchup. Same can be said for Tarkov Help. They hit 3 points and they find themselves moving all the way up to the top of the table, above even the Ancient Fighters at 4 points in that time. Although both the two adversaries below them, Ancient Fighters and Sicario, will still have that match in hand to play. Then, with that being said, the maximum score that either of the two teams in this match can reach is 4. And our current top place position team holds themselves there currently at 3, meaning that Ancient Fighters go into their match today, regardless of any matches, with their fate in their own hands. Ancient Fighters come out with a victory, and they will retain that top position on the scoreboard. The same is said for Sicario too here. If Sicario wish to secure themselves a position in the top section of their group on the table today, a victory over Ancient Fighters, the top seed in their table, and theoretically the dominant force, would be the one way to throw a thorn into the works. And, well, if you're going to motivate the rest of your group to make things a little bit messy, ugly, and potentially chaotic and conclusive, well, start by knocking the top dog and then encourage the underdogs to follow suit. So I'm a little bit interested for the Ancient Fighters against Sicario later today, because it's going to be a tough one, like a really, really tough one for them. But I do think Sicario have what it takes to be able to overcome this one. That later, more on what's here to come now, because when it comes to predictions, you know me, Bepic, I do like throwing a bit of a guess out there, should we say, an educated impression. I am cooking myself absolutely furiously, but I am sticking with my soul. All right. I belong in EU. I come from EU, and we stay strong in EU. That's right. This is a 2-0 8sins for me if I'm putting my predictions on the table, and it's going to be on Tarkov Help to persuade me otherwise.
Okay, I could see a 1-1 if I were to lay down light predictions myself. I think 8sins, of the two maps, Bay 5 is certainly their home map. Obviously, they've picked it here, but yesterday on Forge, this Tarkov Help roster looked so good against Sicario, and while it was close, they came out on top there, and I don't know if I see a world where 8sins take them on Fort just yet. But we will see that in a little bit. Going to go to a short break. We're having some technical difficulties getting all teams in the lobby. So ACS 3 will be right back in just a little bit to see if our predictions hold up.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Thank you for your patience, and sorry for the technical delay. But as is with all things currently in Tarkov, improvements on the horizon. Everything's getting better, and including that, also the time taken between us having to be able to deal with what happens within technology, and that is technical difficulties. Now, no longer the long time wait that we're so used to having to deal with, immediate solutions thanks to the amazing work in the background going on from the Hunt Premier and the production crew. Tip of the hat to all those guys that are working in there, the guys and the gals as well. Let me mention that. A whole load of host of talented people that are clacking away on the keys in spreadsheets inside of the Discord to try and keep this amazing production running. So thank you ever so much to the hard work from the Hunt Premier and the guys in the background keeping it cooking. We're not too far away from some gameplay, guys, and we're going to be rolling on into 8 Sins. And I'm told that we're going to get on into the game right now. So 8 Sins taking off against Tarkov Hell. Mr. Bepic, take it away for game number 3.
All right, 8 Sins on the attacking side. We'll look to take the front foot in their map pick against the Tarkov Help team. Looked extremely strong against the #1 European roster yesterday, eking a point out of that best of 2. But 8 Sins push down middle, and Natrig is going to be first on the scene, trying to stop this ascent towards the A site, as 8 Sins have a lot of real estate, but what can they realistically do with it?
That's a good question to ask, and it's one we're going to get answered extremely quickly as the bomb and 3 members are starting to look towards this A site. We can hear the enforcers tapping away. Box finds the first blood. Walker there on the Vector gets the second. Natrig is going to fold Walker out of the top of mid, though. It's a good response, and that spear is going to allow the big bullets to do damage. 8 Sins Blitzer Girl comes through. Solyara is down, and action kicks off and will not stop. We're like a packet of Pringles right now. Do we get a moment for breath, Bepic? We do, finally, and the chaos will settle.
Just 2 players left standing, though, for Tarkov Help, and Blitzer Girl will drop their numbers in half. Is pretty certain of where that last player is coming from. Maybe moving in is in open space, and Blitzer Girl turns around but will not see them. But comms, I'm sure, will come in as Nemenos falls, and Blitzer never moved away from that angle. Round 1 falls the way of 8 Sins.
It's a good start. It's a 3K from the leading lady. That's right. The playmaker in this 8 Sins lineup that they are so very well known for being very hard to catch, slipping through people's fingers and picking kills from where you least expect it. Blitzer Girl starts off with a strong performance in the first round on Bay 5, and 8 Sins might have found a new home.
Let's see if they can keep it going, though. They are just 1/9 of the way to victory, and the other pieces of that fraction are certainly difficult to pick up. Tarkov Help lost a lot of space early on that last round, and don't seem to be playing too aggressively to try and make up for it, so no overcompensation here. Just a simple default with some ears keeping an eye on mid, but 8 Sins aren't playing in that direction this go-round. It's a lean towards A. They wait to see if Tarkov Help do overcompensate and get aggressive, pushed into the crosshairs here of Pablo, or if it's just a simple default. Now, the action has been called. Back alley, Evie picks up 1, but Fox trades Nemenos out. Unknown answers back with another kill elsewhere, and it's a 4v3. Tarkov Help in a good spot. Still, the action on A site continues. 8 Sins penetrates their target, but 2v3, they are a player down. Pablo and Blitzer Girl standing against the likes of Tarkov Help. Resist around a corner, notes Pablo, but gets out unscathed. Pablo's not so lucky. Tagged up and running away. Blitzer Girl will follow suit, and it's a quick hustle play towards B. And in the middle of the map, Natrig has a quick cleanup. I'm not even sure where those kills came from.
The aggressive push out of the A flat catches them on the rotation, but I've got to say for a second there, we saw exactly what this enforcer is so well known for, and that is standing on site and repelling anybody who attempts to try and step in. Strength out of the enforcer class has both matched. There's slightly different weapons in hand, though. Either side has brought one to the table. The enforcer on Pablo, currently playing on that shotgun. Unknown, however, has brought the bull to the shop. He has brought the entirety of the brick wall service.
Ooh, push shave there with the HE flying across Bay 5. An unknown eyeing mid as they hear bullets rattle off in the distance. Blitzer Girl claims first blood in round 3. that is where the action stops for now, as 8sins slow down. It's, again, a patient round for them, waiting to see if Tarkov Help, off the back of losing Solyara, decide to do anything drastic, but no, it's just a steady two-man hold on both sides.
Fox has a grenade in hand, as you can currently tell from the positioning of the model through the silhouette there. Where is this going? Aggressive push in, cover off from the alley. Nade goes deep. Evie manages to get away with it, but does take a fair amount of damage. He's going to play a really, really deep reserve spot in the right positioning behind the wall, but it doesn't matter because the Enforcer's there. Fox finds the alley, but Unknown has made his presence known.
Bill Natrig is waiting here in the office. Fox will have seen them and lines up the crosshairs for the next engagement. Natrig's holding this corner, though. Fox gets out alive and repositions. And Tarkov Help under a bit of stress at the moment. Team kill already this round, and now it's just Resist alone. In a 1v2, Nemenos and Fox. And Resist is well out of the action. He's eyeing the bomb, though, which is down in that CT office. And Resist has the attacking office. Still 2 players strong. 8sins can pick it up, but they have to go through Resist first. And Nemenos will only have bullets fly through them with time against 8sins. They have to pick up the bomb. They're going for the kill instead. And Resist just runs away again, stressing the importance of good cardio. Tarkov Help take a lead.
I mean, he has to kind of chase him off there. The second Fox turns around and goes to the bomb, Resist just turns around and shoots at him. So Fox decides to put the pressure down, but Resist reads it well and just continues to run away, like you say. Play the time. And kite the Fox with the tail between his legs. One of the 8sins, not allowed to do the dirty work. Not allowed to be a bit nasty with it, get a bit slick with it. No, instead, just denied the action.
Tarkov Help have had close rounds, but they're finding a way to not succumb to the stress and the pressure of these late round situations, and that'll help. EV with an opener against Nemenos. Fox still moves in and is eyeing anyone who wants to get aggressive through that flat smoke. EV spots Fox's forehead, and Fox won't concede anything extra here. It's just the opener for Tarkov Help. And they've lost Natrig in the meantime as well, 4v4.
Nade out from Fox. Top mid and red are clear. We see 2 strong defending from the Tarkov Help side towards this con area. The Boxers is going to get challenged by Blitzer Girl, and that's where she seemed to be on point. Crosshair placement perfection, that one. Cross onto sight, does get across only with a bare fraction of the life left alive, but the member is finally traded out from the second that swings with. Resist picks one on the way in. Blitzer Girl is left feeling a bit pain.
It's Pablo to help ease that pain on sight. And Walker has announced his presence in the middle of map. Unknown just turned, though, and there Walker is in the clearing. Unknown can do this. 1v3. And around the bomb site, Pablo and Blitzer Girl reposition out towards Forklift. Pablo is still just behind this fuel tanker. And Unknown is making as much noise as possible, trying to bait shots in. And that'll be a baiting of Pablo's position, but Pablo finds the frag. And that is 2 for 8sins. We go back and forth.
We go back and forth, yeah. It's the same old story as we go back and forth. It's the same tale we've told for the day, except from the one match at this moment in time. We've had only 1 clean sweep from Virtus Pro in our 3 matches we've featured so far. The first match of the day was as close as it could get with 2 overtimes. This one looking like it's following a similar theme. 2 apiece. Round number 5. Which way are 8sins going to bring the attack to the table this time?
Again, a lean towards A. No mid presence just yet for 8sins, but they have shown a willingness to move mid in the middle of rounds as they poke and prod towards the site, see what they can get early on, but in reposition, see if they can take that center of the map, and it's led to some degree of success. Their B hits have found a couple of round wins now, but 8sins still eyeing A, where Tarkov Help have 2 players and a third potentially rotating in. They're just eyeing mid. And a smoke grenade falls in place. So, it's a slow developing round 5 as we wait for that first engagement. And, of course, it might be Evie to break this silence. There's one, and that is all they'll get for now. A reposition as Fox swings around, and Evie is satisfied with that first kill.
You can actually see on the icon there, Fox has tanked the headshot for the swirling icon next to the player model. I think Eevee would also have had a similar sort of models. It looks like Fox's crosshair placement was just as good. That one now aggressively swung into is going to have Eevee's discipline paying off. Unknown claims one with the PKP as well. And Walker, well, if he goes out back alley, he's not going to be walking anywhere.
Yeah.
Vector, fire rate, good or not, he's going to go down to Natrig, and that's going to be the last problem for the Tarkov Help squad in round number 5. 3-2, they move in the lead.
There really weren't that many problems for him right there. Just moved straight through that 8sins attack, hot knife through butter style, and will nab themselves a lead. But back and forth, we continue to go here. And this has been the story all day long, maybe outside of the Virtus Pro leads. I don't think any kind of lead is safe with the quality of arena players that we have in any lobby, any map at the moment. But great hold by Tarkov Help. 2 players strong at A, and it's Eevee leading the charge once more. That alley hold has been massive for them. They seem always good for 1 kill, perhaps a second, and then a quick reposition to bolster the A side elsewhere.
Slightly more stealth in the approach from the 8sin squad this time around. Fox creating a bit of noise in heaven, trying to pull some aggression down, confirms information on one towards Harbor, which does get killed, but the tight rat took, he's going to be aware of a great positioning play, and shots from Fox finds 2 on Forklift.
No Fox has hunted rats like that. That's a well-timed spray into the ratty corner. It will give 8sins a 3v3, but they have lost players, though Fox has pace and Pablo to help support. And Fox has a little suspicion that there's someone Harbor. Walker now has a suspicion that Eevee is anywhere nearby. I don't know how those bullets didn't really connect with Eevee, and Unknown going to show Walker how it's done. Though, that's an even eye for an eye. 1 for 1. We begin a 2v2 post-plant situation. Unknown and Eevee versus Pablo and Fox. And 8sins could use a win here.
You know where this comes from, don't you? Fox tucked in the best position to be able to defend off Forklift. He knows he's there. That's 4 from Fox. And where's the final one for the Ace? It's 2 versus 1 as the Unknown comes in. And Fox for the full 5-piece. 8sins be damned, ladies and gentlemen. You want to see the fire in this 8sins lineup. You want to see what EU's good for. Look at the new young talent coming up. Originally a TFG member, moved over to 8sins because of how exceptionally he played in a team that was struggling in the EU HPL. And look at how 8sins have elevated the gameplay in this young individual to a full ace on the Arena Cup Series stage. What a performance.
Well timed as well. Gets 8sins level once again. And then that blew open the round. I mean, the opening 2 picks, playing near Forklift. That was big just to give 8sins access to the map. And then things get hairy elsewhere. They lose 2 members. It's a 3v3 even despite the openers from Fox. And after that, Fox just kept on snowballing, kill after kill. And Tarkov Help. A bit shell-shocked, I'm sure, but it is still just an even map state. This first half is delivering.
Oh, that's the full Foxfire. That's what happens. You give him chance, and the Fox will devour all 5 of you. Start off with that miraculous 2-piece, like you said, searching for the rat, and boy, oh boy, did he earn his weight in gold. Similar approach, though. Is predictability going to find the Fox fall? It is. Resist gets Fox on the refrag from the similar round positioning and finds a better position on his initial approach to Fork. He has brought a battle buddy this time, but it is still traded 1 for 1.
Pablo escapes certain death here, but only for a moment longer. Re-peaks and drops the bomb. 8sins are in a terrible position now as Tarkov Help have some low health bars, but 0 HP members of 8sins. They're in a bit of a worse spot. Tarkov Help 4v2. That Nemenos will drop just a little bit lower. 3v2. Advantage for TH, but Nemenos prepared for Eevee's position here. In a very big flanking position as they can wait to activate now. Wait for reinforcements while the bomb goes down on A, but no, that's not Eevee's style. They rush in and resist. They'll take out Nemenos. Blitzer Girl happy to trade. Now has to dispatch Eevee and then find Solyara, who they claim, or they find first as Solyara claims the round for TH. Well done.
Really well played from Eevee not to overpeak into Blitzer Girl there, giving Solyara, the last deep member from Tarkov Help, that the information was not known about, time to come up from the flank and take Blitzer Girl out without her having a chance to clutch it up. Great work, an insane amount of discipline out of the Tarkov Help squad to pull themselves back in the lead after a phenomenal round from 8sins, pulling us to a tied field. What a game we've got again for game number 3, Mr. Bepic, and Tarkov helped showing us exactly the reason they came out of this tie in Arena Cup Series 2 with a 9-7 victory rather than a loss. The question is, within time between Cup Series 2 and Cup Series 3, have 8sins progressed and developed enough to find that cryptic key, the cipher code to victory in the close match? Nemo with the opening first blood's going to start off round number 8. Blitz with the grenade onto Evie has puts that equation to bed quickly as well. Fox is not going to find a fight into Solyara. He's going to back off and let it settle.
Resist does answer back and drops the bomb once again outside the main access point of a site. Solyara adds another kill to the fray, and now we'll need 3 more if TH want a first half win. Otherwise, 8sins have found a get back round quite nicely. Opening frags left and right, and 3v1 to close out. Walker dodges some bullets there, hustling through mid, and Solyara, I'm not sure if they noticed the forehead of Walker peeking up there for a moment. And we'll join forces with Nemenos, and Solyara is just waiting for someone to give them the fight. But Walker's not keen on it just yet, so Solyara repositions and does get the kill. Meanwhile, Blitzer Girls picked up the bomb and closes things out. Doesn't even need to plant it. The Queen of Clutch closes the first half, and it's 4-4. We've seen so many even halves today.
I'm going to be honest with you. This feels like the Tarkov Help squad are committing an unforgivable sin. And it's called knocking down an 8sins player. For once you kill one, you are not allowed a second. You commit a sin, and you are made to pay for your punishment with the price of your life. It's crazy seeing the plaid feed in the kill feed as the colors just flip back and forth from red to blue as every member that is knocked down from the 8sins lineup is followed by an immediate refrag. 3 versus 1 leaves a rough situation for the last Tarkov Help member, and it also has us going into the swapping of sides at an even playing field, 4-4. 8sins on the defense now, Tarkov Help on the attack.
You think that's the 8th deadly sin, is killing 8sins members?
I think you're right. I think you've hit the nail on the head, and I certainly would not like to be one to test that theory right now. Tarkov Help, however, are going to have to wade the way through that terrible storm to be able to find success on Bay 5 in map number 1 in this head-to-head.
Bomb is moving towards B. Action forklift, and 2 players moving through connector are down by Fox. That's a 3K now for Fox, but Resist will end their reign of terror and claim Pablo as well. Even 2v2, even 4-4, but Blitzer Girl will say advantage 8sins. And that bomb is down. Resist more than likely not focused on it, though. They will take the gunfights with Walker or Blitzer Girl, whichever presents themselves first. It's Blitzer creeping up towards connector, but not fast enough to give Resist the fight. So I'll reposition, look for the bomb as it beeps away, asking to be picked up by Resist. So they will oblige, but now Blitzer Girl has crept her way up towards connector and does take that fight with Resist. Still, the Tarkov Help player wins it, fakes the bomb plant, and will try and bait Walker in. They've got Walker in the palm of their hand, but Walker's a shifty bugger, not an easy player to outwit.
Yeah, this is mind games, is this right here, and this is the captain at his best, and he's going to jump in to try and bait an aggressive swing. He's going to play onto the right side of this, knowing that he's only got to play time. He doesn't even need to challenge him. All he's got to do is kill all that's left of these seconds, stop the clock. Across he goes, safety first, bomb on sight. Tuck swing left, right, into Connie goes, and Walker has done enough. He's out of the connector, and the 8sins escape with their life, and the timer runs out, and Tarkov Help are needing just a little bit of help to get that bomb down, but it's denied. Cat and mouse be damned. We're playing a game of Tom and Jerry today in the arena.
Who said that Tarkov Arena's a shooter? I mean, they were just running around right now. No bullets fired there. Ring around the rosy on a professional scale. 8sins take their first offensive round, and it was a labored effort, but Tarkov Help fall just short right there. I loved that mind game, that chess game around B, and Walker comes out on top. That's why he is one of the most fun players to watch in the arena scene.
You don't out mental mind game Walker. It's just not a thing. It is literally the staple of what he is known for. He is a giga brain deliverer every time. And I am so So glad to see him being able to pull it to the front in this main stage setting where it really needs to count. Blitz is going to pay with a life as Eevee's got some great positioning on the counter push from Silver.
Known around on site. Oh, has an idea as to where Walker is, and even though they were in the smoke, tucked away in a corner, Walker falls, as do 2 other members of 8 Sins. Nemenas looking for a back alley flank, but I'm not sure this is going to help whatsoever as it's smoked off. They'll push around the smoke. Tarkov help. 5 members strong, though. Have quite the crossfire set up. This looks near impenetrable for 8 Sins. Resist. Could be the first point of contact. No, of course, it's Eevee. And Solyara will take 1 player out. We were watching Fox at kill fell, and Fox will follow suit. 5-5 now. Tarkov help keep us even.
Yeah, too strong an approach onto site and entrance leaves five players reduced to 2. And 8 Sins with not enough members left to be able to retake that site and deny or even attempt to defuse. 5 apiece, an even field. Fox having an exceptional game alongside Blitzergirl right now, 13-7 and 11-7 apiece. That being said, the Tarkov help members all pulling a relatively similar amount of weight across the board. 10-5 on Resist, 8-7 on Unknown. 6s for both Natrig and Solyara, and 7-8 on for Eevee as well. But Eevee, even with that negative KD, has been crucial in some of the points in the game where kills to death doesn't necessarily matter too much in this kind of a competition. It's about positioning and team play and awareness. Solyara's got the first, Blitzergirl goes down. Inside the door, though, good response from 8 Sins as Nemo battle buddies up to repel Red.
Everybody's here, and it's a party around the B sites. Fuel party. Pablo is the prom king at the moment. Couple of kills fall in. They'll move out through a smoke. Not sure where the rest of Tarkov help is, as Natrig gets the party a little bit late, but fashionably so. And there's bullets raining out as 8 Sins make sure TH is still well aware that there are players left standing. Pablo not one of them any longer now. Eevee opens up this 2v3 with a good frag, still holding their role from the first half, or holding their role for that first half into the second. Natrig responds as well. They were a star yesterday. Got a big kill here to put Nemenas all on their lonesome, and they close it out as well. That's 6 for TH.
Tarkov help are not going to go without a fight, and it's going to be a heck of a fight at that. Natrig, like you said, there's some great moves yesterday, now showing up with a similar performance than a 3K in that round there to pull the strength back in the favor of Tarkov help. 6-5 now the score on Bay 5, and it's a close one. Bepic, I'm not one for foreshadowing, but I feel like we've got another overtime on our hands here.
It certainly does have the feel of that. Yeah, everyone saw the XPA Pandaric match earlier and thought they wanted a piece of that. A lot of good competitive reps today. I mean, when in Rome, ACS only comes down every once in a while, so make the most of it. Play as much arena as you can on the ACS stage while you're here. Fox will end Eevee's round a little bit early. Unknown looks to answer back, but 8 Sins have first blood, and they aim to keep that advantage as long as possible.
Resistor's going to pop a nade up through this window to try and kill the corner. Nemo's going to tuck deep enough that it's only going to take a little bit of help off. Pablo finds another one. This shotgun has been absolutely devastating to defend the B site. Solyara does put the shotgun down, though, and silence the prayers. Nemo still trying to play his life inside of this. Is going to step his head right into the crosshair placement of Resist. Fox is going to swing out, and Resist is ready for it as well. It might not be Resist. It might be cease and desist as they take entrance onto site. Stop your activity in here. We're coming in. Bomb is on. Ready down to plant with Unknown on that Enforcer kit. Tanking any abuse if needs be from a counter push. Walker and Blitzergirl are at least together and have a 2v3 retake.
Blitzergirl's got some utility to use for this retake. Stemming up and looks to play towards connectors. Wary of any kind of possible flank, but shifts around towards parkour and turns away at the worst moment, but a messy spray delays that kill. Solyara does confirm it, however, and now Walker, who's landed a bullet to the body as well, will have to embark upon a 1v3, double his kill total to get a win here, and it's not happening. Solyara closes things out, and Tarkov help moves just 2 rounds away from stealing away 8 Sins map pick.
It's a good round out of Tarkov Help when it comes to patience out on the forklift as we get to see this unfold in the replay. Some amazing scenes evolving in front of our eyes as Resist shows us exactly how entry should look like if the team is playing a defensive standpoint. You don't need to overpush it. You don't need to overcommit. Sometimes that over-aggressive swing is what the defensive positioning is looking for. They're looking for somebody to make a mistake. And at this level of competition, those mistakes will not go unpunished. Like we said, Walker is tucked on site in the crucial position as this aggressive A-site push comes in. Evie checks rat position. There's nobody there. Walker is being held. Soyara is going to up and over as Unknown swings it.
And smoked off is Blitzer Girl. No point of access now for 8sins as they're moving through that defensive office. But Soyara and Nadrig, a couple of big kills. It's down to Pablo and Blitzer Girl. Otherwise, Tarkov Help have themselves map points. Blitzer Girl embarks upon a 1v5 that falls 4 kills short. Tarkov Help rush into a site, and once it fell under their control, they were unwilling to relinquish it.
Yeah, absolutely. Tarkov Helper firing on all cylinders right now. All 5 members of the squad relevant and present when needed and called upon. The one thing that can be said from the 8sins squad at this moment in time, that although in flashes of glory down the lineup, it's been Fox and Blitzergirl that have carried the chain of consistency for the team. And the other 3 members have been slightly quieter comparative to an entire Tarkov Help squad that has rose up in unison.
Well, it's the last dance for 8sins here for the next several rounds. Let's keep the music playing. And Walker's trying, playing to the tune of his gun. Still same position on A, gets run down by Unknown. Deja vu at its finest. But this time the reinforcements arrive earlier for 8sins, and Tarkov Help, same deal. Just a little bit early in the round, they dispatch of those 8sins players. This is a huge round from the full team, as they have 4 players on double digits. Nadrig wins their battle as well. Evie looks to add to the kill feed as they take Fox down, and that's that. Tarkov Help may have had a close first half, but the second is anything but. 9-5 the final, and now we shift to Fort.
Yeah, absolutely. 4-4 as we go into the half, and then 1-5 on the second half of the match. This is the top tier of competition, and this is what happens when you get into switching of sides and a team that has a prepared strategy that is executed time and time again at that level of pace is extremely hard, even at this level of competition and skill, to be able to stop. The other thing to be known, there is a slight difference between these 2 sides, and it's that Enforcer kit. Unknown at the top of the leaderboard for the Tarkov Help squad, 13 kills, 9 deaths, and 3 MVPs. Definitely going to be a talking point at the end of day 2, I'm sure, Mr. Bepic.
Certainly. It's a lackluster bottom half of the 8sins scoreboard. A combined 13 frags from Pablo Nimanas and Walker. And Tarkov Help, full team effort. Everybody hitting double digits. Everybody contributing. And the CIS region claims another map over EU. They are dominating so far ACS3, and now we move to Tarkov Help's map pick of Fort.
The one thing I think is favored for this, though, is that it is another similar style map to Bay 5, and we saw that 8sins can absolutely swim against the tide. There's definitely not a foregone conclusion, as we may have been forgiven for thinking from our previous matchup in number 2 of the day. This is where 8sins made their name in Arena Cup Series 2 for their ability to play this map probably a lot better, more competently, sooner off the rip than a lot of the other teams. Now, an entire series worth of time and seasons have gone past since that last happened. Everybody's had a chance to get familiar with the Fort. The question is, has that advantage of being ahead of the curve for 8sins been able to allow them to capitalize on an advantage they can convert upon in map 2 here today, to be able to draw up the points and steal away any thoughts or hopes of them being able to make their way up their group side of the table?
If we already use Tarkov Help's performance yesterday against Sicario as any reference point, I mean, a 9-7 there against the best team in European Arena is a pretty good resume to have going into an 8sins team that is experienced on Fort, yes, but on Bay 5 was a little bit lackluster, especially in that second half, only getting one round with the 5 of Tarkov Help while defending as well on Bay 5. It was dominant from Tarkov Help, and in the highlight reel, you will see a lot of that success.
Yeah, roll the clip. First one's going to be a little dink into Con. Blitzer Girl's got just as good crosshair placement as well. We see in the second. This is going to be Nemo playing a little bit off-angle positioning, hanging outside of that A-flat door. Some great work from Blitzer Girl, which honestly we saw for the majority of the game.
Yep.
Shotgun. Honestly, this is another one that needs to be watched out for, though, because that was something that turned the tides of that B push for a fair while. Pablo was unmovable for 2 or 3 rounds.
This one was dirty from Fox. One of the best plays of the map, and I mean, the stars were bright for 8sins, but the rest of the players at the bottom of the leaderboard was really what ends up costing them. As Fox and Blitzer were trying to lead that attack, but Tarkov Help, I mean, we talked about Eevee so much for their opening frags, but look at this front in the middle of the round, Solyara doing well to get important kills, and now in the back half, I mean, this highlight reel is about to drastically shift to the other side of the map, as it is all blue frags from here on out for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. This looked like one of those cases that the American muscle car of the 8sins squad, although having a massive top speed, did not have the gears it needed to be able to climb in those mid to late stages to overtake the snowball that came through from that Tarkov Help squad. Once they stepped out of Gear 5 into Gear 6 and up into Gear 7, that little reset and the downshift as they kicked themselves through was what saw Tarkov Help drop 1 round on their attacking half and then smoothly put themselves straight on through to victory in the first map. That is not to slight the effort from the 8sins squad, and it's one they should be thoroughly proud of. A great map to watch all around as well, and another one that's going to go down in a list of matches on one day of 2 out of 6 so far that were epic. Not to mention the fact that we've already had an absolute blockbuster of a double map showing from our first match of the day today, which, I mean, with 3 out of 6 matches so far, Mr. Bepic, that weren't just great, they weren't just like insane, but they were insane and they went the whole distance. This is not something that happens often in competitive gameplay. Normally, matches are slightly more decisive throughout, so we are all here for it and all about it.
I'd be more here for it if 8sins, though, are able to steal away the map pick of Tarkov Help. Otherwise, their group's performance is taking a spiral at the moment, as they've lost now 3 consecutive maps. And if you go 0-2 in this series as well, you're looking at a matchup tomorrow against Sicario to try and get back in the group stage. And that's not a matchup that they've won in quite some time.
It's fought. Just like the fabulous background that covers behind your computer chair and the beautiful gaming setup, all right? That statue is going to have to be a symbol of solidarity that the 8sins are going to have to rely on if they're going to be able to find even some form of ability to repel the Tarkov Help assault, which, quite crucially, I'd like to point out from our first map, is the problem. If we are an 8sins fan and you are looking at it from a perspective of what needs to change to see them take the map pick off of Tarkov Help, it's that attacking side. The defending side was split 4-4, dead even. We've got to find a way to be able to weather the storm of their attacking approach in a similar aspect, and then you can start looking rounds individually to try and get not just 1 in the lead, but that 2-round advantage that crucially stops the other team from having that hope of a snowball away, or for you potentially putting yourself in a situation where you could be snowballed against.
It did feel like at the end, 8sins were playing with short-staffed site holds. I mean, you think about Walker playing immediately on the site. He's alone for those last 2 rounds and just gets run down by the entirety of Tarkov Help. And by then, the site changes hands and the retake is near impossible. And so 8sins, they need to go back to what you were complimenting them for in the refragability, the tradability of using each other to get extra kills. And I think if they're able to do that, as they do start off on the attacking side of Fort, so defensively we'll see them in the back half of Fort, then they need to get back to that style of playing Arena. And for Tarkov Help, I mean, they did it quite well, especially at the end, playing together and overwhelming those sites. And after that, once the crossfires are set up, now the round is over.
It's going to be one of those maps that I think we're going to see a little bit more potential for a TRG.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be honest. It's the one thing that I don't think we've seen Eight Sins show an exceptional amount of prowess on in comparison to the other teams so far. Maybe that's a reason why they're seeing to have tougher matchups fall in the way of the CIS teams than themselves, where they look relatively even on the defending half side, because it is that TRG or that
Mhm.
play style of the marksman that on the attacking side, when you then become under assault, you can't get those initial picks into, and this is the problem I want to talk about, that enforcer, Mr. Bepic. That is a big bully kit for a reason. It is called that because it both absorbs abuse and it delivers abuse in equal measures in unadulterated ways.
And that's what Pablo was rocking on Bay 5. We'll see what the kit choices are for both sides when we do get into Forts here in a second. But while we do have some extra time, can we throw the schedule back up on screen to preview the final match of the day? Because it is an important one. Group B is where we started the first half of the day, and now we're ending with obviously these two in Group A, and then Sicario and Ancient Fighters are the final series to cap off what has been a great stream so far. And at the end of today, we could see Group A kind of all sewn up, cracked, or it could be wide open for the taking tomorrow.
Well, this is the thing that's getting really exciting right now is the fact that we could legitimately find this group being completely messed up or completely and utterly
Yeah.
set in stone for where we roll on to today. And I want to take a moment whilst we quickly cook up the rest of today's broadcast to notify the people at home of the results from the other side of the world. The APAC region did finish out that Oceanic Arena League match today, the grand final from Five Fellas, taking on Sicario's new squad from the APAC region. Ended up 3-0 to the Five Fellas. So congratulations to the Sicario squad in securing themselves the second position in the table over there on that new roster acquisition. And congratulations to the Five Fellas for topping the OAL in their performance earlier on today that finished alongside this Arena Cup series. Ladies and gentlemen, there's action going on all over the world in the Escape from Tarkov Arena scene right now. And if you want to get involved in it, you need to be here present for all the action because there are gift codes, keys, abilities, and options for events for you to join in as a community member, for you to get your voice heard, your opinion displayed, or even your chance to show us just how good you actually are at the game. If you're about it, then make sure you're here to be about it, all right? We've had keys being given away courtesy of Battlestate Games and Hunt Premier together, dropping you guys maybe a 3-day trial, maybe even a full arena code. So make sure you keep your eyes on the chat for everything else involved, whilst we keep our eyes on our second map from Eight Sins versus Tarkov Health.
Ooh, already action long. Just like that, we get into the first round on Fort, and Eight Sins have lost a member, as they were looking for a quick long play, but now are they ready for unknown? Appears so. Fox is playing cautiously, and with that utility dump, it does not phase unknown, does not knock them off their lines. And so Blitzer Girl will back off and concede that portion of the map to Tarkov Help.
1 minute 15 left on the clock. Not too much action to speak of, but 45 seconds have fallen away. Two members of the Eight Sins no longer allowed to participate. Pablo, Blitzergill, and Walker stacked up with some strength towards the B site. Currently in an inactive 4 versus 3 as the deep Tarkov Help member and Resist is sitting in the spawn positioning waiting for Walker's peek. Good spot.
Waiting for the peek around the corner. Resist is still holding this angle, and Walker won't even give the fight up. And I missed some action while watching Walker, and he's like, all right, I'll re-engage and then go back to testing Resist. And this is a habit that could lead to Walker's demise, playing this same portion of the map. And so Walker repositions. We'll look for a fight on site. Resist, tossing some bullets his way, letting him know that he's followed him to this portion of the map. Pablo will set unknown aside for the rest of the round. It's a 2v2. Resist left standing, even after all those back and forth engagements with Walker. And after a long wait, we finally get that fight. Walker comes out on top. Needs one more, however. So Yara on sight, tossing bullets into Spiral. Watches Walker run behind that pillar. And will reposition themselves. Plenty of time on the clock here for these two to mind game it out. Set a chessboard down and see who the bigger brain really is. Walker still hiding behind this Spiral pillar. And so Yara's had enough. He gets impatient and runs into the spray of Walker. Eight Sins take round 1.
You'll never get out calmed by anybody else more than the main man himself. He's not called the Gigabrain Chad with the chill cool for nothing, all right? He's absolutely out there to game today, and you can tell he's locked in. We saw the cat and mouse chase on map number 1, where he ran ring around the rosies to be able to save that round out. And here again, his patience meter is slightly longer than that of the Tarkov help adversary. Walker claims the kill and the first round. It's a great lead, and it's a good way to start that momentum, Mr. Bepic, but we've got to see 8sins put 2 or 3 of these together here to really give us a good argument strong against the fact that they might be able to take the map back. Never mind, as Resist is resisting arrest, and he's resisting the rest of the members pushing him. Pablo has a response, but it feels all too little too late, as 3 members of 8sins are already out of it.
And any little bursts of optimism that 8sins might have taken from that last round win are quickly put to rest by Resist. What a position, stealing away Kitchen, but only cooking up frags. TH seemed dead set on tying us up. Numenos, the only player that can change that story. Resist, Eevee, and Solyara still alive for Tarkov help, and we're spread out as well. There is no escape back towards B should Numenos pick up the bomb and start heading that direction, but that will take several kills, I'm sure of it. Numenos has time on their side, 60 seconds to work with, and they will see if they can pull Tarkov help's players out of position at all.
Timing and patience of the essence at this moment in time. Nemo's just checking out the corner.
Nice tile.
Yeah. Do you like the aesthetics here, Bepic? Are you a fan of green? More of a teal person myself. I'm a mid-blue, you know?
I do enjoy it. I like the green. The green and gold, it's a nice color dynamic. Purple is the color of royalty, but green and gold feel like royalty, or at least in this situation, like a former castle that's become whatever fort is used for now. I suppose whatever it's protecting in the center of the map is what it's being used for, and Numenos actually is not going to attempt anything here, just to stare at the tile till the rest of the round concedes, not giving Tarkov help the fights, and perhaps Numenos is what the fort is protecting at the moment.
This is really good, actually, and this is, I think, something that 8sins have intentionally done. So Nemo's decided that he wants to take time to talk with the team. They're going to assess what went wrong with that round there. Resist got a really early 3K that opened up that round into absolute chaos for 8sins. And I think that's the conversation that's going down in the background there, is Nemo's taking that time. Instead of trying to fight the 1v3, they're just going to talk about it, fix it, reattempt, and go again in round number 3.
Fair enough. Take all the time you can. A little break there. We get to admire the scenery, and 8sins get to decide what's next. But Tarkov helps certainly put an end to that round before it really even began. This time, though, quite the same aggressive positioning. Although, actually, there's a player moving Kitchen already, so I'll bite my tongue. But 8sins aren't there to take the fight. It will be a B hit, it's looking like, as mid has been taken over by the 8sins. And Eevee, once again, looking like the first layer of engagement for this Tarkov help defense.
Sneaky is the way Eevee's playing this. Not giving anything too much information-wise or aggression-wise. Fox on site has readjusted that pixel positioning. A good bullet from Fox, puts pressure down, takes the arm. The duel back and forth, though, as the pixel peak goes in the favor of Eevee. Walker does have the trade back onto a different member in Resist, though, as the bomb and members push up the side.
Hello.
Fox! Oh, wow!
Bit of a team meeting there, crashed by Tarkov help as 8sins were gathered on ramp, and now Walker alone, no one to meet with any longer. As he's in a 1v2, Solyara and Natrig still standing, and everyone from Tarkov help contributing frags to what is more than likely a 2-1 map lead. But Walker can't be counted out. He's got 5 kills to his name on fort thus far, a bomb on his back, and is itching for a fight in the middle of fort. Takes the plant and knows where Natrig is, now knows where the both of them are, but that intel won't matter. Can't turn around quick enough, and Solyara will put TH out in front.
That went back and forth like 6 times in my head in about a space of 3 milliseconds, as the forced push onto site from 8sins went correct and then not correct and then correct at the same time, and then just got stalled at the top of the ramp, where they did get 2 kills for 1. They did trade onto site, but the Tarkov help pressure that came from it just stopped the rest of the movement in its tracks, and that stalemate almost left the round lost for the 8 Sins members that were left alive. And Tarkov Help do claim a messy, but a consistent second, 2-1.
2-1, but as we've said all throughout the day, no lead is safe at any point. These teams have such high levels of comeback potential that Tarkov Help will still need to stay dynamic, still need to adjust. But player cannons, CV still holds this spiral spot, and 8 Sins will slowly but surely work their way through Fort, clearing every corner, making sure that they can take space. But no fights have been given, really. Some bullets ring out, but nothing too dangerous at the moment, as everyone's got full HP. And 8 Sins have just about 60 seconds and change to work with in round 4.
Both teams, with a full 60 seconds off the clock, have all 5 members alive, though, which means that this is going to become the Cathedral of Chaos very shortly. 3 members in reinforcement from Tarkov Help to the A site. Now removes one of the attacking. One apiece, though. Back go the trades. Tolyara again. Fox for 1 resist as he takes Fox out to shut that down. Leaves Pablo last left alive in a 1v3. And Pablo's surprisingly nowhere near the action, Vepic.
No, sitting out by the side, taking short, no bomb. I mean, he's been left alone, sitting in a corner by himself and given a fight. Unknown looks to join him, and Pablo's not happy about the company. Will kill the lone friend he could have made. Tarkov Help, though, I don't think we're too set on setting up any alliances around A, and Resist will get his revenge. Tarkov Help will get to 3 rounds on their defense.
Good start from the Tarkov Help squad. Walker and company managing to put themselves 1 early on in the scoreboard is now looking a little weak versus the response from Tarkov Help. A good conversation in round 2 was looked to reassert the mental, but not being able to convert into points on the scoreboard so far. 3-1. Tarkov Help have themselves 4 more attacking rounds to put, defending rounds to put themselves in a great position before they go into the attacking side. We've seen where Tarkov Help have been extremely strong on Bay 5, and that was when they swapped onto the attack.
Well, Nemenos already going to find a frag, punishing the aggression of Solyara. It's the second time we've seen Tarkov Help move in through kitchen like that and meet 8 Sins players head on, but this time around, 8 Sins to get the better of them. Pablo falls down range as Resist looks for swift revenge to avenge his teammate's death. Evie, the best deliverer of it, however, and revenge is a dish best served with bullets. A couple of big frags put TH in a 3v1, and that Reg notes where Walker's headed, so it calms it quick, and Unknown will look to cut off this quick rotation, but Walker figures that's the case. He's already 2 steps ahead of Tarkov Help, and will slow down. Perhaps time to admire the tile, or embark upon this 1v3 himself. Or both.
Battle of the sleeping lions inside of mid's going to see both Walker and Unknown looking at each other through the wall. Not aware yet. Walker does manage to adjust to the prone positioning out of Unknown, and the tank is not going to be able to survive that easily this time. Vector in tow, bomb on site. The blast pack's going down. He might be last alive, but he's got 2 problems to deal with, and they're both going to come and pincer him from this middle section. Close wall, Evie holds it. Ooh, checking the body, he's going to get caught. That's going to be the first for Walker. Allows himself access to this 1v1. Vepic, is he going to take it home? Walker or Natrig for a crucial round.
Stemming the bleeding. That's the time to do it. Natrig is waiting. Now runs into Spiral, but Walker finds him out. Natrig, though, turns. As soon as Walker made noise, Natrig was ready for it. Tarkov Help are clutching up and winning close rounds. They've now got a 3-round advantage to their name.
(4-1), a 3-gap lead, and that snowball we talked about that was ever so dangerous is starting to gain some momentum. 3 and 5 on Pablo, 3 and 4 on Nemo, 1 and 5 on Fox, 2 and 5 on Blitzergill. It's Walker, the shining light of the 8 Sins lineup on Fort at 8 and 4 right now. And you see again an even spread of damage dealt across the Tarkov Help squad. 6, 4, 5, 3 and 5 kills respectively, top to bottom. So everybody's pulling the weight.
Drops down there and take control of map, eyeing any off angles that Tarkov Help are taking, but That's an on angle. Natrig steps up, finds a frag, and gets away. A thief in the night. Tarkov help have first blood. Walker will look for a repeat here. Watching two angles at once while Nemenos takes out the cannons player of Unknown. And Eevee's quick to trade. Gets a pair of kills, actually. A trade deficit that 8sins will have to suffer now. 2v4, Walker and Pablo against the bulk of the TH lineup.
Doable? Yes. Possible? Of course. Probable? Absolutely not. Insane? Yes. The fact that it's a Balti and a Vector inside of these close quarters confines means that Walker needs to be the one with the proactive abuse when it comes to reducing the numbers. And two are going to push quickly through mid, and this is where the Balti's in its weakest position right now. Walker needs to be ready for this con challenge. Steps out. Pablo tries to get a pick, it doesn't work. And now it's Walker in a 1v4. And that's all going to be said and done as there is just too much firepower around him. Tarkov help move to a convincing fifth.
Well, it was close round wins previous on Fort here, though. You're right, that was a convincing win. Got first blood, played it passive, didn't try to push the envelope. They're trusting themselves right now to win these isolated duels, and Eevee continues to be the deadliest spear tip we've seen all day. An impressive entry fragger on both sides of both Bay 5 and likely Fort, if we even really need an attacking side from Tarkov help, as if this keeps going, 7-1 is possible. I didn't think I'd be saying that about 8sins on Fort, but Tarkov help are doing well to get themselves through any sticky situation that might arise, and their their A holds have been phenomenal. They've locked down the site, forcing A hit after A hit, and Eevee starting to do something similar on A. Big double to open up, and both sites seemed locked down at the moment.
Yeah, and that juicy double is going to open up the double digits and the kill feeders. Eevee pushes themselves to a 10-3 scoreline. Exceptional performance today seen on this scout, and the MCX, even without this 300 AP round, is still showing to be just as useful. Walker does not check tightly enough the corner. That's going to be a jump scare and a half as the Enforcer rattles bullets into the back shot.
Sins reposition up mid, 2v5. Pablo's looking for any kind of engagement, but again, Tarkov help, they get these kills, and they don't give anything extra to the 8sins. Girl moving up, has to take space. And with less than a minute left, the onus is on 8sins to make a move here, which Blitzergirl is doing. But it's a move right into Natrig. Doesn't matter, though, as there's the opener for 8sins, not a moment too soon. 4v2, however, puts Tarkov help in a great spot, and they've still got two guarding short. Resist one half of that defense as Pablo falls, and Blitzergirl will have to retrieve the bomb, get 4 kills, and that's the only way to achieve a second round win on the 8sins attacking half. Tarkov help are dominating Fort.
Yeah, you saw both Blitzergirl and Pablo trying to rotate there, and the second they've realized that even after that pick mid, they're left still in a 2v4. You see them look forward and back at both sites and realize exactly how very much screwed they are. And the fact that if the Tarkov help lineup has played it smart and played it defensively, then there'll just be 2 members per site defending, waiting for the rotation to come in, because they've no need to force the aggressive tempo. They've already reduced the numbers down to 2, and they have 2 per site to cover. It's a match of 2-on-2 either way, and the way they're playing, I think Tarkov help favors themselves in the 2 versus 2. This is a good pre-nade to go in towards the lobby to try and catch an aggressive push, but it finds itself caught on the roof instead. Nemo for the first entry sees 8sins in the lead for the first time in a little while. Numbers up. 5 versus 4, and they're all here in pressure for this A side. Cult control is ready too, so the setup from 8sins is good. Where's the flank? Look at the flank. Checked now. Good movement by 8sins, but Blitzergirl does not manage to remove the problem. Now Pablo's going to have to deal with it. Pablo does a great shot from the bolt. He might just alleviate the pressure.
Close out from both sides. Pulling out all the stops in the final round of the first half. Pablo's been big. Taking the marksman role for 8sins here. And doing the most with it. 3v3 now. But Resist hangs around. 2 players on A. Just 1. About to realize on the A side, or the B side rather, that 2 have moved over there from 8sins. And Walker goes down. Unknown claims the first, makes it a double, and Pablo is all alone to enjoy the sceneries of Fort himself, with 3 Tarkov help players looking to hunt him down.
He has got a weapon for each one of the Tarkov players left in his kit, though. There's Balti, the backup, and the mini shotty for the pocket rocket to be able to deal damage if he needs to swap from weapon to weapon to weapon in engagement. But 3 weapons in the pocket might just be weighing him down right now, Mr. Bepp, because 7-1 Tarkov helped close out the first half with a 6-round lead.
It's been a close 7-1, but at the end of the day, it's the round wins that matter. I mean, 8sins are putting up good fights in each round. You can't ever count them out until the round is over, but Tarkov help are the ones doing the winning. And now that we switch sides, I mean, we get to see what they've got cooked up, and maybe only the first couple of pages of their attacking half playbook is a 7-1 defensive half is dominance. That's the best word for it. After a tight Bay 5, we get to watch Tarkov help dominance on Fort.
We're going to have to see if 8sins has got a good A-hole. Let's see if they're able to avoid the Tarkov help aggression that's coming their way as the 5-man strong push in towards the lobby is setting up to pressure. They resist with the first as Nemo goes down out of the pillar. The 90 angle now towards Garden, no longer covered. Smoke on sight. And smoke towards headshot is going to remove the majority of that remaining defensive positioning that 8sins has. Full access open. Expects Tarkov help to swing.
Ooh. Oh! Unknown. Finds resist, and in the smoky chaos that's enveloping A sites, the team kill. Tarkov helps still get the bomb down, but really a 4v4 now for 8sins to work with. Nice little donation for them to try and get back in this one, but Evie is still wreaking havoc upon Fort here. That is their 12th kill of the map, and with the bomb down and 8sins noted, Tarkov help are in a good spot. Still though, a 3v3, even standing, and Fox falls to make it a 2v3 for 8sins.
Yeah, Pablo steps up when needed with that Volti to take out the tanky enforcer, but after that happens, Fox falls over slightly loose on the positioning of the box there, out towards Cave. Solyara gets a great pixel peek and claims the headshot from Blitzergirl. And it doesn't matter, it could all be said and done. The time is out. Tarkov help are going to win themselves their 8th round and move to match point.
Interesting placed bullets there in celebration. Tarkov help seem to be having a bit of fun here at the end of Fort, as an 8-1 scoreline has put them 1 round away with many a match points from taking 3 points and jumping up to the top of the table in Group A. And what a scalp to claim, beating 8sins 2-0. I mean, Bay 5, 8sins map pick, Tarkov help have a dominant attacking side there, and then Fort through and through. And nearly a 9-1. Nemonos gets aggressive, finds Evie, who has seen that move before, as they're typically the ones employing it. 2 down already for 8sins. This one might be over sooner rather than later.
Yeah, not quite so closely contested as we thought, like we saw on Bay 5, and Fox is going to aggressively challenge out into Natrik. Does find one, that's a good start. Magazine drain for now, at least that's resources spent. 8sins still looking to try and keep this A site to themselves. Smokes are out though again, and Tarkov help in a similar fashion, looking to walk this enforcer around the corner. Oh, what a nade from Solyara, as Pablo is immediately removed from the equation.
We never stayed even footing for very long, do we? 2v3. 8sins in a rough spot. They need this clutch. Walker and Fox, definitely the players for the job, but Walker's down, and now it's Fox requiring 3 kills to get back in this one. 1/3 of the job is done. Position has been noted, and this enforcer pushes Tarkov help over the line. 3 points taken from 8sins, and the CIS region dominance of the Arena Cup series continues.
Yeah, 9-1's not quite the same performance than what we saw from them on Bay 5, and it's going to be, like you said, a crushing defeat on Fort to close out the head-to-head with a 2-0 scoreline for the victors on the day. Tarkov help. Evie resists Solyara, Natrik, and Unknown coming to the table today, but Evie It's going to be the one that's sitting on the top of the table with the MVP in this one. 14 kills, 5 deaths, and 2 assists. 4 MVPs throughout that Fort map. What a phenomenal performance. And it's only our third match out of 4, Mr. Bepic, and we've got an absolute screamer of a final one to close out the day, but we're going to come on to that one in a bit. A great performance out of 8sins. Some highlights, like we said, across both maps from multiple members. Blitzergirl, Walker, Fox, even Pablo with that shotgun at times, showing us that they have the strength to be here, but the competition and the level of the competition is just that high right now.
Certainly is. Tarkov Help continuing to elevate it, and I mean, next, Ancient Fighters and Sicario. I will do so as well. I'm not worried about them. And the level of competition we'll get in that best of 2. But 8sins falling 0-2, 0-4 in maps as well. I mean, that's a terrible start to the Arena Cup series for them. And we'll have to battle it out with Sicario tomorrow just to give themselves a shot at playoffs next weekend. So Tarkov Help dispatching of one of EU's best and jumping up to the top of the leaderboard. And even after drawing with Sicario yesterday, Tarkov helped continue that momentum and look even better on Fort today.
Yeah, and I mean, we did talk about this going into the beginning of day 1, the day before, when myself and the other casters, we all sat in a group call just to sort of talk about our thoughts and ideas and feelings going into this tournament and the 8 teams taking part and looking at how they were split between the 2 groups. So definitely been a lot more question marks around Group A and where those 4 teams are going to end up settling on the scoreboard. But Group B, from the perspective of 8sins, has always been the group of death. It is 3 titans in the scene right now, the Ancient Fighters, the unknown force to be reckoned with, that is the only one to have seen a successful matchup versus the current champions in Virtus.pro, as well as that of Tarkov Help, who their record against has been a titanous rivalry for a reason, as well as that then equated to the lineup from Sicario, who took the first place in the EU HPL Season 3 over 8sins. So from an 8sins perspective, this was always going to be a ridiculously tough group to get out of. But right now, I mean, like you said, that aside, stats on paper, it is a rough performance so far.
And you still get 1,000 euros for competing in ACS, but I don't think any of these teams are hoping to just go out with 1K there. It's the 10,000 euros for the first place team that everyone's got their sights set on. Still a disappointing start for 8sins, group of death or not, though. Tarkov Help, not the easiest opponent to go up against, and they showed why. Resilience in every single round. Even we talked about it. That was a 9-1, but each round was fairly close. There were the occasional dominant rounds. Tarkov Help breezes through it about 20 seconds in, but for the most part, there were 1v1s, 1v2s that had to be won by Tarkov Help to claim some of those rounds, but they had the X factors there. They had the clutch through and through, and that is certainly a deserved 2-0 that we'll get to watch the highlights of map 2 of starting out.
Yeah, it's a lovely little play from Walker with the patience there early on to claim that round for them. Tarkov Help then came back with an aggressive, strong defense on the A site, resist finding 2, and then backed up by teammate. Good shots from Evie we get to see in slow motion as, well, that's the way to crush a skull. Big trades on the site as well again, but the one time we said this about the trades from previous and Bay 5 that was good for 8sins, Mr. Bepic, was that they were coming out on top of the trades. Fort was a different matter.
I mean, that aerial view we just saw around A was a perfect example of what happened, where TH would just encircle the site, and each player knew who their target was, even though there were several targets. Tarkov helped communicated so well and made sure that it was certain who they were to be shooting at, and that's clean from Pablo. It was a bright spot for sure. That marksman rifle was a game changer at times for 8sins, but ultimately not enough.
It's an interesting one that some of these teams choose to go onto the AXMC over the TRG as well. Something about the bolt reload time, something about the sound of it, something about the feel of it, the aesthetics. Different opinions aside, there are lots of people that prefer the longer ranged AXMC over that of the TRG for varying reasons. Does the same damage, it's the same bullet. Realistically, there's a difference between the ergo and its handling, but in the hands of a capable warrior, it doesn't matter that weapon is deadly. Inside of this one, however, the Enforcer showed its way again. the PKP was noisy, Mr. Bepic, and again, it made a lot of noise for the favor of the side of the winning team. Tarkov Help running that kit again to show us how strong it is, and that's 2 matchups in a row in the head-to-head that the PKP has made a large difference.
And as well, before we do cut to one of our final breaks of the day, I would love to see if we have that standings graphic to put up. Updated or not, I want to see how Group A is shaping up with Tarkov Help taking that 3-point victory over 8 Sins, because after drawing with Sicario, they'll be sitting at 4 points themselves, and that puts pressure now on Ancient Fighters to improve their standing here in one of the best matchups of the day. And we've had, I mean, obviously that one we just watched was pretty good, the 40-round affair earlier on to start the day off. That's a pretty big pair of shoes to fill, being the best match of the day. But Sicario and Ancient Fighters coming up next should definitely fill it.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, we've also got a giveaway to go alongside of the interval that we're coming up with now. So ladies and gentlemen, get your hot prize line hands at the ready, get the keyboards ready to click, because exclamation mark ACS is going to be your ticket in to gaining another one of those codes that are being dropped hot in the chat thanks to the Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games coming together with loads of prizes for you folks at home, all right? Exclamation mark ACS whilst we take ourselves into a short intermission to come back to some more action for our final match of the day, which is Sicario taking on CIS region for the final time in hopes that EU can make it out alive. Bepic, please, please.
We'll see. Short break in the meantime. See you after it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of the Arena Cup Series Season 3. This time we've brought 8 teams to the stage, 4 of the top teams from the CIS region competing against the top 4 teams from the EU region for a grand prize pool of €25,000. The top place walking away with 10k, 10 whole €1,000 worth of that prize pool to split amongst themselves and their organization. What a phenomenal prize to be playing for. And we're only 2 days deep worth of the action. We're not even finished day 2. And to keep it nice and entertaining and exciting, what we've decided to do is to mix up the casting booth. So welcoming you back to the Hunt Premier channel on Twitch, partnered with Battlestate Games for Arena Cup Series 3, is Cracked Wisdom, and now joined freshly to the casting booth, Kirk. How are we doing? Welcome into day 2.
This is awesome. I'm super excited. We've already seen explosive games today, but of course, you know, we swapped out the casters not just to change things up, but of course, Mr. Bepic is a very busy man. He has lots of things going on, and of course, you know, there's always somebody ready to swap out at a moment's notice, and I obviously have to take that opportunity, so I'm super lucky and excited to be here today for day 2 of the Arena Cup Series 3, and I was also very, very grateful to be a part of Arena Cup Series 2, which has proven to be so far just as exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. The last game of the day, Sicario, going to be trying to improve upon their APAC region team's lack of success in their final attempts earlier on today, where they weren't able to take home the victory against the Five Fellas. However, that's the APAC region. This is a whole other scenario. This is the EU Sicario squad that finished first in their region. That being said, they're going up against what could arguably be the most dominant team coming into this Arena Cup Series stage, the Ancient Fighters. And the reason that I am holding the name so much is because they are a bit like a myth. It's almost very much like that Harry Potter-esque scenario where you speak the name of the bad guy and they might just appear right in front of you and wipe you off the face of the map. Well, that's Ancient Fighters right here. And this Ancient Fighters lineup is stacked with potential.
Ancient Fighters, one of those teams that you never really see often in terms of when you're looking at HPL events or other big name events like that. This is more of a team where you will see them in more CIS, type of events where, you know, it's kind of hard to really find them when you're a native English speaker, right? Like finding those other tournaments from across the world, they can be difficult to find, but we know that Ancient Fighters are here for a reason, right? They've done very well in, getting to this tournament. They've proven themselves more worthy than a lot of the other teams here today, and it's really exciting to see them. And not only that, but I know that they had a name change, right? Beforehand, they were known as Good Players, and wow, I gotta say that the best decision they ever made was having a more interesting name. What a great change.
Yeah, Ancient Fighters is a cool little name, and I like the logo that goes with it as well. Simple is smart, smooth, and classy. I mean, looks like one of those symbols you might find almost resplendent on a PMC's loadout, yeah? Potentially a badge or a plaque on the breast piece, or even on the shoulder part of one of those t-shirts that you can see featured in that brand new awesome Battle Pass that came in alongside the new patch and updates. So maybe we're going to get to see an Ancient Fighters representation, or maybe something like a Sicario sword I mean, Sicario at this point in time, they've taken home enough titles to maybe have a little bit of representation in the stabbing section for that sword that is so resplendent and something that we expect to see amongst the top tiers of the standings when it comes to competitive arena scenes. Sicario's squad today: Kiyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Felix, and Goes. They're going to have to bring it to the table if they're going to take down what looks like to be the new top dog from the CIS region. Virtus.pro do still stand as current previous champions, but Ancient Fighters are here to try and prove that to be a long-lost legend, no longer the future.
And speaking on proving themselves, right, they've already had a very successful day yesterday in taking out 8 Sins, right? And it wasn't even like a super, super close type of game. Like, there was a decently close one on Bowl, that is, where it was a 9-5. But, you know, Gummy was out there smashing with 20 kills, while the closest 8 Sins member had 11, right? So this is, a team that is Sicario, considered to be obviously a bit better than 8 Sins, right? They have been undefeated in both the past HPL leagues. They are undisputed champions and have done so many things to prove themselves to be a top tier competitor here today. So if Ancient Fighters are going to be able to put 8 Sins in their place, I think it might take a couple extra steps if they want to see if they can take out Sicario as well.
First map pick is going to be Skybridge. Sicario deciding they want to take themselves out to the trains and the lanes. They want to go down into the depths of that B site or rise up to A to be able to make their claim on the head-to-head today, first of all. The second map following that, the Ancient Fighters, are going to go with one of the more longer-standing maps and start off with history at the forefront. The Bowl, it's going to be where we started off our day, and it's going to be where we are ending it now with the Ancient Fighters taking us there for their map pick. Sicario and Ancient Fighters both looking to try and place themselves in an even better position than they already have for Group B, going through to Day 3. Currently holding that first and second position in those group stages at the moment right now, thanks to their positioning. We're going to have a quick look at the schedule for you guys at home so you can see what's been going on alongside the day, and remind any of you that might have just tuned in and may need to catch up with the VOD later on. Well, if that's the case, Kirk, we've got to talk to them about game number 1 for the day, because if there's a match to go back and watch so far from the Arena Cup series for me, it's that one there. 1 apiece and 2 sets of overtime where it was ridiculously close both ways.
Yeah, they both actually went to the exact same scoreline at 11-9 apiece, however, for separate teams. So both of them fighting their hearts out into the overtime session to grab 1 point each, pushing themselves a little bit higher, probably not as much as one of the teams would want to, but wow, these are extremely good teams, right? And you could probably expect this sort of thing to happen with this Pandaric Apex roster, previously known as Oil Rig, that have already had a number of achievements under their belt themselves, also bringing on a new member in Rapid, a star player previously on EPA, who has a number of achievements of his own. So it is quite a nice change for the Pandaric lineup that have previously, unfortunately, not gotten super high up leaderboards with that name.
Absolutely. And then Virtus.pro played against Ancestral with a 2-0 victory for them. 8 Sins did go down to Tarkov Help 2-0 as well, but it was after a very close first map that looked like 8 Sins were going to be able to put up much more of a challenge against Tarkov Help than initially upon perception of the original match. And here is the current standings in those group stages for those of you at home right now. Virtus.pro, after 2 games, have 2 wins, 0 losses, and a round difference of plus 26 and a total of 6 points in that Group B, alongside XPA underneath them. Now 1 win, 1 loss, 4 points, and a 15 positive round difference. Pandaric Apex and Ancestral finish the bottom of Group B right now at a 0, 1, and 1, minus 10 and 1 point respectively, as well as 0, 1, 0, and a minus 31 to 0 points for the bottom 2 on that side of the table. Group Stage A looks a little different, and this is going to be the last one we're deciding today, Kirk. So currently Tarkov Help, Ancient Fighters, Sicario, and 8 Sins sit in that order, but Sicario or Ancient Fighters, one of the two with a 2-0 victory here, will reclaim that top spot.
Yeah, and you can really already tell by this leaderboard so far. I mean, it only is day 2, but wow, the CIS region is so full of surprises, right? When you are more of a EU NA type of fan and you don't see those other tournaments going off on the side in the CIS region, and then they come into a tournament where it brings two different regions together, it's like you kind of expect them to maybe have a little bit of a difficult time, but so far it's been an absolute smashing performance where you can tell the CIS teams are just dominating right now, and it's not even close in terms of Virtus Pro and Tarkov Help, right? They've already solidified themselves as at least top three teams in terms of previous tournaments where Virtus Pro smashed out the performance last year and Tarkov Help was there in the finals with them.
And I'm going to say, whoa, 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 hold up there, buddy. Put your CIS brakes on and take yourself back to where you belong in the EUS region. Just take a little perspective check for yourself.
I'm in A.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Because I'm going to remind you right now that Tarkov Help sitting at the top of that group stage A are a 1 win to 1 loss, 10 positive round points for total versus Virtus Pro's 2-0. So where Virtus Pro are absolutely dominating their group stage, Tarkov Help now sit in a position where Sicario take a victory, they go above them, Tarkov Help second and Ancient Fighters a close third, with Ancient Fighters only a point behind. Tarkov Help also see Ancient Fighters 2-0 here go above them to a 6-point lead, and then Tarkov Help have to fight one of their toughest matches of the entire group stage to be able to take that position back. So, here we go, on into game, Sicario versus the Ancient Fighters. Skybridge with Sicario on the defense, and the Ancient Fighters on the assault.
That's going to be a nice, change of sightseeing for you, Cracked, because I noticed that we didn't have Skybridge all day. We only had it once yesterday, so being indoors might actually have a nice little change up and make us enjoy it a little bit more instead of going back to the same two maps every time. But starting off, Furlex is unfortunately going to be the first one going down to first blood. But look at this, a minute and 25 on the clock, and bomb is already being planted. Shots through the smoke and nothing connects, but as the bomb actually does go down, we do see a 1-for-1 go off, and then Lukey is going to grab one for himself to solidify this tied up scoreboard.
Shots down lane 3 is Kiyoshima working the assault class with that 1x4x scope we spoke about in the pre-game at the beginning of the day, coming through to bear. 3v3, Oshpiel's going to actually find himself an insane pick onto Lukey, who had been the biggest deterrent from that Ancient Fighters attack onto the B site. With the bomb planted and 20 seconds left on the defuse, goes as onto site and ready to try and pressure this. Gonna get on the defuse immediately. Vivaughn has the grenade to counter though. Kiyoshima picks up Vivaughn now knowing where the nade comes from, but the time is gone. Not even enough left to get to site in time, and DOSJet, Jet's on. It's just not quite got enough clock seconds to be able to claim it.
Catching Sicario with their pants down, just getting the bomb down as quick as possible, not give them any time to set up or prepare for a retake or anything like that, and instantly backs up one of the members of Ancient Fighters to line up a beautiful nade onto the bomb that I'm sure that they practiced, right? That's got to be a really proper nade to get that so perfect.
Lines for something that's cooked into everyday training for these teams at this higher level of the competition. Part of muscle memory and gameplay at the moment. You see Zaki there trying his luck with an early grenade to catch a spawn rush, but Bomb and the majority of members of the Ancient Fighter squad has gone towards the B site again. 3 through heaven, 1 between 2 and 3 is Communica. That TPL legend that they are is managing to pick up the first blood onto goes.
A little bit more slow this time around the B site. Bomb does make its way though, and I'm sure Furlex has enough audio to let his team know what's probably about to go down, but nobody's really hard anchoring site right now, and Gummy actually gets caught out. Kiyoshima was ready for that lurk. Bomb does go down, and Ancient Fighters are able to retreat in safety.
Time ticks off. Zaki picks off Oshpiel on the right-hand side. Lane 3 fight goes down in the favor of Vivaughn, though. Lukey taking a rest. Zaki does have a second, and Communica is the one paying the price for it. DOSJet's going to get deleted through the box by the Balti. Vivaughn, Zaki gets the better of Vivaughn, and the deactivation is going to come through. Sicario are going to swing the sword and strike back with a round of their own. One apiece.
Seems like it's a little bit different when you give Sicario time in their own end. Very nice to be able to get those mental thoughts together, work out what you're going to do as a team, and when you have more time to do that, of course, it will go smoother once the execution happens. So maybe Ancient Fighters now realize that Sicario might not be too quick with the mental if they get bomb onto site as quick as possible. See how they decide to change up their attack this time, and it looks like A will be in favor for them.
Another great opening nade is going to find first blood, as Zaki is the one to pay homage to the Ancient Fighter's strength and a little bit of respect. A battle here of the grenades and the utility opening up to gain some form of pressure around the site. Sicario are 4 strong here, as are the Ancient Fighters, and the flank's starting to come in. Lucky finds the first.
Still utility left, and yeah, here's going to be Gummy trying to clear sight, but Lukey actually has a nice sort of audio check is what that was, I think. Lukey with the 3 kills, all headshots as well. This is the man that has the current record for ACS kills. Actually, if you remember all the way back to ACS 2, it was Lukey that got 27 kills in one game with 100% headshot ratio. As of the last 2 days, that has not been beaten yet, and the crown is still held by Lukey.
Off to a good start in this one, 5-2. Zaki backing him up with a 4-1 as well. Doing a great job. Ancient Fighters not quite found their footing against Sicario here on Skybridge just yet. Sicario do have the slightly lesser stressful of the environment on the defensive tempo. Furlex on site, not getting the first pick with the Balti.
Oh, Lukey gets so aggressive. Look at that. He just no hesitation at all, pushes right up and punishes 2 members. A great 1-for-2 trade out. And now it's all 2 members left of Ancient Fighters, and they still have very dangerous weapons to go up against, being that M10 Seiko that we've already seen deal so much damage in this tournament. Slow peaks are dangerous here, correct?
Yeah, the bomb is down as well in KFC in a pretty gross position. Bearing in mind the numbers disadvantage, Furlex is going to take out Oshpiel from VIP. At cross angle, Gummy's going to hit a gross one of the jump shot though. Kyo can't pop his head up there for too long, but doesn't matter how slick your moves are, Goza's crosshair placement's going to be good enough to match it, and Sicario do strike again, 3-1 now. The lead extended by 2.
Amazing replay system we have. This is such a blessing to be able to check back on these key moments. Slow peaks not a super good idea when, you know, you have a potential of just getting one shot to the most exposed part of your body.
It's a risk versus reward strategy, right? You got to get yourself up there for that information, and information gathering is a key part of the round, but while the numbers are stacked in Sicario's favor, it's one of those risks that you can afford to take. Difference being you do that whilst you down the numbers, and we'll have a different result.
Oh.
Early chaos, people are dodging bullets early on in the start of this round.
That's going to slow the pace down of Ancient Fighters. Dosh forced to kind of take a knee for a couple seconds while the flashbang disperses from his vision. Starting off with Zaki with the MP7 from downtown. We also have Lukey grabbing one himself. Then Lukey falls right away.
Shots from Vaughn picks up one. Zaki's going to close that aggression out immediately though and cancel it by taking him out too. Now retreating out, both Zaki and Furlex fall back towards Graffiti. Round and round goes the peek out of VIP as Oshpiel tries to just drain some of that magazine left on the dangerous AXMC in the hands of Furlex. Shot goes out again, no registration for the time being to claim the life. Oshpiel is damaged, probably hit on the arm.
Maybe thinking that he only has a limited amount of bullets here, because those AP rounds cost a lot of points, right? So you want to bait out as many shots as you can and kind of assume that he doesn't really have that many, so he really has to use that sparingly. Baiting out shots it's quite excellent, but in this point right now, when there's 35 seconds left, there's not many choices to make, and unfortunately we do see that happen as Furlex shuts down yet another member of Ancient Fighters with that very dangerous weapon.
There's only so many times you can peek Furlex with that kind of a weapon in his hands before he is going to kill you, let's be real. Little bit audacious that Oshpiel keeps coming out from the site area of VIP to try and challenge it. I know he's got Communica in support, but it leaves him stranded on an island, and now Communica feels in a similar situation left in the 1v4. As time runs out, he tries to access site and gets himself put down too. Sicario on the defending side extend the lead to 3.
This is what I said earlier, right? Ancient Fighters proven themselves to be able to take down a team like 8 Sins. However, Sicario definitely have more achievements. They have more experience. They have done this, and they have done it to perfection in the EU League. So if Ancient Fighters want to try to take them down, right, they got to put a couple extra steps forward. They got to think outside the box here, because Sicario themselves have said that when they practice their strategies, they always do something that will, okay, well, before I get into that, Zaki with a crazy downtown nade, double kill, unbelievable start, just to, shoot themselves even further ahead in this game. But like I said, Kiyoshima was the one that told me that they always do something different that they won't expect, but it's always something slight.
Two members left from the Ancient Fighters, and a lot of problems to have to deal with. Gomi, one of the two alive, as well as Communica. Stack on top of Heaven's going to be really difficult to push in, so Gomi's going to get immediately folded, not even going to be able to trade 1-for-1. And down goes the last member. Sicario closes it out again, 5-1. The gap extends further to 4.
And that A-site defense from Sicario, I think, is probably so far their best that we've seen in this game, right? Like, every time they try to attack A, it's like they just get aggressive and they don't expect it, so they're forced to back off. But I think Ancient Fighters, if they want to grab at least a couple more rounds here to stop this momentum, they got to force that B site like they did in the first round. Just give them zero time to think, put that bomb down, get those nade lineups back too, because those are great.
Simpler approach again. The bomb is still stacking towards KFC in this A site. Either the Ancient Fighters find themselves completely confident in their defending side that they aren't too worried about the result from the attacking half, or Sicario really have this measured out well. Lucky, again, Luki is clapping people as they try to access the A site. How many first bloods has Luki had now? I'm going to say he's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 6 rounds. Luki has first blooded so far in this game. And he's there for a double again. This is ridiculous performance from Luki right now. He's broken the 10. He's matching Zaki, both on double digits.
There's a reason why he's still in this roster, and there's a good reason why this roster hasn't had a huge amount of changes over the years, right? They're just so good at what they do. Furlex getting a kill with a weapon that probably the first time I've seen in a professional tournament, the Vepr Hunter. Very exciting to see something like that.
I mean, we've had 6 rounds, and between 2 of the 5 members of Sicario, they've killed 20 of 30 of the potential kills out of 6 rounds. That's how ridiculous that is. They are literally worth 2/3 of the entire kills of their team in the game. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, and with Ancient Fighters, like previous games, right, we don't expect this out of them. We expect them to get at least something here, right? And 3 kills maximum, it's so unheard of for them.
I mean, this is not just a shock if this map goes extremely convincingly into the hands of Sicario, but this is going to be an upset. The Ancient Fighters have 1000% established themselves recently as being one of the more dominant forces in the CIS scene. And Sicario, as the EU #1 seed, is the shining hope for that region to be able to show that it's not just CIS dominant when it comes to Arena Cup Series.
First blood goes to Oshpiel onto Luki, so that's a big one down already, and Kiyoshima wants to respond right back. Gummy falls to the hands of Kiyo, the IGL himself. There's this A-site push, however, it's not as fast as it was before, and Kiyoshima's not going to be able to help his teammate Goes out. He's going to fall to that AP round, but Kiyo is back yet again in the same position he is so comfortable with on this B site. Nothing connects. He's going to back up and wait for his team to rotate so they can push in together.
Just from Communica on the end of the train does save some time for the plant to go down, but he is removed. Saki picks up the kill. Kiyoshima's going to claim Oshpiel. Aggressive peek out of Blue 2 almost loses the life of another member that's trying to hold this site now that the bomb is down. Vaughn is playing on site, but Furlex has got the back of his model in his sights.
And the Vepr Hunter closes the round with a disgusting headshot for Furlex. Sicario 7-1 already, 2 rounds away from grabbing the first map on top of Ancient Fighters.
Side swap comes in. Sicario now going to be on the attacking side. Ancient Fighters on the defense. And if I know anything about the history of this game, it's that a 1-7 scoreline, it's a little bit like a curse, Kirk. It's
Yeah.
almost too good to be true. It's not quite as convincing as the 8-0, but it's not quite as questionable as the 6-2. Yeah, you're not like, okay, fair enough. They held us for 2 rounds. That 7-1 scoreline is deadly. Because if you don't keep that momentum going in the switching of sides, it can snowball the other way just as quickly. And, well, the Ancient Fighters find themselves on the right side of that momentum, with enough rounds to be able to put their scoreline to 9. Sicario doing as best as they can with 7. Still 2 more to go.
ACS 2 was a long, long time ago, and when we saw Sicario play back then, they were only 5th in the Swiss stage. And then they got put out by Virtus Pro in the first round of the playoffs. So they are just hungry to push through these teams so they can get back and take their chance against Virtus Pro.
But yeah, this is redemption for Sicario, this is the tournament, because the Arena Cup Series 2 was not their best performance on this stage. Sicario are known for being consistently strong, as Communica does remove his counterpart in the Duel of the Balties. Furlex, not allowed to take part in this one. Concern I have right now is there's 34 seconds left on the clock for Defuse.
Nobody's doing anything.
Communica's going to hit a ridiculous shot to close out another one. Side pressure, Zaki on side gets 1, trades back, goes, clears Gummy,
Oh!
Vaughn gets Kiyoshima, and Communica's going to finish the last. Oh my word is right, Kirk.
Yet again, Ancient Fighters don't give Sicario time to think. They wait until the right moment, and they execute all at the same time. There is no hesitation. The teamwork and communication is perfect. They were all in the right place at the right time. Sicario had too many places to look. The flank was phenomenal as well, coming up Escalator, shutting down a key member of Sicario from stopping that push for the defuse. And wow, excellent, excellent teamwork and communication.
The more and more this Skybridge map develops, the more people realize that retaking on this A site has such a valid potential, as strong even as repelling the access to site itself, that teams are starting to explore this retake perspective much more commonly, and we're seeing it work.
Two members inside. VIP battling it out. One ready for the other one, but Furlex actually passes the bullet past Gummy and grabs Oshpiel instead. And then Kiyoshima's ready to trade his teammate's place out. Amazing. And Communica, oh, he's not done just yet. He needs to get vengeance for his teammates inside VIP. And with that, Seiko M10 is the perfect weapon to do it with. From the jump is just, oh my goodness. Talk about perfect timing and communication.
A little bit to the right, nephew, and you might find yourself another one. Communica putting on an absolute clinical. Lukey finds him through the smoke, though. That's a really good pickup. 2 versus 2. This now hangs in the balance. 35 on the clock. The bomb is planted. Ancient Fighters need to be the ones aggressing. Kiyoshima, crucial pick onto Dosjet. And with Vaughn, King Clutch Kiyoshima comes through. And Sicario moved to map point.
Oh, that was so close. Dosh was, I think he just missed that corner a little bit. He was trying to run away, but unfortunately caught himself on the side there, and he wasn't able to back up. That's just disgusting, man. Somebody come get this guy and throw him somewhere, man, because that's just too much for me right now.
I think we need to put a gravity
no
lock
laser
on him.
either.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, put a gravity lock on him. Don't allow this man's feet to leave the ground, because when he does, he really is shooting for the stars. An exceptional skill. Huge mechanical skill ceiling coming out there from the Balti and showing us exactly how it can be used to the fullest of its potential.
Get out your notepad, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lineup from the IGL Kiyoshima himself. They've been working on these for a while. You only have to, right? Because it's ACS 3. It's the biggest tournament of the year. And we're here with 1 round away for Sicario. They can shut it down, and Furlek's going to start it off extremely strong with a very far away headshot onto Communica. That's a TRG for a TRG.
Going to be the battle that we expected to see from these two teams all day long. Lukey's going to find one of site access is granted to the Sicario squad, but Balti versus Balti Furlex. Communica are going to be fighting one for one for every round so far. They're slightly distracted by the noisy death cry as one of the ancient fighters on site really is hoping that his death scream is going down in history as that one takes a fat minute to go away.
Oh, Gummy.
Gummy. The bomb plant.
Oh!
Whoa!
He doesn't know we didn't get the bomb planter, though. But Furlex is actually forced to back up off of that one, and with 40 seconds left, I think there's definitely time to rotate here, and Zaki is in such a good position to catch Gummy off. This is almost the perfect position, right? Because if you don't rotate through jungle, you're not going to have enough time to get there. Zaki is ready to cut off this jungle rotate at an instant. There it is!
Second goes down, Zaki does get caught as he's going through down into the cover. That Pab 9 will still kill you. Straight through the crack in the train. 1v2 though, Gummy's too late, and that is going to be Sicario's success. Skybridge, the first map in the head-to-head goes in the favor of the sword.
The Skull and Sword, the Headhunters, as me and Blue like to call them, just a dangerous bunch of guys. They've been practicing so long. They've had close to the same roster, so things really didn't have to change in terms of practices. It's been the same, and they've just been able to push themselves forward with new strategies, new ways to communicate, and they never have to train a new member other than Goes, who has already, shown himself to even shine better here than he did on EPA. He's had maybe not the best game right now, but man, in HPL, he was on fire.
It's some crazy shots. It's also a crazy scoreline. I can't believe we're sitting after map 1 of these two saying that Sicario have secured a confident 9-2 victory on Skybridge. They've got to go to our second map here and do it again if they want to take home the full 3 points on the day and finish out their group at top of the table. But there has been a severely convincing argument put forward in game 1 that it is highly possible. Kiyoshima, Lucky, Zaki, Furlex, and Goes stepped onto the stage and Skybridge. And boy, did they slay out.
Yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal, right? And Lukey, being the fragger king that we know he is, he's yet again showing up to the most anticipated Tarkov Arena event of the year and just showing all the people what he's got, showing all the fans that, yes, we are still the best and we will still push forward. I would imagine that they probably think that they're nothing without the fans, right? So, of course, all the fans in chat, if you're a big Sicario fan, throw those emotes in chat. If you're an Ancient Fighters fan, throw some emotes for yourself and for that team because they need all the help they can get right now. Sicario looks like they are just a dominating force in this matchup. So as we go on to the second map, they're going to be choosing exactly who is going to be going attack and defense. Because if anyone's wondering how that system works, of course, in this best of 2, one team will pick their map while the other team chooses if they want to attack or if they want to defend. It will be like that for the entire starting 3 days until we move on to the playoff stage in the last 4, 5, and 6 days that go on. That will be happening or starting next Friday. So if you want to be there for the playoffs and the most exciting parts of this tournament, make sure that you mark your calendars on Friday, April 25th.
Our final matchup of the day, ladies and gentlemen, has already been through 1 map, so allow us to waste no more time before we bask in the glory of the success on Skybridge. DosJet starts it off. First kill on Kiyoshima to close that one out. It's a great showing. Zaki there, displaying exactly what we know him to be so exceptional for in the EU scene, which is that MP7 gameplay. And Lukey being an absolute titan of devastation. Furlex folding people and flexing on his adversaries, as we are used to seeing, as well as some more exceptional gunplay. Season of the SMG, someone asked me before we started this Arena Cup series, Kirk. And I said, maybe not. But there are definitely some players within this scene that are exceptional on the MP7. And they make it look viable nonetheless.
Yeah, I think, SMGs are definitely a lot stronger than they used to. Right around the last ACS, it was not really a common thing to see. You would see the odd MP7 come in every once in a while, but now with all the class restrictions and whatnot, right, you can have large magazine, high penetration SMGs, and they do work, of course, very well if you know how to use them. But now, weapon picks and sort of metas is something we discussed somewhat recently, and we really kind of expected to see a lot of, stuff like the RPK come out for the Enforcer because it acts a lot more like an assault rifle. However, in games that I've saw previously on Fort, those PKPs and those M60s were actually really popular, and something that I didn't expect to see that much. And it was really exciting, and I really hope we get to see that in the next game because Enforcer forever has been dominated by 100-round M4s, 60-round M4s. So the fact that we get to see an Enforcer kind of, actually act as an enforcer, a juggernaut with a big gun with big bullets, man, that is the enforcer that I want to see.
Good shout. We're going to go to Bowl for our last map of the day. This is where these two teams are going to decide the tie, whether it's going to turn out being a tie at 1 point apiece, or whether they are going to be split 2-0 for the favor of Sicario to claim their first victory for the Arena Cup Series, and it would be the first overall 2-0 for a European team in the Arena Cup Series for Season 3 so far. That's the future. For now, all we need to know is what's going to happen between these two teams when they leave it all on the line for our final map of the day in Bowl. And it's not necessarily going to be too much different other than the scenery and aesthetics around them, right, Kirk? It's a similar style of gameplay. It's that ranged scope battle between Communica and Furlex that we're going to be very, very familiar with checking in with, because picks on Bowl, I'm going to be honest with you, that is the majority of the gameplay when it comes to rotations and accessing some form of smoke and mirrors. It's that initial high advantage from playing off of a box or off the top of a plat or a different prone angle or the back of your teammate, for example, and a cool kooky boost. You get that one pick, you leverage the advantage for the numbers, and then you push through with force. I'm expecting to see a similar sort of dominance from Sicario if they mean to continue on as they started out on Skybridge, if they're looking to 2-0. However, given the lineup on Ancient Fighters, this is where I expect them to swing back. This is where I think this will be a very, very tough ask for the Sicario squad, because they've had a whole map now to understand what's going on, and they've had a little bit of an interval between to talk about how to adjust to it.
Yeah, exactly, right? You're not going to just, learn much by just winning all the time, right? And Sicario is the team that is winning all the time. So now, all of a sudden, it's time for the Ancient Fighters to learn what has happened in that past game, take it, pretend like it didn't happen, and then move forward with that new gained information, right? I think Bowl is, for my prediction, Sicario, ever since they picked up Goes, I know that they do have a little bit more favor towards Bowl. They were a Bay 5 dominating team, like most of the top EU teams have been in the past. But I did notice when they picked up Goes from Team EPA, Bowl was something that we saw them play a little bit more. So if they have the practice here, then I think they have really a good chance at matching up against the Ancient Fighters, who have, yes, also had a very successful run on Bowl yesterday.
Bowl was one of the maps that the 8 Sins squad, which was previously EPA, that Goes was a part of, used to favor quite a lot from when they were selecting their map choices. So it would explain why maybe there has been a bit of deviation from that perspective with the transferal of Goes to the Sicario roster. Maybe he's brought a different perspective to the table that they hadn't considered before, and they now see that map to be something they can play into or lean into more to their advantage than other teams. So, I mean, given the results from what we've seen from today, every team has looked different in a different environment, inclusive of many teams showing up strong in differing environments or going from an exceptional performance to a much more weaker one as we stay in the same environment but on a different map. It's been a roller coaster ride of stories today for all of our matchups, and well, there's going to be a whole VOD for you to be able to watch it back again with, and it's kind of worth doing. I think even though I've been sat here commentating the entirety of it myself, I'm still going to be going back and watching at least a couple of the matches from today, just because of how awesome they really were. So we can really pay attention to some of the finer details. But speaking of finer details, we've got one more of them to mark on the notebook in the history for Arena Cup Series Season 3 on day 2. And that is going to be the final of our head-to-heads on the last map of the day of Bowl, which is going to see Sicario and the Ancient Fighters fighting off for the last time in the group stages, maybe not the last time in the tournament. This is for the entirety of the decision-making process for the top of Group A, folks, okay? Right now, a victory for Sicario really, really, really does spice up the tournament. A draw even keeps it very competitive still for all three teams in the top section of that group right now. But a victory, even more so, really would push us into day 3 being a real decisive set of matches.
Yeah, because when we did look at that leaderboard of the top 2 teams in each group were CIS teams, right? And Sicario is going to be probably the closest at finally overtaking one of those teams, that being actually Ancient Fighters, who are currently below Tarkov Help at this current moment. So if they continue and push and get a win on Bowl and grab those 3 extra points, it'll be quite a nice, awesome victory and give them a lot of confidence pushing forward, knowing that CIS teams are beatable. They may be scary and at the start, but once you get in there and you just lock in, you don't worry about anything. You just do what you practiced, right? That's the reason that these teams practice. They have their strategies properly organized. Don't worry about what they're going to do. Worry about what we've been practicing every single time we do practice. And, given that their favor on Bowl has kind of gone up a little bit, I think it's definitely possible that they have something up their sleeve that Ancient Fighters aren't ready for. And same goes either way, right? Because sometimes it's hard to VOD review those CIS teams that you don't really know what they're doing all the time because, I don't speak Russian. And
The
I
other
don't
thing
think
that's
a lot of the other,
interesting,
yeah.
I'm going to say that it's a good point you make, but the other thing that's interesting to note is how the team compositions have approached the meta that's been very, very varied from team to team across both EU and the Russian region. You look at the Sicario squad that still is playing this MP7, and off the top of my head, I can't think of too many other teams that has dominantly picked the MP7 with such confidence. You've got Kiyoshima that's rocking that assault class with the new favored 1x4 times scope for the Valde or the Spectre that's been coming in there that's a lot more popularized now, especially bearing in mind you can use some of the new camos and the paints on it. It's an interesting setup, but they don't tend to favor the Enforcers, Sicario, not as much as the other teams do. You do see them use it from time to time when the situation and the environment requires it, but not as heavily relied upon, more so the gunplay and the good natural aim from that of Furlex, from that of Kiyoshima, from Zaki and Luki, who all within their own rights and separate sections are dominant forces. The flip side to this is, I mean, we've talked about it. MSHK Gummy is one of the mechanical demons of the scene. Communica has the top place in TPL for a reason. Oshbiel, Vivon, Doshjet, they've all got outstanding accolades that tote the reason why they are part of one of the top tier teams in the CIS squad. But it is Sicario. And the EU fans in the chat will understand what I'm saying when I say we saw nothing but total dominance in Season 3, an undefeated start to finish. And that's not an understatement.
No, it's absolutely correct. And you know what? It was an excellent point that you made before when you said that Sicario doesn't really favor those enforcer classes sometimes. And you know what they would do beforehand? If you had a team that you didn't really have a dedicated enforcer or someone that wasn't super comfortable playing that enforcer role, there was something called a pseudo scout, which is when you would play a marksman and then you would have the VSS, which was the only full-sized, full automatic rifle that you could get on the marksman class. So you would just say, I don't need a helmet. I don't need a sniper. Just give me a VSS and let me tear through with this SP6 that we have access to. No longer do marksmans have that VSS, and no longer does 9x39 get SP6. So it's a whole different game at this point, and the fact that they're still able to dominate without those pseudo scout classes just shows that how, fast that they're able to adapt to these new updates. And the fact is that we had a large update about a week or a little bit later ago, and then we also had a big one like 3 days ago that just also made some big changes. The scout, we all, that 1 week we were all scared of that Ash 12 20 round mag PS12V scout to just getting dominated when you try to execute onto site. Now that is no longer. So I think that patch that happened 2 days ago, 3 days ago was really important for just making those minor changes that needed to be tweaked.
Absolutely. I mean, LPS being removed from the Enforcer, the CQCM version of the Masker, the Tier 6 faceplate Masker, the green one, not the killer one that the folks like to wear for the cool drip, but the olive green one that I'm not a fan of. That went up drastically in points, nearly doubled in its cost. The gun itself, the PKP, also increased, like you said. SP6 gone, 300 AP blackout gone. Difference being, though, the SKS 35 rounders got added to marksman, and you do see a lot of these Baltis being backed up with that, or the small pistol pocket, powerful puncher that is good old trusty, old reliable. Those of you factory fans in the chat from base game will love you some suppressed Kedda.
Oh no.
Oh
There's a
yeah,
lot of
and some
Kedda fans.
fond
I know there
memories of the
is.
Kedda. That's it.
They're a special breed.
It's a nostalgia blast back, is that, man? If you were anything good about you in factory, then you could run naked with a Kedda. You could put on a bare stock Kedda, and you could go and run around and clap some people. If you were able to do that, you were considered of being all right. You could play the game at least. Baltis ring out, the heartbeat of both sides. As red on red action leaves Doshjet dead early on. Kiyoshima's going to take out Vaughn too.
Already, Sicario hasn't really had to move much. And they're already 2 members up of Ancient Fighters. Another one falls to the hands of Lukey, and the one on headshot doesn't quite get connected by Communicat. He's going to back up. He knows how dangerous that spot can be. Zaki's going to get a little overconfident, though. Maybe peek it again. Communicat's waiting. You know how AP rounds go.
Yeah, Communica touting the secondary weapon of choice that I prefer on the TRG class, and that is the MP5K. Best rate of fire. Good rounds, PvP for the 9mm. The only thing that lets it down is the caliber. Not the biggest of fan when it comes to 9mm for consistency, but it does kill people. Ancient Fighters only have 2 members left on their attacking side, and this is going to leave them in a tough spot. Furlex is going to have the SR3M to take Communica out with. And Zaki with the Kedda comes through to finish the round off.
Oh, he inspected it. He's listening. He's listening. Somehow. I hope he's not, because that wouldn't be very fair, but I just think we're lucky.
I just think he knows and he loves the Kedda just like everybody else does. If I'm going to be real with you, if you're a Tarkov fan, there's got to be a little part of your soul that was given to the Kedda time. All right, even now, still people run factory with a Kedda, not much on, to go and have a laugh with their friends. It's just one of those things that if you're a real Tarkov enthusiast, it's just one of those things you naturally do from time to time, just to relieve a bit of stress and have a good laugh.
Mm-hmm. And now we have the KS-23.
Which is a grand weapon, by the way. Absolutely a shotgun to be looked for.
That'd be an interesting backup. Not too sure exactly what they've done to the KS-23. I know it's still available on some classes, but I don't know if it's like a marksman backup or not. I probably wouldn't be. I feel like that would be a little bit too OP.
1-2. The Ancient Fighters for a second confuse us that they are not PMCs but bunny rabbits as they both bounce across the cards.
So aggressive. It's for Alexis. This is normally you wouldn't see somebody this far pushed up, but as we could see, the defense on Skybridge was even aggressive too. So they got to be ready. Every single corner that they turn could have somebody there, and that's exactly it. Communica does a quick peek to check the location, but peeks back a little bit too fast as the headshot comes out with a very small pixel only to be shot. He still makes it happen. For Alex, though, traded out with the nade as Gummy lines that one up back from the medical ramp.
The other one's going to go off on the inside opposite to Shark, but goes as far away from that one. Oshfield's about to run straight into the crosshair. Goes has got that one for free as the second comes through from cards. Doesn't quite time the pre-fire well enough, though. Vaughn trades one back. Lukey goes down. 3 versus 3. Both teams are relatively strong, but goes in a good timing swing. Finds Doshjet and the bomb from the Ancient Fighters down just through curtain.
This is Go's map. This is where he's made his highlight reel for this team. He's proven himself well enough, but, you know, maybe keep your feet on the ground next time and you might get a little bit more success.
Zaki's having an absolute whale of
No
a time
way.
with this Kedda on point. Dip, duck, dive, dodge, and dive he does. Doesn't manage to get the damaging bullets himself, but with the slick moves like Jagger, he's going to hit him with the swagger, and the time's going to run off the clock before it's relevant for the round. 2-0, Sicario move into the lead, a second round stronger. Gap starting to expand, similar to what we saw in map number 1.
It's actually kind of unfortunate when you look at the Ancient Fighters' scoreline right here, or like their KDA, right? It's only 3 kills within 2 rounds as a total for a team, right? Like that's not something you'd see, especially it's such a talented team like Ancient Fighters, right? I think they're just really caught with their socks down. They haven't been able to read Sicario so far, but it's only the second round, you know, third currently, so still plenty of time left to read it up, but you really got to lock in at some point here because it ain't looking too hot.
It's a little bit different being able to pull off one result against Virtus.pro, one of the strongest teams in your scene, then coming against this well-oiled machine that is Sicario, and the likes of Furlex fragging out with a fat 3-piece as he does finally get shut down by Vaughn. But it is, again, a feeling of a little too late. Vaughn and Gummy are the last two left alive, with 3 members tight on this A site, but one loose enough to be able to move to split immediately to watch this rotation.
Gummy gets the proper call and still actually has a V40 already. Still this late. Kiyoshima back onto site though. Haven't thrown either of their nades. This actually might connect here. It's looking pretty solid, but Zaki from downtown might get traded out with the nade. It does not connect. And now it's all up to Gummy, who's left all on his lonesome. He knows that there's one on site, and he knows that there's a dangerous sniper rifle right to his right. He is sandwiched at this current moment. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Kiyoshima finishes it off with a 3rd round win for Sicario on Bowl. 5 kills for Furlex, who is a dominating force to be reckoned with so far.
This was the test that we were looking for to see where the Ancient Fighters really stood when it come to Arena Cup Series Season 3. Sicario is not just a group of exceptionally skilled players. This is a group of exceptionally skilled players that has also stayed together for an exceptionally long amount of time. Minus 1 or 2 members swapped in and out here and there as the team has evolved. And Sicario has exceeded to get better every single time over and over again. And in doing so, they present the toughest challenge that the Ancient Fighters have had to fight in their group so far.
Slight change up. Gonna opt out. Heading towards A this time. Decimation for Sicario, 2-1. Very nice, even. Just to try to get it back to even for Gummy. He's looking for a second one right now, but Dosh is going to give him a hand there and re-link up with his teammate. Possible also to... Oh, that is not what we're looking for. First round of the game, Ancient Fighters had an accidental team kill with a nade, and going into this crucial 4th round, it happens again. And now Sicario have a 1-man advantage.
Does feel a little bit like the Ancient Fighters are trying a little bit too much here. Wonder if the pressure's got to them a little bit. They're feeling a little bit shaken. DOSCHET and Gummy, the last 2 left alive. DOSCHET does have the bomb on his back, so there are options here. Going to line up some smokes for a setup for entry. Goes is sat in a great position in the rat spot. Gummy's going to find him out, though. Two v 2, site accessible. Smoke on headshot's going to peter out shortly. There's the entry. DOSCHET planting. Gummy going to have to cover off. And where are they going to retake from?
Lots of time to work with here. Luki hasn't given up his position yet, but Josh has him kind of locked down right now. Zaki falls, and Luki's going to rush that corner as quick as possible to trade out his teammate. Luki's very well aware of Gummy's position here. He hasn't really made too much of a move in the past minute or so, so Luki's just going to rush him down because he knows there is no time to play with at this moment. Pre-fires are coming out, and that is a perfect move to the right side of that sand. Is it a sandbag? It's like a sand crate, but perfect timing to move to the right to stop the pre-fire and to give himself an opportunity to pre-fire. Excellent time management.
4-0 from Sicario, and it's looking like they are destined to put the first set of 3 points on the board for the European region. The defensive side is looking good. With 4 more rounds worth of time to be able to continue to extend this lead before they need to change up tact and go on the offense themselves. I do not and shall not forecast an 8-0 half for Sicario, but with the way they are playing, it is looking extremely hard to argue elsewise.
And really the closest that Ancient Fighters have got has been that last round there where, you know, it's definitely possible if they can really hone in what Sicario does here on these defenses, right? Because we always know that there's somebody going to be aggressive at the site. Deal with him first, move in as a team, right? It sounds kind of simple, but you know, when you're up against a player like this type of teams, it's a lot more difficult than it may look.
Josh gets another pickup onto Goes. as the Ancient Fighters have themselves 2 frags early on in round number 5. 5 versus 3 advantage is seeing themselves set up much better than before, as Communica is going to find another one of those crucial picks. This star player in the Ancient Fighters lineup making moves to try and get them at least a point on the board.
Smokes are in such a good spot now, actually. If they want to put their entire team towards site, it's definitely the best time to do it right now. They have a huge man advantage. Kiyoshima, though, whittling down a little bit on the other side of the map, and he's ready near flat to stop through a flank and, hopefully try to get there to help out Zaki, because, man, look at this position. This is tough.
2v4, Sicario find themselves down 2-1 for the first time in the game. Tough spot. Wow, Zaki is going absolutely wild with this Keda right now. Communica is going to shut Kiyoshima down, and that's going to be Gummy closing the round out. But Zaki's just having fun with it.
Yeah, there's not really too much you can do in that situation. You just gotta hope that Kiyoshima puts a little bit of pressure on their backline so you can catch them while they're distracted. But unfortunately, of course, with that type of man advantage, Ancient Fighters should always be able to win around like that. And they do. Finally, the unstoppable force that has been Sicario has finally been put to a halt, and Ancient Fighters have their redemption.
Straight out of spawn, the Ancient Fighters come bouncing. You see the mentality still in a good place. The bomb and company coming towards this curtain push very aggressively this time. A little bit of a cheeky peek from Communica before the smoke goes off on curtain, allows them some information. Headshot not currently occupied. Probably sight strong and probably a deep tower lane player, which is exactly what we see from the Sicario defense.
Pre-fire these common angles, right? At one point, has there not been somebody at headshot, right? You might as well just throw a couple bullets down there. If you get one, could be a huge point to start execution onto site, but nobody's there this time. It's probably a decent idea to not do the same thing every round. Sicario knows that. Nobody's there at headshot.
Vaughn is playing with his life here. Overpeaked this too many times, going to find himself one-tapped by that Bolty. Zaki holding them tight towards the nose as the bomb and the company are all the way over towards that A site again. We see Sicario's B plat player starting to rotate. Gummy drops a nade onto Furlex. The Vaughn finds the pick onto Kiyoshima.
Oh! Ghost grabbing some really important ones as an anchor. But, of course, Ancient Fighters with their sheer numbers and brute force are able to push through. Can opt in for a rotate, though, with 20 seconds left. Do they have the time? I think they do. But if Sicario can get there in time, it can actually force a 2v2, being the fact that one of them must stick that bomb. There it is. Zaki not getting there quite in time. He's very, very close. It's going to be a trouble to get some kills here with the Keter. You really have to just aim for the face and hope they don't have a face shield. But Luki's going to go in first as he should, right? You never send your Keter in first. Or from just, all right, just from 80 meters back, just go ahead and blast that guy in the face. And now Luki's going to be in a 1v1 as Zaki's forced to defuse. 20 seconds left, and Communica isn't going to be able to take him down. Oh, he actually does in the very last second. Amazing. That MP5K is not a weapon you see often. But, Crack, you told me you liked it, and now, as I'm seeing it right here, maybe it's something I'm going to pick up for myself. 50-round mags, high fire rate. That's what I'm talking about.
850 RPM on the fire rate. That thing really does go Burt. Like, it's one of the quicker guns out there, short second only to the Vector at the moment, which is also another one of the devastating guns inside of the scene of the meta right now. We saw Walker running rampant with that Vector earlier on today, but I mean, this is just a whole of the ball game. It is a bit loose on the hip, I'm gonna be honest with you. It is not built for recoil control, but it does deliver bullets quickly. And if your aim's sick, then, well, the recoil can be handled.
Lapua for Lapua, going back and forth. All even. on the player board. Wouldn't say that the most dangerous member of Sicario has been taken out, because so far this game, they've been looking really, really even. They have been not putting everything on the shoulders of Furlex this time. And Luki have actually spread it out. They're all getting equal chances here. Again. It is Lapua for Lapua.
Vaughn is really trying to make the most use out of this new scope adaptation on the assault class that a lot of people are favoring, and I mean for good reason. Just make that assault class slightly more versatile, something like the AK-12 or the Spear, with that scope on top, and the fact that you can paint it as well. I mean, I'm a massive fan of the paints.
Yeah.
Big
True.
nerd for bright colors, I'm gonna be honest with you. Goes is in a great position on hop up here. Vaughn did not check it either. He's gonna try and jump to sight, and that's gonna be the end of that one. Sicario moved to 5, and the gap extends back to 3.
Ancient Fighters, they did recognize some things. They were able to take them down, and you know, the first round that they won there was actually quite decisive. So far, every single time that we've seen them almost get to a win, it's been so close. But that very first win that they got, it was decisive. There was nowhere close at all where Sicario could have came back from that one. So, you know, at some point you got to realize that, hey guys, we did something right here. We got to recognize exactly what that is. And, you know, in downtime, I believe, I'm pretty sure in downtime, the coaches are allowed to speak with their team, right? So the coaches can be analyzing this stuff and letting them know too.
Communica's going to hit a great shot with the ball. Tias goes down. First of the Sicario lineup in round number 8. Paying the price of the life. The first blood goes in the way of the Ancient Fighters. Last round of the attacking side for the Ancient Fighters as well. And given how poorly they started off this game, they've definitely done a good job to pull a few rounds back. Luki is going to have the better of Vaughn for the side of Sicario, though. DoshJet responds to the kill into Kiyoshima.
Oh, he's going to get rushed with the nade pulled out. That's exactly the type of audio recognition we need for Alex. He knows exactly what to do when that pin gets pulled. If you hesitate even 1 second, that enemy will pull his gun back out and let you know that you were too late. So such a good job, right? This is something that you see in Arena all the time, but it can really just be mastered by these players, and it's so exciting to watch. And Luki, look at this position, right? He's even going to hold the trigger discipline, but oh, he's too late! No! Oh, no!
So close. You read it like a book, he read it like a book, and somebody else read him like a book too, it seems. The Ancient Fighters have got a lurk on the right-hand side that's just round the outside. And that catches the last member out. The half gets close to 5-3. It's a good position, to be honest with you, from the Ancient Fighters. They've given themselves a fighting chance in this one, excuse the pun, in comparison to the previous map. But Sicario, the sword's in their hand. What's going to happen now? He's booing the dad jokes, chat.
Boo. This guy stinks.
This guy stinks. Get him out of here. 5-3. 2-gap lead. Is it enough, Kirk? Go on, hedge your bets. Does Sicario have it to take it over the line for a 2-0? The first EU team to put 3 points on the board for ACS 3.
So Sicario made their place last game on defense. They shot and won almost every single... Yeah, no, I think they did. They won almost every round except for the first one, and on defense. And now that's where they started on this one. They weren't able to get as many as they did before. So, you know, if that's the place where they think that they're most comfortable, this is where things may change up, and Ancient Fighters could take it here if they can lock in hard enough.
Good 1-for-1 of Sicario's. Furlex trades 1-for-1 for ground. B-site's under pressure now. Ramp gets removed. Oshspiel goes down to Zaki. Does get Furlex out from the trade, though. Goes has enough space to cross over. The bomb is on top of Apps and in a really dangerous place. Goes is going to capitalize on the poor positioning of the bomb drop. Pick up another one. Komunica has barely enough health to talk about, let alone breathe about, as Kiyoshima's going to knock the rest of that off. DoshJet is the last left alive.
A big ask for DoshJet right now. Very high fire rate weapon, so he's got to make these bullets count. Can't just let them go off willy-nilly if you get caught in a reload. just like pulling a nade out at the wrong time. Someone can round that corner with the audio cues, but not ready with his gun pulled up to his eye. Zaki, however, was in a very easy read, given the fact that he was up there making a lot of sound on that metal before he stopped. Didn't really move out of that position. So, you know, that last known position is the safest bet to look for. Exactly what Zaki did. Excellent recognition.
6-3. First round goes in the favor of Sicario. They move the lead out to 3. And the first person to cross that kill feed on the leaderboard again into the double digits is going to be one of the two teams here. Probably looking like Zaki's on his way to that 10 first again. Current kills of 8-4. Backed up by that of Furlex of 7-on-7. Communica on the Balti here, doing a great job, 9-6 too. And it has been a tale of the Baltis as it always is on ball. Now he's managed to hop up, but Furlex finds the beautiful shot to knock him down again.
It's actually quite difficult to get up there too, to boost yourself up, to actually get on to that metal part. If you don't know what you're doing, it can be kind of finicky sometimes. So the sound recognition, especially through the pluming smoke, and for him to recognize that he's still got up there and still hear that sound is just excellent, right? These teams are just, they've been through almost every situation, and they know what to look for when the time comes.
This is what it takes at this level of competition. Is all it is milliseconds worth of a mistake, caught out in the open, putting one of those crucial stims into the arm at the wrong time, as timing is going to see Gummy spraying out into 3 members of Sicario, and the sword stands strong, the sword stands impenetrable, and a flawless round as all 5 Sicario members are still standing after the end of this one. 7-3, Kirk.
I mean, this is going to happen, right? And you know what? It's really sad that Ancient Fighters have had get the teams that they had to go up against, right? Like 8 Sins and Sicario, they're no joke. But it's still not over. They still have to fight Virtus Pro at some point. They still have to fight Tarkov Help at some point. So, you know, I don't know exactly what their plan is for that, but man, it will be difficult for them, I'll tell you what. And they better have those practices honed in. They better have the communication on lock absolutely perfect, because this isn't even the best team that is projected so far.
I'm not sure if that's going to be something that everybody's going to be convinced of after the performance that Sicario put out on the stage here today, though. Dominant, confident, and showing that even something like the underdog or the dark sheep of the tournament favored strongly, the likes of Ancient Fighters, are not going to be able to sway this just dominant performance out of Sicario. It's been since the beginning, really, of Season 2 HPL EU that they started their strides, and further forward they go now as Zaki is going to slam Doshjet off the ramp. On moving to B, Communica as a response, though. A great shot from the Balti puts Luki down. Ospiel takes out Kiyoshima. Smoke over the counter entrance to the B site, though, is going to really delay Ancient Fighters from stopping the plant going down.
Ghost starts it off strong. The bomb was planted. A few seconds later, Goes takes that opportunity, and Zaki close behind to grab Gummy, and Oshpiel is not going to make anything connect so far. Goes with a quick, easy pre-fire. That is just a display of skill, ladies and gentlemen. Pre-fires have been something that I've been seeing a lot of, and the fact that, you know, we have all these new different headsets that have been put into the game. You know, this isn't like the 5 that we've had forever. There's been so many additions, right? And if you can get used to that one headset that you are very comfortable with, it can just give you so much confidence in your play style and recognizing enemy positions. Pre-fires can happen all day, and they are sometimes the safest bet, especially when you now have the availability to get more ammunition on that spear, which has become one of the most popular guns so far. Previously, that spear, you couldn't just waste ammo with it because you didn't get many.
Oh, look at the double! Gummy has decided he's having the full Haribo hotbox. He's got himself a 2-piece of the grenade, and that med short pickup as an aggressive Sicario push out is immediately halted in its tracks.
And then, you know, Luki's like, you know what? I didn't like that at all. Actually, I think I'm going to have 2 for myself. So he grabs 2, and then Kiyoshima comes right back out to get himself 1. Kiyoshima and Furlex, the 2 last members left. However, there is a TRG available for Ancient Fighters, and they got to get this bomb, because look at that position. However, Kiyoshima hasn't really realized that, yeah, Vivorin hasn't really given up that he's changed positions already, so Kiyoshima's still a little bit hesitant on moving right now, and that's it right there.
Yeah, this is a lot tougher round for Furlex to be able to get out of now. His positioning is so awkward that Gummy's going to be forced to retreat, but it's only going to be as far as just below hop up. Now Gummy finishes the round out by
Last
some
bullet.
good shots.
Excellent, right? And I mean, could we say that that round could have went differently if that nade didn't happen? Probably so, but you know, one round is one round. You can throw it away, especially when you're in such a comfortable lead at this moment. Pretend like it didn't happen. Pretend it's still 8-3. Continue. You know, we only need one round, guys. Whatever. You know, sometimes if you get into your head too much, it can really affect your gameplay, and it can stop you from getting that one crucial round that you need. So pushing forward, Sicario, I would imagine, have no sweat.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure that's put down, some of these players not confident to just peek an angle without putting in a little bit of pre-fire as they go around the corner, because the potential that somebody's there and missing out on the advantage in that gunfight is just too risky to face. Furlex and Communica have this awesome TRG duel that we've seen all day long, and Furlex has decided he's not done with one, he's having 2.
Lukey grabbed another one, and wow, it's all come down to this. Dosh, Jet, can you be the hero that the Ancient Fighters need? Can you be the one that everyone will speak of in the future? Write your name in the history books now and keep your team in this game.
Top shelf, Ghost is holding Kiyoshima's Lion, and Doshjet is down for a game of Sleeping Lions because he's able to hit him like a whack-a-mole for the first kill. Now pushing round, he's not going to be able to get the better of Goes, and the closeout comes through. Sicario do finally swing the sword strong in the Arena Cup Series and put 3 points on the table for the first EU team.
You know, it is unfortunate to see, because this is not something that I expected to happen. As much as I can talk about how good Sicario is and all their achievements, right? Ancient Fighters are not a team to scoff at. They have had so much, you know, they've been known as a good team before they even had a name change. They've been through it all, but all of a sudden, you know, Sicario just seems to be a team that just gets better with time, and they've been around long enough to force themselves into a spot where almost nobody can touch them. Ancient Fighters will still have another chance tomorrow to put themselves higher on the leaderboard, because it is only one team from each group that goes home.
Absolutely a great performance out of Sicario in the final of 4 matches, again featured today. Arena Cup Series 3 for you guys at home that may have just joined us a little bit later on in your day. We may need to go back to the VOD to watch the action from today. We have just closed out our final head-to-head, and a 2-0 victory from Sicario Esports here. Skybridge first ball second, and a great performance from Kiyoshima, Lucky, Zaki, Furlex, and Goes alike puts themselves as the first EU team to put 3 points on the table. The Ancient Fighters, however, after a great starting showing on day 1, have found themselves for their first loss, and that's going to see them dislodged from the top of the table as they were in the standings from the groups after day 1. It's been an exceptional day of games, Kirk, and out of all 4 of the games that we've seen, we have been delighted with some insane entertainment and some clutch plays which have been out of this world, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be here to witness them.
Yeah, absolutely. Today's games have been, as a whole, extremely well. I think the ones, because I was watching all day, right? I think XPA versus Pandaric at the start was probably my favorite one to watch. Both 11-9 games going into overtime. Pandaric, it's finally so nice to see a team like that get up on the leaderboards and prove themselves worthy of a place in these top tier tournaments. So that's probably my favorite one of the day. But of course, this one that we just cast a cracked, it's just on fire for Sicario. It's always a pleasure to watch them play, and the fact that they can come here and even compete with a completely different region is even better. So the fact that we have the Arena Cup Series 3, this has been the most anticipated tournament of the year, ladies and gentlemen. This only happens once a year, and you better make sure that you are here for the playoffs coming next weekend.
Not only that, folks, we've had tons of drops going on throughout the entirety of the broadcast this weekend. Drops again tomorrow, starting at 3 o'clock British Standard Time. Those of you that are interested in padding those pockets on your base game and your arena accounts, don't forget to make sure that you put your account linked. An exclamation mark, no drops in the chat if you need any assistance with that. Also, reach out to a mod. Everybody's willing to help make sure that you've got your drops going on. I want to make sure that you guys are receiving all the prizes for making sure that you're taking part and participating in one of the best events in the competitive arena scene right now, alongside all of the giveaways that go along in the chat. So, folks, if you've earned yourself success in one of those giveaways, please make sure that you get yourself into the Discord, create yourself a ticket so that you can claim that giveaway key and get yourself in on the arena action in the future. As well as that, there is so much more to come in the future from all of the entertainment and tournament still, let alone the action that we've got tomorrow. Another full weekend's worth of action, obviously, to close out the Arena Cup series, like Kirk said, starting next weekend on the Friday. It's going to be an insane day, but the last match of today, Kirk delivered an insane game. The Battle of the Balties was the highlight for me. Furlex, Communica, back and forth. That battle went. A little rivalry between the kings of that one-shot machine. And it's Sicario that came out on top.
Both of these teams recognize a high-risk, high-reward scenario, right? Sometimes if you're not too skilled of a player, going to something a little bit more comfortable and a little bit more even can be probably more successful towards you. But when you talk about some of the top teams in the world, they will pick up the highest risk, highest reward weapons because they know how to use them at the highest potential. So as we get that group scene ready to make sure that everybody knows the final results after this day, we will do a quick highlight reel of what exactly happened in this map 2 of Sicario versus Ancient Fighters.
Good shots from Gummy. Furlex up top. Looking to try and fold people one after the other. Does manage to find a nice two-piece there from the top med position. Zaki on that Balti with the Monstrum Scope. We don't see used too commonly throughout the EU or CIS scene, but something that the APAC region is very fondly known for. A player over there, Hadago, that made that popular out in the APAC region. Now finding its way bleeding into the EU scene, but Communica deciding he prefers the variable scope instead. An option to change that zoom out so that it's not just a quick click of the scope, but being able to slide in and out to the range of preference. Gummy dropping grenades like it's Hot Topics. Hot Potato, a cool game for the Ancient Fighters to play, but it was Sicario that swung stronger on the day. Communica showing us exactly what it looks like when the MP5K and the PvP can be put straight into the dome. A
I think he
beautiful
was sent
shot.
to the moon there. Yep. That's the TRG we know and love. One of the most recent weapons added, one of the most used weapons in total. This game is pretty important for nades, I think. You know, a lot of the games today, if I had to pick one, it would definitely be this one to have the most impactful grenades. You know, Bowl has been a map that hasn't really had a lot of changes in terms of the way that you can line up your nades. Those insta-kill nades have been happening for a long, long time now. A couple double-kill nades through that game, a couple really nice lineups to stop the anchor onside A site for Ancient Fighters. So they did really good there, but fortunately it was not enough to get them to come out on top. So as we wrap up today, we still have a couple closing notes. We want to thank Battlestate Games for putting on the Arena Cup Series 3 and graciously asked us, Hunt Premier, to be able to, you know, put on the show for everybody. Of course, we have to accept such an amazing offer for them. So thank you to everybody in the background of BSG for that kind offer. We do have the updated schedule and scoreboard for today's games. So as we have a look at this, let's see where these teams ended up today with their score lines.
So the group stages from today and the matches that we got to feature started off the day with XPA Academy taking on Panderic Apex in one of the best matches we've seen of the Arena Cup series in Season 3 so far. Day 2 started off with a delight. Double overtime, and both maps could have gone either way with exceptional performances out of both squads. XPA Academy and Panderic Apex have both shown today that they have a strong showing inside of this tournament and are set to try and lead themselves with a good seeding in the top 1 to 5 slots after both of their performances. That then was backed up by the most dominant performance of the tournament so far after a sub 13-minute victory from Virtus Pro in the first map as Ancestral found themselves absolutely swept. A better response in their second map, but still nonetheless not even close to enough to be able to stop Virtus.pro on their spree for Arena Cup Series 3 success. It followed us in for our third match of the day, where 8sins found themselves going down 0-2 versus Tarkov Help. Again, the first map for 8sins was a valiant effort and a well hard-fought match, but the second map did again slowly slip away from them as Tarkov Help comfortably closed out their second for a 2-0 victory in the full 3 points. And that brings us to the tail at the tall order of the end of the day, and that was the tall order for Sicario to put the first 3 points on the board for an EU team. And so they did. That they did with strength and support from every single member of the lineup. In the first map, one of the more dominant games from the top tier teams we've seen so far versus a tough opposition. And the Ancient Fighters were swept 2-0, and Sicario, through doing that, will earn themselves the top spot on the table in their group on the day.
Yeah, very exciting today. And you know what? Ancestral have never looked better as a team. They have not historically placed extremely high in high tier tournaments, but as of the most recent HPL, they have proven themselves that they only get better. They're like fine wine, right? The longer you put it away, the better it tastes. So they just need a little bit more time to cook here, and unfortunately they had to go up against the Polar Bears, the absolute menaces of ACS Virtus.pro, and that is quite an unfortunate one to have to go up against at the start there. So still plenty of time left. Unfortunately, it will be difficult, being that this group is quite a difficult one, in that being Pandaric Apex in that previous Oil Rig matchup in XP Academy, then have a long list of achievements themselves.
Yeah, both groups now look, as you see on screen, thanks to the beautiful graphic work in the background from the production. Thank you again to the Hunt Premier members that put their hard work, time and effort into helping this run so smoothly. So group stage A sees Sicario topping the table with 4 points and a round difference of 14, which is the only thing that separates them 4 stronger than their equal adversary in the second spot of Tarkov Help, also with 4 points, but a round difference of positive 10. Ancient Fighters and 8sins follow in third and fourth with 3 points and 0 respectively, the round differential of -1 and -23 also for each as their slots respect. That in the group stage in B looks slightly different, and it's a lot less of a closer tie in the tables than it is in the group over on the A side of the field. Virtus.pro sit comfortably at the top with 2 wins, 26 positive round differential and 6 points with XP Academy. Sitting below them relatively comfortably too, with 4 points on the board after a win and a draw today. Pandaric Apex squad did manage to pick themselves up a draw, but at a -10 differential and only 1 point on the board to speak of so far. They are sitting in that third potential qualifying spot, but they are finding themselves dangerously close to being knocked out to an upset. They also will have to face off against Ancestral in the future, and that is going to be a match that we're all going to have to keep a very keen eye on, as Ancestral sit at the bottom of that table with 0 points and a -31 round differential.
Yeah, you really don't expect something like that, but once you realize that Ancestral had to go up against probably the strongest team, that's going to happen, and 8sins as well, right? Like even 8sins has so many achievements, right? Their roster is so experienced, but yet the group that they're in is just it's scary, man. Like I wouldn't want to play against those either, and then the round differential just makes them look a lot worse than they really are, because they're not bad at all. In fact, all of these teams are amazing, but it's just really sad that 8sins has to have that such a large negative round differential, because they're so much better than may have met the eye with the games that we've seen so far from them.
Big pointer for tomorrow. Key day to lock in. And I know, even though I'm not going to be on the casting bench, my eyes are going to be glued to the screen for the entirety of the broadcast, because that big matchup that we mentioned there is going to come in tomorrow. One of your featured matches of tomorrow's games, Pandaric Apex versus Ancestral, which will decide the placement for the bottom of that group or the last qualifying spot for that group. There is no other way that either of those two teams make it out of that group now without a successful victory. The only favoring side for this at the moment in time is that Pandaric Apex have that draw on the board and the 1 point, that if they do pull out a draw, Pandaric Apex will see that successful, where Ancestral need to go 2-0 on the day to upset the Pandas. The story in the fairy tale setting is laid on the table, Kirk. All that's left there is to open the cover and read the pages on day 3, and we're going to get delighted with all of that action in the very near future. That being said, that's not the only matchup going into day 3. Virtus.pro will take on XPA. Tarkov Help will see the Ancient Fighters and Sicario are going to take on 8 Sins, where EU versus EU and CIS versus CIS is going to be the closeout for the third day and the first half of the Arena Cup series. And I'm going to be honest with you, as somebody who likes to back his region, I wouldn't have it any other way. A good old-fashioned home derby for the home stretch. That's a fitting way to close out the weekend, right?
Absolutely. It's been even beyond that. It's just been such an awesome time, right? And the fact that we only do this once a year is just a blessing in and of itself. So still so many days left to go. This is only day 2 out of day 6, ladies and gentlemen. So there is still plenty of time to not only watch amazing arena gameplay, maybe learn a couple things for yourself, but also participate in giveaways that we commonly have going on to get yourselves or your friends some free arena keys. Standard edition, of course, but free stuff's free stuff. And I mean, I'll take it if I get it. I mean, if anyone gets one, let me know. But I'm just saying, no, I'm just kidding. But of course, there's still drops too, right? You got to go to the Tarkov website, get your Twitch account linked to your Tarkov website and sign in, get everything you need to do. And hey, if you don't really like Tarkov Arena, fair enough. You play the main game, swap over everything to the main game, use your currency, your GP coins at ref, whatever you want to do, right? Because of course, Tarkov may be split into 2 games, but together we are one community.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to tie up all the action from us here at the Arena Cup Series, Season 3, Day 2. Don't forget to join us back here at exactly the same time. It's going to be 3 p.m. British Standard Time starting tomorrow for all of those amazing drops. The final 4 matches for the group stages so that we can figure out which of our top 3 teams in each of the groups is going to progress through to the playoffs. I've been Cracked. This has been Kirk. We say thanks to Mr. Bepic, who's not going to be able to join us for the closeout, but has been here on the casting desk on the day. We'd like to thank the Hunt Premier, Battlestate Games, everybody in the chat, the competitors, the coaches, and everybody else that has supported this for joining us for today's amazing action. And we'll look forward to seeing you on the next one.